Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
Everyone said if you play corpse hold, you either come back lucky or you don't come back at all. I came back rich, promoted, and something wet has been living under my bed ever since. I know how that sounds. If you're listening to this while you're doing the dishes or scrolling on your phone, you probably think this is just another internet campfire story. Some guy with a mic and a script trying to freak you out before you go to sleep. So let me start with the part that makes it feel real. My name is Matt. I'm 37. I live in a one-bedroom apartment over a discount nail salon and a liquor store, right off Route 65. My neighbors fight loud enough for the whole building to hear. The fridge hums like it's dying. The bathroom light flickers if you run the shower and the microwave at the same time. I work nights at a distribution center. Steel racks 4 stories high. Forklifts beeping in reverse. Those little handheld scanners that go beep every few seconds until you hear them in your sleep. Coffee that tastes like burnt cardboard. Maybe your life looks a little like that too. On paper, I'm lucky. I survived a crash on I-40 that tore the side off my Camry and didn't leave a scratch on me. I walked away from a layoff that took out guys with 10 years more seniority. I've won more stupid raffles and scratch-offs than makes sense for one person. And all of that traces back to one night when I was 13, and one game we were never supposed to play. We called it corpse hold. It wasn't some ritual we found online. It wasn't a TikTok challenge. It was older than that. Passed around in a small Arkansas town the way people pass gossip in a church parking lot. A dare you heard behind the bleachers or in the back of a Dollar General, always from somebody who knew a guy who did it. You go out to a drainage pond behind the store after midnight. You wade in until your feet can't find the bottom. You dive down into water you can't see through, and you find something. You hook your fingers into its ribs and you hold on for 60 seconds, no matter what you feel. If you make it back up, the story says, life gets easier, doors open, you get chosen. If you fail, if you panic and let go, if you run. The stories never finish that part out loud. People just shrug and say, you don't want to be that guy. I should have laughed it off. I should have gone home. Instead, I let a group of older kids talk me into walking into that pond. I let a stupid mix of pride and desperation make decisions for me. And somewhere under that black water, my hands closed around bone that did not want to be let go. That was more than 20 years ago. I don't live in that town anymore. I haven't seen that pond in over a decade. I shower, I don't take baths, I don't swim, I don't go near lakes, rivers, even hotel pools if I can help it. And still, almost every night, sometime between 3:10 and 3:20 a.m., I wake up staring at the red numbers on my alarm clock. 3:13, right on cue. In the silence of this crappy apartment, no TV, no traffic, fridge motor paused between cycles. Something under the bed taps the wood. Once, twice, sometimes 3 times. It's not loud. It's never loud. Just enough to let me know it's there. Just enough to keep me from pretending that night in the pond was some shared hallucination. So if you're still listening, if you're the kind of person who thinks you'd never be dumb enough to take a dare like that, let me walk you back through that night. Because the worst part of this story isn't what I touched under the water. It's realizing that it didn't stay there. 1.1 Present day, my life of stupid luck. You can call me Matt. I am 37 years old, and if you looked at my life the way you skim a stranger's Facebook profile, you would probably say I am stupidly lucky. Not rich, not special, just weirdly protected. Like someone upstairs has a finger on the fast forward and rewind buttons whenever I get too close to the edge. The easiest way to explain it is this. I should not be here to type this. 3 years ago, I was driving east on I-40, just outside Little Rock, in a silver Camry with a cracked windshield and a check engine light that had been on so long I had stopped seeing it. It was just after midnight, tractor trailers on both sides, headlights coming at me in long white smears. Classic, I'm too tired to be on this highway moment. It happened fast. It always does in stories. But this was one of those times where the camera in your head slows down on purpose. A semi in the left lane drifted, just a little. Maybe the driver looked at his phone. Maybe he changed the radio. Maybe he blinked too slow. His back tire kissed the concrete divider and threw sparks. The trailer slewed across the lane, folding like a pocket knife. I remember white light. I remember the sound of metal screaming. I remember thinking, that's it. That's the moment. The Camry spun. I saw my own headlights reflected in the side of a refrigerated truck, then asphalt, then stars. Something hit the driver's side with enough force to sound like the entire world was shattering. When the car stopped moving, the radio was still playing low country, some song about back roads and regret. My hands were locked on the steering wheel, and there was glass everywhere, glittering on my jacket, in my lap, across the seat. The entire driver's side of the car was peeled open, like somebody had taken a giant can opener to it. The window was gone, door crumpled. Later, a cop said if the impact had been 2 inches farther in, my legs would have been crushed. I did not have a single scratch, not one. The paramedic kept asking if I was sure I had been in that car. A year after that, the warehouse where I worked went through a restructuring. That's what management called it. Everyone else called it what it was, a bloodbath. I had been there 6 months and change. There were guys on my shift who had been in that building for a decade, knew every rack and aisle like the back of their hands. They had wives, kids, mortgages. I had a 1-bedroom apartment and a fridge full of off-brand frozen pizza. They cut 30 positions on nights. Every name on that list belonged to someone with more seniority than me. The lead who had trained me, the guy who let me sneak extra 5 minutes on breaks, gone. The single mom who worked overtime every week, gone. They slid the papers across the table in that fluorescent break room, made them sign, handed them cardboard boxes. When my turn came, the manager looked at his clipboard, looked at me and said, "You're good, Matt. You're staying on. In fact, we're bumping you up to team lead. Someone has to know the new system." I did not know the new system. I barely knew the old one, but I said thank you and tried not to look at the people who had just been told to clear out their lockers. If that was all, you could chalk it up to coincidence. A lucky break, a bad company, a good day for me. But it keeps happening. I win things I have no business winning. An off-brand flat-screen TV from a raffle at Walmart. A $100 gas card from a survey I barely remember filling out. $50 on a lottery scratcher I literally picked up off the floor at a come and go because someone had dropped it without scratching the last panel. Every time, people say the same thing. "Man, you should go to Vegas. You're the luckiest guy I know. You need to play the real numbers." If they saw my life from far enough away, they would be right. On a graph, on a chart, on a spreadsheet, the line of good fortune looks real pretty. It's only up close that you see what's attached to it. Right now, my life is small, ordinary. Exactly the kind of life people put horror videos on in the background of. I live in a one-bedroom box over a discount nail salon and a liquor store just off Route 65. If you stand at the parking lot entrance and look up, you can see my blinds, slightly crooked because one of the slats is broken. At night, the streetlights in the lot throw that sodium yellow glow over everything, making the cars look like they're parked on the bottom of a swimming pool. Inside, it's nothing you haven't seen before. Beige carpet that somehow manages to feel damp even when it's dry. White walls with thumbtack holes from the last tenant. A couch from Facebook Marketplace that smells vaguely like someone else's dog. A tiny kitchen where the oven clicks angrily for a full 3 seconds before it decides to light. My dinners come in boxes from the freezer aisle. Lean cuisine, hungry man, whatever's on sale. I shove them into the microwave, listen to the low, angry hum and the little plastic tray rattling as it spins. The TV opposite the couch is that raffle prize flat screen, always tuned to reruns or late-night cable. The volume low enough that I can barely hear laugh tracks under the steady drone of the HVAC. I work nights at a distribution center out by the highway. 4 stories of steel racks, boxes stacked to the ceiling. The whole building smells like pallet wood, cardboard dust, diesel fumes, and burnt coffee. People romanticize night shift in movies. In reality, it's a lot of fluorescent light and repetitive noise. Forklifts beeping in reverse, over and over, long enough that your brain starts to invent the beeps when it's quiet. The beep of handheld scanners every time a barcode passes under the red line. The rattle of conveyor belts. The hydraulic sigh of pallet jacks. At 3 in the morning, when the rest of the town feels like it has turned its face to the wall and gone to sleep. I am usually under those lights, wearing a reflective vest and steel-toe boots, listening to the same handful of sounds on loop. On the ride home, it's me, the road, and whatever is left on the overnight radio. Truckers talking to each other on the CB, a DJ trying too hard to sound awake. The sky just barely starting to think about getting light over the black strip of highway. That is my life. A box over a strip mall, a night job in a building full of boxes. A lot of cheap coffee and microwaved food and falling asleep with the TV on. Ordinary. Boring even. Until you zoom in on the same point in every night. Until you look at 3:13 a.m. Here is the part I have never said out loud to anyone, not fully. I do not sleep like a lucky man. Almost every night for as long as I can remember, in every room I have ever slept in, from my childhood bedroom in a trailer park to this apartment over Route 65, I wake up at a time that feels like it has been printed into the inside of my skull. 3:13 a.m., not 3:10, not 3:15, 3:13. It is always the same. I do not wake up gasping from a nightmare. There is no dramatic sit-up, no sweat-slick sheets, none of the stuff they put in movies. It is quieter than that. 1 second I am asleep. The next I am staring at the red digits on the cheap digital clock on my nightstand. The colon between the numbers blinking like a heartbeat. 3:13. The room has that specific kind of silence you only get when the whole building is between noises. The fridge has cycled off. The HVAC isn't blowing. The neighbor's TV is finally, mercifully, muted. The traffic outside has thinned down to the occasional truck on the highway, a distant, low roar that doesn't really count as sound. In that silence, you start to hear things you aren't supposed to. The faint tick of the clock, the barely audible settling of the walls, your own pulse in your ears, And then, from directly below the mattress, in the dark hollow under my bed, something knocks. Just once, most nights. Once is enough. A small, precise sound, like a single knuckle tapping wood. Talk. It is not loud. It is not dramatic. If you recorded it and played it back in the daytime, you could pass it off as the building shifting, or a neighbor closing a door. Lying there in the middle of the night, with that red 313 stamped in my vision, it doesn't sound like the building. It sounds like intention. Like someone who knows exactly where my chest is on the mattress, reaching up and letting me know they are still there. Sometimes it is softer, a kind of muffled bump that makes the frame creak. Once or twice, it has been 3 knocks in a row, perfectly spaced, like the beginning of a code I am glad I don't understand. I have, like any reasonable adult, tried to talk myself out of it. Old wood, pipes, air in the vents, the echo of a truck on the road. I have shoved storage boxes under the bed, thinking maybe it was something falling, only to hear the knock again a week later and drag everything out to find dust and nothing else. Here is the part that bothers me more than the sound itself. The luck and the knock live on the same schedule. Big promotion the next day, knock at 3:13. Walk away from a pileup on I-40, knock at 3:13 that week every night. Win money I should not logically have won. Somewhere before that win, there was a night where I woke up to that little bone on wood tap. That's why I'm writing this. This isn't a journal. It's not therapy. I am not trying to process my trauma or whatever people say online when they put their business out there. I am putting this into words because I think I owe someone a warning. If you are hearing this on a YouTube channel, it is because I sent it in as an email. I sat in this apartment, in the glow of this crappy TV and this aging laptop, and decided to tell a stranger with a microphone the thing I have never fully told anyone. The thing is not just the knocks. It is where they started. Every raffle ticket, every near miss on the highway, every time I should have been crushed by pallets or laid off or sitting in a hospital waiting room instead of driving home under the sodium lights. All of it traces back to one night when I was 13 years old. One night in a small town in northern Arkansas, in a drainage pond behind a Dollar General, when I did something I should never have agreed to do. When I reached down into black water and wrapped my hands around something that had been waiting far too long to be held. 1.2. Small town Arkansas, the pond and the legend. I grew up in one of those towns in northern Arkansas that you only ever see from the highway if you are unlucky enough to miss your exit. We had one Walmart supercenter on the edge of town, way too big for the number of people who actually lived there. A Dollar General tucked beside it like a little yellow wart. 2 gas stations, one with pumps so old the numbers clicked over with a mechanical clack. A diner on Main Street with a flickering neon sign that said, "Open 24 hours," even though everyone knew they shut the grill off at 10 and started stacking chairs by 10:30. At night, the whole place felt smaller. After 9, Main Street turned into a row of dark windows and closed signs, broken up only by the blue glow of a TV in somebody's living room and the occasional set of headlights sliding past. My mother and I lived in a trailer park just off the highway, past the billboard for a personal injury lawyer pointing down at you like he knew you'd eventually need him. Our trailer was a faded single wide with aluminum siding that rattled when the wind kicked up, fake wood paneling inside, and a soft spot in the hallway floor you had to step around. The air out there always smelled like 3 things blended together: hot asphalt from the access road, fryer grease from the Mexican restaurant across the way, and the faint, constant tang of diesel from the freight trains that roared through after midnight. You could hear them long before you saw them. low, rising thunder that made the glass in our cheap windows buzz, followed by that long, lonely blast of a horn that somehow made the whole town feel emptier. I went to the only high school, a 2-story brick building with a football field out back, a baseball diamond, and a cluster of portable classrooms that had been temporary since before I was born. The gym always smelled like old sweat and bleach, like they were trying to scrub out decades of bad decisions. The metal bleachers by the baseball field burned the backs of your legs if you sat on them before the sun went down. The stadium lights hummed when they were on, casting everything in that harsh white that made everyone look a little sick. Most days, my world was small. School, trailer, the brief stretch of sidewalk between them. On good days, I'd ride my ratty BMX with Cody, my best friend since 3rd grade, out to the edge of town, past the Dollar General, and just sit. 2 kids in busted sneakers, sharing a bag of $1 chips and a warm soda, watching pickup trucks come and go in the parking lot. Cody's mom worked days at the same nursing home my mom worked nights at. There were a lot of double shifts and not a lot of supervision. We spent hours in that nursing home break room, slouched in plastic chairs under the humming fluorescent panels, button mashing on an old game console somebody's nephew had left there for the staff and never taken back. The break room smelled like microwaved spaghetti, burnt popcorn, and the fake lemon of cheap cleaning spray. The TV on the wall always seemed to be showing some medical drama with the volume turned down, subtitles flickering across beautiful people pretending to be exhausted. That's where I first heard the name Kenny. He died a year before the night at the pond, 13, like us. The story was that he drowned somewhere out back, a phrase that got used a lot without anyone ever being precise about it. Adults said his name like they were stepping over something sharp. I heard it in fragments, 2 CNAs whispering near the coffee pot. Do you remember that boy last summer? Poor Kenny. Shh, not so loud. In the McDonald's on Sunday afternoons, overhearing women in church dresses say, "They never should have let those kids swim out there." And then see their eyes flick toward the window, away from the direction of the Dollar General. In church itself, in the way the pastor said, "Our community has known loss," without naming him, while mothers shifted in the pews and fathers stared at their shoes. Nobody ever said exactly where he drowned. But any time I rode past the Dollar General on my BMX, wheels clicking, chain squeaking, the hot wind grabbing my t-shirt, I felt their eyes slide that way. Behind the store, past the dumpsters and the employee smoking area with the busted plastic chair, there was a gravel road. To most people, it was nothing, just a service road for delivery trucks. But if you followed it far enough, past the place where the asphalt gave up and weeds started clawing at the edges, it carried you to something the county had put there and then decided not to think about. The pond. Pond makes it sound nicer than it was. It wasn't a natural lake, not the kind people posted fishing pictures from. It was a big, scooped-out bowl in the earth, dug so the runoff from the highway and the shopping center had somewhere to go when it rained. The banks were lumpy and uneven, half rocks, half packed dirt. The water was a flat, dark green most of the year, with a skin of scum on top that broke apart in sheets if anything moved through it. Cattails grew in a ragged ring around it, their brown heads bursting in late summer, sending fluff into the air like dirty snow. Mosquitoes hovered in clouds over the surface, their high whine blending with the croak of frogs and the constant insect chorus from the tall grass. Standing at the edge of that pond at dusk, it felt like noise and silence at the same time. The white noise of the bugs and frogs filled your ears, But underneath it, there was this waiting. As if all the things that lived in and around that water were holding their breath for something else. The older kids went out there a lot. You could tell from the crushed beer cans and cigarette butts ground into the dirt, from the black circles of char where they'd built illegal fires and stamped them out. There were a couple of busted lawn chairs half sunk into the bank, a stained mattress someone had dragged out there at some point, and a plastic milk crate that had clearly been used as a makeshift table. If you asked them what they did out there, they would roll their eyes and say, "Nothing, man, we hang out." If you pushed, somebody would smirk and say, "We play games." That was where the other name came in, Corpse Hold. Where I'm from, stories don't start on the internet. They start in parking lots, on buses, in the locker room after practice. They pass from mouth to mouth, changing a little each time, picking up details and losing others. I heard about Corpse Hold in pieces. You got to wait till after midnight. You have to go out there when there's no moon. You have to go alone. No, you need someone on the bank to count for you. That's the whole point. Everybody agreed on one thing. It had to be that pond. The drainage pond behind the Dollar General. The rules, as they eventually settled in my head, went like this. You walk out to the pond after dark. Not sunset, not early evening, full dark. When even the neon at the diner has gone dark and the only light in town is from the Walmart sign and the scoreboard no one uses in summer. You make your way around the bank until you reach the spot where the water suddenly gets deep. People said you'd know it because the ground just drops. One step you're in, water up to your knees. The next step you're trying not to go under. You wade in, straight ahead, until your feet can't find the bottom. Then you dive. The water down there is black. Not dark, not murky, black. Your eyes are open, but it doesn't matter. You go by feel. You swim down, hands reaching into the cold until you touch something that isn't mud, rock, or weed. You touch a body. You find bone under your fingers, ribs, a spine, a skull, maybe cloth clinging to it, maybe not, maybe hair. The way people told it, you always knew when you'd found it, because your stomach would try to crawl up into your throat. Then you hold on, both hands, wrapped around whatever you grabbed first. You clutch that thing tight, and you stay there, in the dark, lungs burning, mind screaming, for a full minute, 60 seconds, while somebody on the bank counts for you out loud, while whatever you're holding does, whatever it does. If you make it back up without letting go, the story says, good things happen to you. Your luck changes. The universe tilts in your favor. If you let go before the minute is up, if you panic, if you can't take it, if you swim for the surface and leave that body behind, that's when whoever was telling the story would shrug and say, "You don't want to be that guy," and change the subject. We were 12, 13, too young to drink, too young to drive, too old to be scared of the dark in the way little kids are. Corpse Hold sat in our heads like a dare no one had actually issued yet, but everybody could feel coming. Cody and I would argue about it while we pedaled lazy circles in the parking lot, our BMX tires squeaking over faded white lines. "It's bullshit," Cody would say, breathless, glasses sliding down his nose. "There's no corpse. It's probably like shopping carts or something down there. Or old tires." "Then why do they all tell the same story?" I'd ask. "Because they're bored. Because they don't want us hanging around when they're drinking out there." He was probably right. He usually was. But then there was Kenny. The year before, when the heat hung over town like a damp blanket and the air conditioners never got a break. Kenny had gone missing one night, and turned up dead 2 days later. No official story said pond behind Dollar General. No article in the tiny local paper spelled it out. It was a body found in a waterway on the outskirts of town. It was no foul play suspected. It was a tragic accident. It was in the way people flinched when you said swim and night in the same sentence. It was in the way one of the older boys, face gone pale, said in the locker room, "He didn't hold on," before someone elbowed him hard enough to shut him up. For a while, I could almost believe it was all just scared kids and bored teenagers, making myths to sit around and feel big in the dark. Then there was the afternoon at the diner. It was a Sunday after church. Mom liked to treat herself to a plate of eggs and hash browns at the one place in town that passed for a sit-down restaurant. The neon in the front window said open 24 hours, but it was half burned out, so it looked more like OP2HURS. The place smelled like coffee, bacon grease soaked into the walls, and syrup. The vinyl booths were cracked, patched with duct tape. Ceiling fans pushed warm air around without really cooling anything. We sat in our usual booth near the back, where Mom could see the door, and I could see the little TV bolted in the corner playing the weather with no sound. In the booth behind us, 2 old men sat facing each other over coffee cups that looked like they had been refilled one too many times. They had that retired look, caps with tractor logos, skin like crumpled paper from years of sun and cigarettes. I was half listening, half drawing little skulls in the condensation on my water glass, when a phrase floated back clear enough to cut through the clink of forks and low talk. "Should have never dug that pond there," one of them said. The other snorted. "County'll do what the county does." I'm not talking about runoff. I'm talking about what was already in that ground. My daddy told me, said that land used to have a well on it. People throwing things down there they didn't want to look at no more. Things that ought to have stayed buried. The second man went quiet. Silverware clinked somewhere up front. Someone laughed. A plate hit the pass-through with a dull ceramic thud. "They covered it over," the first man went on, lower now. "Filled it in, dug their nice little retention pond. But water's water. It finds a way. Can't just build a Walmart on top of a curse and call it infrastructure." "Don't say curse in here," the other muttered. "Preacher's in the corner." They both laughed then, that dry old man chuckle, and the conversation drifted on to the price of diesel and someone's grandson's football stats. I stared at the wet ring my glass had left on the table. A well. Things thrown down because people didn't want to see them again. Things that should have stayed buried. I didn't know the rules of corpse hold by heart yet. I didn't know how the water would feel closing over my head, or how bone would feel under my hands. I didn't know I'd be counting my life in knocks at 3:13 a.m. But I knew, sitting there in that vinyl booth with my shoes sticking slightly to the floor and my mother stirring sugar into her coffee, that the pond behind the Dollar General was not just a place bored teenagers went to drink. Something was there before the county arrived with their backhoes and their permits. Corpse Hold was not a game someone made up. It was a story wrapped around a hole in the world. 1.3. The first dare. Setting up the bet. By the time I was 13, my world had narrowed down to a few key locations: the trailer, the school, the nursing home break room, and the high school baseball field. Friday nights in that town didn't always mean football. Sometimes it was baseball under the lights, cheap hot dogs, and parents trying to pretend they weren't living the same Friday night over and over again. This particular Friday night was in late July, when the heat doesn't really let go. It just gets darker. The game had ended an hour earlier. The stands had emptied out. The concession stand shutters had rolled down with a clatter, and the parking lot lights had gone from bright to a kind of tired yellow. Someone had turned off the stadium lights, and the sudden darkness had made everyone gasp before their eyes adjusted. We stayed. Me and Cody sat halfway up the metal bleachers on the home side, legs dangling, sneakers squeaking on the aluminum. The metal still held some of the day's heat. It seeped through my jeans into the backs of my thighs. Fireflies blinked lazily over the outfield, drifting up from the uncut grass beyond the fence. You could hear the last few cars pulling out, gravel popping under tires, doors slamming. After that, it was just crickets, the faint hum of the highway and the cooling ping-ping of the metal light fixtures as they adjusted to the night air. Behind us, higher up in the bleachers, were the guys who were too cool to go home when the game ended. Brent sat on the top row like he owned it. He was the kind of kid people assumed would peak in high school and somehow managed to make that true. Letterman jacket in the fall, baseball jersey in the spring, always a crowd around him. That night, he wore a faded team t-shirt and an old baseball cap turned backward. His Marlboro hung loose between two fingers, the ember flaring orange every time he took a drag. The smoke curled around him like it knew better than to drift into his face. Tyler was there too, long legs stuck out in front of him, boots resting on the row below, a Bud Light can balanced on his knee. Two other guys I only kind of knew, Justin and Mark, rounded out the circle, all of them in variations of the same uniform. Worn jeans, dirty sneakers, and the kind of confidence you only get from being the unchallenged kings of a very small hill. Every time one of them finished a beer, they lobbed the empty can toward the metal trash barrel at the bottom of the bleachers. When the can hit right, it made a hollow clang that echoed around the empty stadium, weirdly loud in the open. Cody sat to my left, hunched a little, elbows on his knees. He was shorter than me, glasses perpetually smudged, hair that refused to do anything other than stick up in random directions. He had a face that made adults call him kiddo, long past the point where it felt respectful. Right then, his mouth was pulled tight in the way it did when he was nervous and trying not to show it. We weren't really part of Brent's group. We were very clearly the freshmen orbiting the upperclassmen, invited to sit nearby because they needed an audience, not because they needed us. "Hey, Matt," Brent called down, voice easy, mocking without sounding harsh. "You ever done it?" I pretended I didn't hear. You learn to do that when you're used to being the punchline. "Done what?" I asked, after a beat I hoped wasn't too long. He flicked ash off to the side, watched it fall through the gaps in the bleachers. "Corpse hold," he said, like the words were something heavy he could casually toss at me. "You know, the game, at the pond." Cody shifted beside me. I felt rather than saw him turn his head slightly, like he wanted to be sure he'd heard right. I snorted. "Yeah, sure. Every night after dinner. Right after my mom reads me a bedtime story." The guys above us laughed, but it was the kind of laugh that stung. Tyler actually clapped once, a slow, sarcastic smack of his palm against his thigh. "That a no?" Brent asked. "I don't go swim in county sewer water, man," I said. "I'm poor, but I'm not that bored." That got another round of laughs, slightly less sharp. Brent leaned forward then, resting his forearms on his knees, cigarette between two fingers, hand hanging loose. In the dim light from the parking lot, I could see the outline of his jaw, the glint of his eyes. "So you've never done it," he said, more statement than question. I shrugged. "Have you?" Tyler made a low, ooh sound under his breath. One of the others muttered, Careful, man. Brent's smile didn't change, but something behind it did. For a second, his eyes went flat, like I'd poked a bruise. Maybe I have, he said. Maybe I haven't. That's not how this works. How does it work then? I asked, because I was 13 and stupid and more afraid of sounding scared than I was of anything else. He stood up, stretching his back until it popped, and started coming down the bleachers, boots ringing against the metal. When he reached our row, he dropped down beside me, close enough that I could smell the Marlboro on his breath and the cheap cologne he probably stole off his dad's dresser. He reached into the back pocket of his jeans and pulled out his wallet. It was overstuffed and cracked along the fold. He dug inside and pulled out a little wad of bills held together with a rubber band. He snapped the band off with a flick, the sound sharp in the quiet. "Here," he said. Even in the low light, I could see the green. Not just ones, 20s. A lot of them, at least to my eyes. He held the stack loosely between two fingers, letting his hand hang over the empty space between the rows. The money fluttered slightly in the night air. "You go out there tonight," he said. "You go in, you find him, you hold on, you come back up. This is yours." I stared at it. My brain did the math without meaning to. Rent, electric bill, groceries that weren't instant noodles and whatever was on sale at the dented can aisle. Maybe fixing the transmission on Mom's car so it didn't die every time she tried to get up the hill to the nursing home. "You're full of it," I said, but my voice sounded thin even to me. He laughed. "You think I'm carrying this around to flex? Take it. Count it. It's real." I didn't touch it, but just knowing it was there made my heartbeat pick up, a heavy thud in my chest. "And that's not it," Brent added. He hooked his thumb over his shoulder toward the parking lot. "You see that Silverado out there?" he asked. 2003, rust on the wheel wells, tape on the taillight? "Yeah," I said. Everyone in town knew that truck. It was loud, drank gas like water, and Brent drove it like he'd stolen it. Which he basically had, in the sense that his dad never saw it once the keys hit his hand. "Soon as I graduate," he said, "I'm done with this place. I'm buying something better. My old man said I can do whatever I want with that heap. I'll sign the title over to you if you do corpse hold tonight." He said it casually, like he was offering me a soda. The words hit like a punch. Owning a vehicle was more than having a way to get to school or work. It was a way out. Out of the trailer park, out of the town, out of the exact same narrow life my mother was clawing through one night shift at a time. I could almost feel the worn steering wheel under my hands, smell the stale smoke in the upholstery, hear the rattle of something loose in the glove compartment. Somewhere under all that, I knew this was ridiculous. I knew he was probably high, or drunk, or both, and that even if he meant it, there were a million ways it could fall through. But when you're poor, maybe starts to sound a lot like promise. Behind me, someone crushed a Bud Light can in one hand and tossed it toward the barrel. It hit the rim and bounced in with a ringing clang that echoed around the empty field. "Man, don't," Cody said quietly, close to my ear. "We don't have to do this." His voice had that tight, high quality it got when he was scared. I'd heard it before on roller coasters, in haunted houses. The time we got chased off a private property by a guy with a shotgun who fired into the air just to make a point. Cody's instinct was self-preservation. It's probably why, in a different version of our lives, he would have made it further than me. I didn't look at him. I was looking at Brent and at the other guys behind him. They weren't laughing anymore. They were watching. Tyler had his elbows on his knees, beer can dangling from his fingers, eyes half-lidded but focused. Justin chewed on his thumbnail, gaze flicking from Brent to me and back. Mark had his arms folded across his chest, jaw tight, like he already knew how this was going to go. There was something else in the way they were looking at me, too. Not just the usual amusement you got when you were the freshman punching above your weight. There was a kind of quiet anticipation, like they were standing at the edge of something and waiting to see if I'd fall. Cody's whisper came again, more urgent. "Matt, hey, we don't have to prove anything." He was wrong. At least that's how it felt. Middle school had not been kind. My last name is Matthews, and it didn't take long for some genius to turn Matt into doormat. Matt the mat, the thing you wipe your shoes on, the kid you knock books out of the hands of, the kid you shoulder check into lockers, the kid you use to get a laugh in the cafeteria. I had told myself high school would be different. New building, new classes, new me. But kids don't change that fast, and neither do the hierarchies they build. I was tired of hearing my own name as a joke. I was tired of going home with the taste of humiliation in my mouth. A cold part of me knew that saying no would mean 90 seconds of discomfort tonight, and years of being known as the kid who chickened out. Saying yes might mean something else, something worse, something I couldn't quite picture, which made it easier to ignore. Brent twitched the stack of 20s once, a little wave that made the edges flare. "Well," he asked, "you in? Or are we gonna go find someone with actual balls?" The words hung between us, as heavy as the humid night air. I could feel Cody looking at me now. Not just the older guys. I could feel the weight of his fear and his hope, both leaning toward me, waiting to see which I would choose. My throat was dry. When I spoke, my voice didn't sound like mine. It sounded like somebody older, somebody braver, somebody I wanted to be. "I'll do it," I said. The air changed. People talk about shifts in the room, like it's some metaphor. This wasn't metaphor. The metal under me seemed to hum. The fireflies over the field blinked out all at once, then came back. The cricket's song stuttered like someone had turned the volume knob down and then up again too fast. Behind us, the empty stadium stretched away, rows of seats lit by nothing but the glow from the parking lot. For a heartbeat, I had the insane feeling that the whole place was leaning forward, bleachers and all, listening. Brent's smile widened, teeth flashing in the dim light. "That's what I'm talking about," he said, clapping a hand down on my shoulder so hard it made me sway. "Knew you weren't a total waste of space." The words were praise, but the pressure of his fingers felt like a grip, like he was passing something from his hand to mine. He shoved the wad of bills into my hoodie pocket. The rubber band bit into my knuckles for a second, before snapping back around the stack. "Half an hour," he said. "We'll meet you at the pond. Don't be late." He stood up, motioned to Tyler and the others. They filed down the bleachers, boots ringing against metal, voices low. Tin can clanged again as someone tossed another empty into the barrel on their way out. Cody stayed seated. "We can still bail," he whispered. "We just don't show up. They'll get bored. They'll find somebody else." I watched Brent's back as he walked across the field toward the parking lot, the shadows swallowing him up past the dugout. The Silverado's headlights flared a minute later, washing the bleachers in harsh white for a second before swinging away. We were left in the blue-gray afterglow, fireflies blinking back on in the weeds. My hand closed around the money in my pocket. I could feel my pulse in my palm. That was it, I said quietly, more to myself than to Cody. We're doing this. He sighed, a small, defeated sound. Years later, lying awake at 3:13 a.m., with my heart pounding and the echo of a knock fading from the underside of my bed, I would think about that moment on the bleachers. The heat, the crickets, the taste of metal in the air. It felt, looking back, like shaking hands with someone I couldn't see yet. 2.1. Sneaking out in the ride. By the time I got home that night, the trailer park had already curled in on itself for the evening. It was around 11:30. The air had that swampy end-of-July heaviness that makes your shirt stick to your back the second you step outside. The sky over the highway was a dull orange smear from the streetlights and the Walmart sign. But back here, among the rows of single wides and patchy grass, it was mostly just dark. TV light pulsed behind thin curtains as I cut between trailers. Blues and greens and sickly yellows flickered in rectangles, like little aquariums full of other people's lives. The sound bled out in bits. Laughter from a sitcom, somebody shouting on a game show, the rising music of a commercial. Somewhere, a baby cried and was shushed. Somewhere else, a man coughed, deep and wet. The air smelled like old cigarette smoke, spilled beer, and cooking oil that should have been changed 3 days ago. The Mexican restaurant on the corner had closed an hour earlier, but the scent of fried tortillas and grilled meat still hung low over the gravel. A dog barked in a fenced yard down by the dumpsters, high and frantic, then went silent. Our trailer sat near the back, close enough to the chain-link fence that you could grab it if you leaned out the bedroom window. The porch light was off, but the neighbor's bug zapper 2 doors down cast a faint blue-purple glow over our short set of steps. Moths bumped into it with little tuss noises. Tiny pops of light followed by the soft, peppering sound of their bodies hitting the plastic casing. Through the thin curtain of our front window, I could see the flicker of our old box TV. Mom always left something on when she had to work nights, even if she wasn't there to watch it. She said it made the place feel less empty when I came home from school. Tonight, though, I knew she wasn't on the couch. Her shoes told me where she'd been. Right inside the door, next to the mat, sat her white nurse sneakers. One on its side, one upright, laces loose. They still had nursing home dust on them, that gray mixture of talc and floor cleaner. Next to them was her lunch bag, half unzipped, a Diet Coke can peeking out. I eased the door open slowly, wincing at the familiar squeak in the hinges. Inside, the living room was lit only by the TV, turned down low. Late-night infomercial. Smiling people with perfect teeth held up blenders and miracle mops in colors that didn't exist anywhere else in nature. The clock on the VCR blinked 12 o'clock at me, even though it hadn't been midnight for years. It never stayed set. Every time the power hiccuped, it forgot what time it was, and Mom always said she'd fix it when she had a day off. She never did. Down the narrow hallway, the door to her room was half open. I could hear her breathing, a soft, steady rise and fall. The sound of a person who had spent the last 12 hours on their feet and had finally dropped. Her scrubs hung on the back of a chair, a faded purple set with little cartoon stethoscopes printed on it. On the floor beside the bed was the paperback she'd been reading, face down, spine already cracked past saving. I stood there for a second, looking at her shoes, then at the shadowed gap of her doorway. Guilt pricked at the back of my neck like a row of tiny pins. She had no idea where I was about to go. If I woke her up and told her, she would say no. Not in a "we'll talk about it later" way. Not in a "maybe when you're older" way. In a hard, flat, final way, that would end the conversation and probably result in me being grounded until I was 30. I told myself I was sparing her that stress, that knowing wouldn't help her, it would only make her worry, and she worried plenty already. That was the story I'd go on telling myself for a long time. On the kitchen counter, next to the microwave that only worked if you smacked it twice on the side, I grabbed a sticky note and a pen. In my uneven teenage scrawl, I wrote, "At Cody's, back later, M." I stuck the note where she'd see it in the morning, right on the coffee maker. The yellow paper looked too bright in the dim kitchen, like a warning flag I was ignoring. My heart was beating too fast for how little I'd actually done. My hands shook a little when I slid my sneakers back on, fingers fumbling with the laces. The trailer felt too quiet, like it was listening. At the door, I paused, hand on the knob, and looked back over my shoulder. Mom's room was still. The TV murmured about 3 easy payments of $19.99. The fridge rattled briefly, then settled. Outside, a train moaned in the distance, the sound rolling over the park like a low tide. "I'll be fine," I whispered, to no one in particular. I eased the door open and stepped out, closing it behind me as slowly as I could. When the latch finally clicked into place, the sound seemed unnaturally loud, a tiny gunshot in the sleeping park. My heart jumped like I'd been caught. I waited, breath held, half expecting Mom to fling the door back open, eyes bleary, asking where the hell I thought I was going. Nothing happened. A moth kamikazed into the bug zapper, flared, and went dark. The dog down the hill resumed barking at something only it could see. I walked. The gravel of the park's main lane crunched under my sneakers, louder than it ever had in daylight. The trailers loomed on either side, their narrow windows blank or glowing with TV light. As I neared the exit, I could hear Route 65 more clearly. Trucks gearing down, a motorcycle screaming past, the whoosh of passing cars. At the end of the lane, just beyond the rusted mailboxes and a soda machine with out of order duct taped over the front, Brent's Silverado idled under the streetlight. The truck looked older up close. The paint was more faded, a dull red scuffed down to gray in places. Rust had chewed a ragged pattern around the wheel wells. The muffler rattled just enough to make the whole rear end vibrate. The headlights were off, but the parking lights glowed orange, throwing just enough light to turn the interior into a shadow puppet show. Brent sat behind the wheel, one arm draped over it, the other hanging out the open window with a cigarette between his fingers. The end flared when he took a drag, showing a slice of his face, jaw clenched, eyes hooded. Tyler was in the passenger seat, a dark shape shifting in the shadows, the silver flash of a beer can catching the light when he tilted it. Cody sat in the back, behind the driver's seat, pressed up against the door. He had his hoodie zipped up despite the heat, hands in the pockets, head ducked slightly like he was trying to make himself smaller. When I walked into the cone of orange light, Brent flicked the cigarette butt out the window. It traced a brief arc of red before landing on the gravel and going dark. "Look who made it," he said, grinning. He reached across and popped the passenger side door open. It creaked, the interior light flaring sickly yellow for a second before it, too, faded back to dark. "Get in, Matt the Mat," Tyler said, laughing. But the insult didn't have the usual bite. There was something else under it. Curiosity, maybe. Mean excitement. I climbed into the back next to Cody. The vinyl seat was cracked, duct tape holding one of the splits closed. It stuck slightly to the backs of my legs. The air inside the cab was a hot, stale mix of sweat, beer, Marlboro smoke, and the faint, sweet reek of spilled gas that had soaked into the floor mats. The door thunked shut behind me, cutting off the sounds of the park. For a second, all I could hear was the engine's low rumble and the buzz of the streetlight outside. "You sure about this?" Cody murmured, not looking at me. He was staring straight ahead, watching Brent's hands on the steering wheel. "Nope," I said, because it seemed like the only honest answer. "Now scoot over." He did, just enough that our shoulders weren't touching. I could see our reflections faintly in the side window, a blur of shapes, two pale faces, the faint orange glow of the dashboard lights painting hollows under our eyes. Tyler took a last swallow from his beer and casually tossed the empty can out the window. It clattered onto the asphalt, rolled, and then settled against the curb with a metallic rattle that made my teeth itch. "Real classy," I said. He snorted. "You think the world's still going to be here to care about littering after tonight?" He might have meant it as a joke. It didn't feel like one. Brent put the truck in gear. The engine growled, the whole cab vibrating around us. Gravel popped under the tires as we pulled out of the park onto the access road. We rolled past the Mexican place, now completely dark, the scent of grease lingering. Past the pawn shop with its barred windows and red LED sign that said cash for gold. Past the used car lot with strings of faded plastic flags fluttering in the weak night breeze, slapping softly against each other like whispers. Main Street was mostly empty. The traffic lights had switched over to flashing red, blinking patiently at intersections where no one came. The nail salon with the Vietnamese lettering on the windows was dark, the posters of smiling women with impossible nails staring out into nothing. The diner's neon sign, the one that promised open 24 hours, was off now. In the dark, you could see where the glass tubes were chipped, where the bugs had died between the plastic and the light. We were the only vehicle moving. Our headlights carved a tunnel through the quiet, bugs streaking through the beams like tiny comets. As we turned off Main and headed toward the Walmart, Brent reached forward and killed the radio. The country song that had been droning in the background, something about heartbreak and beer, cut off mid-verse. The sudden silence inside the truck was almost physical. The only sounds were the engine and the faint rattle of something loose somewhere in the dash. Outside, the night pressed in, thick and close. We passed the Walmart lot, mostly empty except for a few cars parked under the farthest lights and a cluster of 18-wheelers lined up along the back. Their engines idled, a low, constant rumble like distant thunder. The Dollar General sat beside it, a squat, ugly box with its yellow sign gone dim for the night. The windows were black. The automatic doors shut tight. Brent turned in behind it, onto the narrow strip of asphalt that delivery trucks used. The regular world, the aisles, the checkout lanes, the place where people bought paper towels and off-brand cereal, vanished behind us as we slid into the alley. The pavement ended faster than I expected. 1 minute the ride was relatively smooth. The next, the front wheels dropped onto gravel with a noticeable jolt. The headlights caught the rocks and dirt, making the ground ahead of us look like the surface of some dead planet. Dust kicked up with every bump, swirling in the beams in thick, ghostly clouds before trailing away behind us. Gravel scraped and hissed under the tires, a steady shh that vibrated up through the floor. Somewhere beneath my feet, empty bottles rattled in rhythm with the bumps. Tyler's boot knocked against an abandoned can, sending it rolling back and forth along the floorboard with a hollow, tinny rattle, rattle, rattle. The further we got from the last parking lot light, the more the outside sounds changed. The hum of the highway faded. The crickets grew louder. Some other insect added a higher, more frantic whine, thin as a razor. "You guys hear that?" I asked before I could stop myself. "What?" Brent said. I almost said nothing, but the word died in my throat. Then the Silverado's engine dropped to an idle as he took his foot off the gas, and the difference was suddenly clear. The insect noise, a constant thick blanket of sound a second ago, had thinned. The closer we got, the less they sang, until there were strange little pockets of silence between the calls. It was like the night was making room for something. We rounded a gentle curve where the gravel path dropped slightly, and I knew we were close even before the pond came into view. The air shifted, cooler and heavier, carrying a damp smell that cut right through the dust and the truck's exhaust. Brent eased the truck to a stop near the edge of the clearing, the headlights washing over a mess of cattails and scrub trees, then the flat, lightless surface of the water beyond. The engine idled for a moment, ticking over rough, then Brent cut it off. The truck went quiet in stages. First, the vibration dropped away from the steering wheel and the floor. Then the engine noise shrank down to a few fading clicks as the metal cooled. The dashboard lights dimmed, leaving us in a muted orange glow. And then he turned the key all the way back, and everything died. The headlights snapped off, plunging us into almost total darkness. The dash lights went out. The faint whir of the AC fan stopped. For a heartbeat, it felt like the world had paused. Outside, the insects had gone silent. No frogs, no crickets, no high whining buzz, just the faint tick of the cooling engine and our own breathing inside the cab. It shouldn't have been that quiet. Even in the dead of night, even out here, there was always something making noise. A car on the highway, a dog barking, a breeze in the grass. Instead, there was a kind of blank space, like a recording where someone had edited out all the background noise and left nothing but room for something else to be heard. That was when I heard it, a small, wet sound from somewhere just beyond the reach of the truck. Bloop. Not loud, not dramatic, just a soft, round note like someone had dropped a stone into a still pool. A single bubble breaking the surface. Nobody moved. I don't think any of us breathed. "Did you?" I started. "Shut up," Tyler whispered, in a voice I had never heard from him before. There was nothing cocky in it, just tight, thin fear. We sat there in the dark, 4 boys in a rusting Silverado, heartbeats thudding in 4 chests, listening to the pond settle back into stillness. It was the kind of sound you might ignore if you'd already been out here 100 times. You'd say it was a fish, or a frog, or a turtle coming up for air. But none of us had even opened our doors yet. Nothing we'd done had disturbed the water. That little bloop felt like a drop of ink falling into clear water. Small, but spreading, staining everything around it. It sounded less like something falling in, and more like something surfacing. 2.2. The pond at night. First glimpse of something wrong. Brent cracked his door first. The creak of the hinges sounded too loud after that soft little bloop from the dark. "Let's go," he said, like we were just getting out to grab food somewhere, not stepping towards something all of us were trying very hard not to name. The night air that rushed into the cab was cooler than it had any right to be in July. It smelled different out here too. Less like hot asphalt and exhaust, more like wet dirt and something stale underneath it. I climbed out slowly, boots crunching on the gravel. Cody followed me, closing his door a little too carefully, as if slamming it might wake something up. In the dark, my eyes adjusted just enough to make out the rough line of the pond beyond the truck. It was a darker patch of dark, a flat black shape surrounded by the vague suggestion of reeds and trees. Brent popped the tailgate with a dull thunk. The sound rolled across the clearing, bounced off the water, and came back thinner. He hauled a medium-sized plastic cooler out of the truck bed and let it drop onto the ground. The ice inside shifted with a hollow, grinding sound, cans knocking together in a muffled rattle. "You brought a cooler?" I asked, because focusing on normal details felt safer than focusing on the giant piece of darkness in front of us. He shrugged. "Figured we'd want something after. Or before, if you decide you need courage." Tyler hopped down from the passenger side, his boots hitting the dirt with a solid thud. He flicked a lighter, the tiny flame briefly painting his face in orange and shadow, then cupped it against the wind to light a cigarette. The tip glowed, a small, angry coal in the dark. The other two guys, Justin and Mark, moved around the truck more casually than I thought possible. They laughed low at something I didn't catch, shoulders hunched, their breath visible in quick little puffs, even though it wasn't cold enough for that. Maybe it was just my imagination. We started toward the water. The ground sloped down gently, gravel giving way to packed dirt, and then to a thin strip of grass that crunched under our feet. My eyes adjusted more with every step. Shapes sharpened, the jagged line of cattails, the crooked silhouette of a half-fallen tree leaning over the bank, the reflection of the night sky in the water, dull and distorted. Up close, the pond looked less like water and more like a sheet of black plastic stretched tight over a hole in the world. The surface was so still it didn't seem real. Every now and then, some small thing would touch it. A bug, a leaf drifting down from the scrub trees, and the tiniest ripple would spread outward, distorting the cattail's thin reflections. The smell hit harder at the edge, mud, thick and cloying, with that sour green stink of algae that had been baking in the sun all day. Under that, fainter but there if you breathed in too deep, was a sweet note that didn't belong, like overripe fruit or meat left out too long. The kind of smell that made your brain say, quietly, "Something is breaking down here." Brent flipped open the cooler. The lid squealed on its hinges. Inside, cans glinted in the flashlight beam he finally clicked on. A cheap plastic thing with a harsh white LED that cut across the dark like a strip of hospital light. He grabbed a beer, popped the tab with a sharp psst, and took a long swallow. The sound of him drinking, throat working, was weirdly loud. "Anyone else?" he asked, offering the open cooler. Tyler grabbed one. Justin took another, balanced it on his palm and spun it once, the aluminum flashing. Mark shook his head. Cody didn't move. He stood back from the group by a couple of feet, hands jammed in the kangaroo pocket of his hoodie, shoulders up like he was trying to hide his neck. Brent noticed. His mouth twitched, but for once he let it go. "Suit yourselves," he said, dropping the lid with a hollow clap. The flashlight beam swung out over the water. Bugs immediately zeroed in on it, hurling themselves into the light. They flew in wild, erratic patterns, wings buzzing, bodies ticking softly against the plastic casing. Beyond that cone of light, the pond swallowed everything. The cattails lining the bank were just darker streaks against the dark, their tops nodding gently in a wind I couldn't feel. Their reflections in the water were long, black smears, like cracks in the surface. To our left, near where the bank dipped down to the spot everyone said was the deep part, an old tree had fallen years ago and never been cut up properly. Its trunk lay at an angle, half of it still attached to the stump. the other half stretching out over the water like an arm reaching towards something. The bark was scarred and peeling, pale wood showing through in patches where the weather had eaten it away. As Brent's flashlight passed over it, the light caught on something carved into the exposed wood. Rough letters, gouged in with a pocket knife or a key. Dan plus Liz 2012, Mike 2013. And then, faint but clear, one set of letters that had been hacked over. It looked like someone had tried to scratch them out, cutting deeper and deeper until the wood splintered, but you could still read them if you looked. Kenny 201. The last number had been carved so deep the wood was torn away there, leaving a jagged hole. My stomach dipped like I'd stepped off an invisible curb. Someone, maybe Kenny, maybe someone else, had stood right here, feet planted in this mud, and pressed those letters into the tree with enough force to cut skin if their hand slipped. Sat long enough for the year to be worth memorializing. Then, later, someone else had tried to erase him. It hadn't worked. Brent's light moved on, down to the ground at our feet. In the harsh white glare, the dirt and grass near the edge of the pond came into horrible clarity. Crushed beer cans, half buried in the mud, their labels peeled and faded. A piece of blue rope, frayed at one end, knotted at the other, lying in a loose spiral like it had just been dropped. A cheap plastic lighter with someone's teeth marks dug into the side. And, a little farther down the bank, near a clump of cattails, a single child's shoe. It was small, red, or it had been once before the color leached out. Velcro straps. Cartoon character mostly rubbed off the side. It lay on its side, half filled with mud and sprouting a patch of moss on the toe. A strand of green algae clung to the heel like a tail. No matching shoe anywhere in sight. Damn, Justin said under his breath. People really just leave their crap everywhere, huh? He said it like a joke, but his voice lacked its usual edge. I stared at the shoe until the flashlight beam jerked away. It took a conscious effort to shut the picture down in my head. Some kid hopping on one foot, the other sock wet and bare, looking back at the pond and then away, deciding whether it was worth going back to find it. The longer I stood there, the more it felt like the pond collected anything that slipped loose from the rest of the town. Trash, smoke, stories, people. The others didn't seem to feel that pull, or if they did, they refused to show it. Brent took another drag off his cigarette, exhaled a thin stream of smoke that the night air barely moved. Tyler belched quietly, crushed his empty Bud Light can in his hand, and lobbed it lazily toward the shadow of the fallen tree. It hit the trunk with a dull thunk and bounced, disappearing into the cattails. "Anyway," Tyler said, shaking out his hand like the throw had taken effort. "Remember Josh, from over in Dover? He did it last summer." "Bullshit," Mark said, finally speaking up. His voice was deeper than I expected in the dark. "Josh lies about everything. Dude says his uncle owns half of Hot Springs." "I'm serious," Tyler insisted. "He went in, night before school started. His cousin counted for him. Said he came up blue, puked pond water for like an hour. But he did it." Brent made a non-committal noise, somewhere between yes and no. "So what, now he's lucky?" I asked, partly mocking, partly eager in a way that made me hate myself. "Dude's got a Mustang," Tyler said immediately. "Like a real one, black, loud as hell. His dad cannot afford that. His dad works at the feed store. Where do you think that came from?" "Maybe his dad sold his soul to the bank," Cody muttered from behind me. It was meant as a joke, but his voice cracked on the last word. Tyler snorted. "Man, maybe he did. Maybe he didn't have to. He nudged a pebble with the toe of his boot, watched it skitter toward the water. "This guy I know," he started again, and I realized we were in that part of the night where the stories stack on top of each other, each one daring the next to be more outrageous. He launched into it. Some cousin's friend's brother who'd done corpse hold and gone on to win a big settlement after a car accident. Some girl who'd played and then never had to work a real job again. The usual scaffolding of an urban legend. Names blurred, details swapped, a lot of "I heard" and "they say," and not a lot of specifics. While he talked, the flashlight beam kept sweeping up and down, side to side, over our shoes, over the water, over the clutter on the bank. Each pass showed me the same set of details, but my brain kept finding ways to make them worse. A stick half buried in the mud looked like a wrist. A clump of algae trailing from a rock looked like hair. The reflection of the broken tree on the water looked, just for a second, like someone crawling out. Justin bent down, picked up a rock the size of his fist, weighed it in his palm like he was at batting practice. Tyler's story was reaching one of those points where he clearly thought he was being very scary. And he said when he was down there, it wasn't just a body. It was like it knew he was there. Like it... Justin cut him off by tossing the rock out over the pond. It sailed through the dark, a brief, solid shape, and then disappeared. The sound of it hitting the water was bigger than I expected. Plunk. The surface exploded in a circle. Ripples rolled out from the impact point. Rings inside rings, catching the flashlight's beam as they spread. For a few seconds, all of us watched that spot. The ripples widened, hit the cattails, and bounced back in distorted lines. Then the water went still again, settling back into its heavy, black calm. "What the hell, man?" Brent said, annoyed. "You trying to scare him off before he even gets in?" "What?" Justin shrugged. "Just seeing how deep it is." "You know how deep it is," Brent snapped. "That's the point." Silence fell after that. Even Tyler shut up, his story dangling mid-sentence, whatever punchline he'd been building toward dying in his throat. Somewhere far off, a truck shifted gears. The sound drifted to us and then away. The flashlight buzzed faintly in Brent's hand, the cheap electronics inside humming. In that quiet, a sound reached us that didn't belong. Soft at first, faint enough that if there'd been any other noise, we would have missed it, a little hiccup of laughter. It sounded like it came from across the pond. Not from any of us, not from the edge where we stood, but from the other side, out of that thick black band of cattails and shadow. It was a short sound, just the end of a giggle cut off quick, like someone had clapped a hand over their own mouth. The tone was wrong. It had the bright, tinny edge of a child's laugh, the kind you'd hear on a playground. But there was something stretched about it, like it had been pulled through a bad speaker, warped by distance and something else. The little hairs on my arms stood up. Every part of me went cold. I felt, more than saw, Cody flinch beside me. He sucked in a breath between his teeth. "Not funny," he whispered. "I didn't do shit," Tyler hissed back. "I wasn't talking to you," Cody said. I turned my head slowly, eyes scanning the faces around me. Brent was staring across the water, jaw tight, the cigarette forgotten between his fingers, ash hanging off it in a fragile, glowing column. Justin's mouth was slightly open, like he'd been about to make a joke and thought better of it. Mark's eyes were wide, whites showing in the flashlight's spill. None of their mouths were shaped like laughing mouths. "Y'all heard that, right?" I asked, voice low. No one answered. Out over the pond, the cattails moved a little, leaves whispering against each other. The water stayed flat. The sound didn't come again. It might have been a bird, some weird frog, echo playing tricks. That's what I tried to tell myself. That's what I still try to tell myself now. But standing there, with the smell of mud and rot in my nose, the taste of metal in the back of my throat, and the weight of 4 other boys' fear pressing in on me, it felt like something on the other side of that pond had just realized we were here, and it was pleased. Looking back, if I had to pick a moment when the whole thing crossed from rumor into something else, it wouldn't be when I went under the water. It wouldn't even be when my hands found what was waiting for me down there. It would be right then. That tiny, warped laugh breaking the silence. That was the first time I wondered if we were the ones watching the pond, or if the pond had been watching us the whole time. 2.3. The rules are not just a game. We stood there for a while, all of us facing the water like it was some kind of stage, and we were waiting for the show to start. No one mentioned the laugh. No one said, "What the hell was that?" Or, "Maybe we should go." That would have made it real. Instead, Brent cleared his throat, took one last drag off his cigarette, and flicked it toward the mud. The ember traced a brief arc and vanished with a faint hiss I didn't like. He turned to me. "Okay," he said, voice flatter than before. "Here's how this works." Something shifted in him as he spoke. The joking tone dropped away. This wasn't the Brent who skipped class and made fun of teachers. This was the Brent who knew something I didn't and had decided finally to act like it. "You go in from here." He pointed to a stretch of bank just to the right of the fallen tree. The dirt was already churned up with old footprints and slides where others had gone in and out. "You walk straight out until you feel the drop-off." "How far is that?" I asked, stalling. He shrugged. 10, 12 feet. You'll know. It just disappears." "Comforting," I muttered. Brent ignored me. "When your feet come off the bottom, you don't turn around," he said. "You don't drift. You dive straight down. No messing around up top. No getting used to the water." He let the flashlight beam slide out over the dark surface as he talked. Little sheets of scum snapped and reformed wherever the light touched, like something flinching away. "You swim down until you hit him," he continued. "It's not rocks. It's not sticks. You'll know when you find it." "You keep saying him," I said, "like it's one person." The look he gave me then shut me up. Not angry, not amused, just tired. "Just listen," he said. "You find him. You grab on. 2 hands. Around whatever you hit first. Ribs, shoulders, whatever. No cheating, no just tapping and saying you did it. You hold. You do not let go until Cody finishes the count." The flashlight beam moved, landing on Cody now. He flinched like it had physically shoved him. "Why me?" Cody asked. His voice cracked, badly enough that Tyler snorted once, then went still when Brent shot him a look. "Because he trusts you," Brent said. "You're not going to screw him over. You're not going to skip numbers just to watch him pass out." "That could happen?" I asked too quickly. Brent continued like I hadn't spoken. "You're going to stand right here." He tapped the muddy bank with the toe of his boot. "Pete, you're going to watch where he goes down. You're going to count from 1 to 60, out loud. Loud enough he can hear you in his head even if he can't hear you with his ears. No speeding up, no slowing down. Just 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, like that." Cody swallowed. "And if he comes up early?" Brent's eyes flicked back to me. "If you let go before 60, he said, voice dropping into something close to a growl, "you go back down and start over." I tried to laugh. It came out wrong. "Yeah, right," I said. "What are you gonna do, throw me back in?" Brent shook his head slowly. "I won't have to," he said. The way he said it, quiet, absolute, made the back of my neck prickle. Tyler broke the tension with a little chuckle that was only half forced. "First time's always the worst," he said, taking a swig of beer and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "If you survive it," he said it like a punchline, but his eyes didn't match the smirk on his face. Mark shifted his weight, boots squelching slightly in the damp earth. Justin looked at the water and then away, like staring too long at it made his eyes hurt. This was supposed to be a dare, a stupid, macho test of courage. But standing there with the flashlight beam dancing over the pond, the rules laid out like instructions for something older and more serious. It didn't feel like the kind of game you brag about playing. It felt like a ritual. Brent reached into the cooler, grabbed another beer, and instead of opening it, he handed it to me. "Here," he said. "Last chance to back out." I took the can more to have something to hold than anything else. The aluminum was cold, condensation slick under my fingers. My reflection in the dim silver curve was warped, my face stretched, eyes too wide. If I backed out, they'd talk about it for years. I'd be Matt the Mat forever, the kid who couldn't even walk into the water. Cody might still be scared, but he'd be relieved. Brent would be pissed. The story would end here, on the bank, with me going home to my cheap blanket and my mom's night shift snore. I thought about the stack of 20s in my pocket, the Silverado, the apartment Mom could maybe afford if we had just a little more money. The way the world had always seemed tilted against us, and somewhere under all that, like a current under another current, I thought about Kenny's half-erased name carved into the tree. I popped the tab. The hiss sounded like a snake between us. I took one swallow of the beer. It was warm already, bitter and flat and too heavy for my empty stomach. It sat there like a stone. "Let's just do it," I said, putting the can down on top of the cooler. Brent nodded once. "Shoes off," he said. I stepped back from the edge and sat on a patch of slightly drier ground. My sneakers were already dust-coated from the walkout here. I untied them with fingers that didn't seem convinced they were attached to my body. The night was so quiet that the tiny sounds of the laces rasping against the eyelets seemed loud. My breath sounded like somebody else's, a little too fast, hitching on the inhale. I pulled my shoes off and lined them up next to each other, like that would guarantee they'd still be there when I came back. I thought about taking off my socks too, but the idea of my bare feet touching the pond's bottom made my stomach twist. I left them on. "Don't want to feel the bottom," I muttered. "What?" Cody asked faintly. "Nothing," I said, pushing myself back to my feet. The grass at the edge of the pond was wet, soaking through the thin fabric of my socks in seconds. Each blade slapped cold against my ankles. As I stepped closer, the ground went from firm to soft, then to something like pudding. My feet sank, mud squishing up between my toes, cool and thick. The smell intensified. The sweet rot in the back of it turned stronger, like I was standing over an open trash can layered with things that should have been thrown out a week ago. Brent's flashlight beam tracked me, staying just ahead of my steps. It skimmed over the surface of the water, revealing little clusters of white bubbles clinging in warped circles and streaks of pale foam where old scum had gathered. Here and there, something thin and dark floated just below the surface, moving lazily with the faintest hint of current. For a second, in one patch of light, I could have sworn I saw hair, long, dark strands fanning out under the water, reaching. I blinked, and it was just weeds. "Right there," Brent called softly when I reached a point he apparently deemed sufficient. "Go straight. Don't go left or right. That's the drop." The water, which had been licking at my shins, rose to my knees, then my thighs with each careful step. It was warmer than I expected. Not bath warm, but not the shocking cold of a spring either. It felt used, like water that had been held too long, warmed by too many days of sun and not enough new rain. Each movement made little sucking sounds as the mud tried to keep hold of my socks. The fabric clung to my skin, heavy and gritty. Something slid past my ankle once, brushing against the bone. I froze. "It's just weeds," Brent said. "Keep going." I wasn't sure how he could possibly know that, but I went. Behind me on the bank, the sounds of the others' breathing seemed very far away. The insects, loud when we'd first gotten out of the truck, had thinned to almost nothing. Somewhere off to the right, a lone frog croaked once, weakly, then fell silent. By the time the water reached my waist, my heart was hammering so hard, it felt like my ribs were shaking with it. Each breath sounded too big in my ears, a rough inhale, a shaky exhale. My chest rose and fell faster than I wanted it to. "You're good," Tyler called, his voice a little strained. "Keep walking." A few more steps, and then my right foot searched for the bottom and found nothing. My leg dropped, knee buckling. The pond grabbed at me as if there were hands in the water. My other foot slid forward, lost its purchase, and suddenly I was off balance, the muddy shelf under me gone. "Drop off," Brent said calmly from the shore. "There it is." For a second I flailed, tipping forward, arms windmilling. Reflex screamed at me to turn around, to reach back for the bank, but there was nothing behind me except dark water and the dim outline of the guys on shore. "This is your line," Brent said. "Straight down from here." "Matt," Cody called. His voice shook. "You don't have to." "Yeah," I said, and my voice surprised me by not cracking. "I do." The flashlight beam pinned me, a white circle just to my left on the water's surface. It made the blackness around it look thicker, more absolute. The air felt thin. Every sound seemed amplified. The tiny lap of water against my chest, the distant hiss of the highway, the faint buzz of electricity in the flashlight's guts. "Take a breath," Brent said. I filled my lungs. The air stank of algae and something metallic, like blood on a hot day. "You ready?" he asked. I nodded, even though I wasn't sure my body knew what that meant. Brent lifted his free hand, fingers spread. "On 3, he said. "Cody, you start counting when he goes under. You stop at 60. Don't screw it up." "I won't," Cody said, but it sounded more like a plea than a promise. Brent's voice cut through the stillness, steady and weirdly formal, like he was calling a play or reciting a line he'd said before. 3, he called. His hand dropped a little. The pond felt like it was leaning up around me, hugging my sides. 2. Something brushed my calf. Not a weed this time. It felt like the cold drag of fingers. 1. Trustion. I bent my knees, ready to push off the last bit of solid ground I could feel. The water drew up to my collarbone, chilling the sweat on my neck. And then, right as I was about to force myself under, something breathed against my ear. Not the cool rush of night air, not the hot exhale of one of the guys behind me. This was different, wet, close, like a mouth pressed just beside my jaw. A single word slid into my head, quiet and undeniably there. Go. It didn't sound like any of them. It sounded like something that had been waiting a very, very long time. I didn't have time to scream. My body reacted before my brain could catch up. I lunged forward. The world snapped from air to water in a single cold shock. The pond closed over my head, and the sound of the shore, Brent, the others, the distant highway, collapsed into the muffled thud of my own heartbeat and the warped echo of my splash. Then even that splash seemed to get swallowed, smothered by the dark as I went down. 3, 1. Under the surface, bone and whispers. Hitting the water was like being shoved headfirst into a throat that didn't want to swallow. The pond closed over me in one heavy, smothering gulp. The summer night, the flashlight, the boys on the bank, all of it snapped off in an instant, replaced by thick, black water and the roar of my own heartbeat slamming in my ears. The first foot down was just chaos. Bubbles tore past my face, scraping at my skin, roaring in my ears like static. My arms flailed out on instinct, trying to balance, trying to find up and down in a place where both suddenly meant the same thing. The water tasted exactly the way it smelled. Algae and mud and something metallic underneath, like licking the inside of a rusty pipe. It forced its way up my nose, down the back of my throat. I gagged around it, jaw locked tight, lungs clenching as the last breath I'd taken turned into hot pressure behind my ribs. I forced my eyes open. It didn't help much. The world around me was a green-black blur, thick with suspended particles that floated and spun in slow motion. The flashlight on shore might as well have been in another universe. Out here, under the skin of the pond, there was no light that mattered. The sound of the surface, the rustle of weeds, the shuffle of feet on the bank, Cody's voice starting to count, cut off like someone had shut a door. All that was left was the dull drum of my pulse and the small, frantic hiss of bubbles tearing free from my clothes and hair, racing upward. 1 Mississippi. I didn't hear Cody say it. I imagined it, ticking the numbers off in my head, because if I didn't, I was afraid I'd lose track of time entirely. Down here, the seconds felt fat and slippery, hard to hold on to. I kicked down. The water grabbed at me. Every movement felt wrong, slowed, like I was pushing through syrup instead of liquid. My limbs wanted to claw back to the surface, but I forced them downward, fingers out, searching. My shoes were gone. I felt the pond through the thin cotton of my socks, the way the cold deepened inch by inch, the temperature dropping in layers. A current tugged half-heartedly at my sleeves, just enough to make me wonder what else might be moving down here with me. 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. My outstretched hands hit the bottom before my feet did. For a second, my fingertips plunged into something that felt like pudding. Soft, cold mud closed over them, sucking at my skin, as if the pond wasn't ready to let even that small part of me go. My fingers slid through it, catching on small, slimy shapes that squirmed away. Worms, maybe, or something that had no business being touched. My knees thumped into the bottom a heartbeat later, sending up a fresh cloud of silt that turned the water from murky to blind. The world became nothing but touch and the distant, growing fire in my chest. I planted my hands, pushed forward, sweeping my arms in wide arcs across the pond floor. Mud oozed around my palms. Once I grabbed a rock, slick and round, and my heart jumped, then dropped when it didn't give under my grip. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. The pressure in my lungs ratcheted up another notch. Every part of my body was screaming at me to go up, to find air, to stop this. I crawled. It was slow, horrible work. My fingers sank into mud, slipped, dug in again. Twigs scraped my knuckles. Something long and soft slithered across the back of my hand and vanished. I imagined eels, snakes, fingers, anything but the rats of the water, the pale, blind things I didn't have names for. Then my left hand slammed into something hard. It was a sudden jolt, enough that my shoulder jarred painfully. The surface under my palm went from sucking mud to smooth, curved resistance in less than an inch. For a moment, my brain tried to file it under rock again. It was easier. Just a stone, big and buried. Then my fingers slid downward, finding an edge. Not sharp, but defined. They moved along that curve and dropped neatly into a gap. Not a crack in stone, a space between. I spread my fingers, feeling the regular rhythm of it. Ridge, gap, ridge, gap. The arcs of each curve stacked in a familiar pattern, even though I had never felt it with my bare hands before. Ribs, a rib cage. The realization hit me like another plunge into deeper water. My stomach lurched. My knees almost slipped out from under me. Mud sucked at my shins. Pond cold pressed in around me. Under my hand, the thing that wasn't a rock waited, its smooth, curved bones slick with something slimy that clung and then slid away, trailing off like wet, rotten cloth. I could have pulled my hand back. I almost did. Some shred of sense in me screamed to pretend I'd found nothing, to go up and lie, blame it on the dark, say I'd searched and found only muck. 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi. I thought of Brent's voice on the bank, flat and certain. If you let go before 60, you go back down and start over. I thought of Kenny's name carved into the tree and hacked at until the wood split. My fingers tightened. The bones were smoother than I expected. No jagged edges, no rough ridges. Time and water had worn them down, polished them. My fingertips found the curve of a rib and wrapped around it. It felt too much like grabbing the underside of a banister. Something soft, caught between my skin and the bone, smeared. It tore under my grip, sloughing off in shreds. A faint, clouded plume rose around my hand, thicker and heavier than the silt, decay made visible. My right hand joined the left, sliding along until it found another arc of bone. For a heartbeat, I lost the structure, panicked, scrabbled at slime and nothing. Then my thumb slid into the hollow of another rib space, and my fingers locked down. I was holding a cage. Inside it, the mud was packed different, clotted thicker where a chest cavity had once been. Something bumped against the back of my hand from inside, slow and delayed, like it was catching up to a movement I hadn't made. 8 Mississippi. 9. I followed the bones upward. My hands crept along, ribs narrowing as they rose, sloping gently toward the center. My fingers brushed something flat and hard, sternum, the breastbone, thin skin of sludge over it. Above that, the bones turned into a cluttered shelf of smaller pieces, the framework of shoulders and collar. There was cloth, too. It clung to everything in ragged, stubborn patches. My fingers caught on it, tore it. The fabric felt like soaked paper, ready to melt apart, but somehow still hanging on. In places, it was fused to the bones, glued by years of pressure and muck. The water was colder here than it had been at the drop-off. It soaked through my clothes, numbing my skin, biting at my bones. The pressure on my eardrums deepened with every inch I went down, every second I stayed. A dull ache bloomed there, matched by the growing burn in my chest. 10 Mississippi. 11. My fingertips found the base of the neck. Bones smaller here, more delicate, stacked like vertebrae on a rope. They shifted slightly under my touch. not enough to dislodge, just enough to let me know they weren't solidly anchored. The idea of the whole thing coming apart in my hands made my stomach twist. I slid one hand higher, following where the neck should be, into a shape that emerged out of the murk like a moon. Round, hard, pocked, and slick all at once. At first I thought it was just another rock. Then my thumb found a hollow, a perfect round void where something should have been and wasn't. The eye socket. My other fingers spread, mapping it. Another hollow on the other side. A bridge in between that rose and then broke under my touch. A nose that had once been high and was now snapped, flattened. The bone there felt jagged, with little chips missing, as if something had chewed at it. Over all of it, in patches, a film clung. Not cloth, not mud. It resisted when I pressed, then gave way with a sick, sticky reluctance, stretching away from the bone like old rubber and snapping back. It was too thin to be muscle, too smooth to be anything but what it was. Skin. Not much left, but enough that it still tried to hold the shape of a face over the skull that no longer needed it. Something drifted against my wrist, catching there. Hair. Long strands, slick and heavy with water, wrapped themselves around my arm, my fingers, the base of my thumb. They coiled, then floated free when I tried to shake them off, only to settle again in the slow underwater pull of the pond's invisible currents. A few threads brushed across the empty eye sockets and stuck there, turning the skull into a grinning mask tangled in its own remains. 12 Mississippi. 13. I squeezed my eyes shut, even though there wasn't much to see but smears of darker dark. The image burned itself into my mind anyway. I was kneeling on the bottom of a drainage pond, both hands locked around the rib cage of a thing that had once been alive, its skull cupped in my palms like I was helping it look up at me. My lungs spasmed. The urge to suck in air, any air, even pond water, was overwhelming. The muscles in my chest clenched, trying to drag in a breath that wasn't there. Pain flared sharp along my ribs. Go up, go up, go up. The voice wasn't words in my head. It was the animal panic of a body that knew it was drowning and didn't care about rules or dares or trucks or raffles. It just wanted oxygen, and it wanted it now. 14 Mississippi. 15. I dug my fingers into the bones harder. Bits of something soft gave under my nails, dissolving into slurry. The slippery edges of the ribs threatened to slide out of my grip. Every time my chest clenched, my hands tried to jerk upward with the rest of me. Brent's voice floated back to me, as if from the other side of a closed door. If you let go before 60, you go back down and start over. You don't want to be that guy. I thought of Kenny, of his name carved into the tree and then carved over, of his parents in church, staring straight ahead and pretending the pond didn't exist. I thought of my mother's shoes by the trailer door, one on its side, one upright. Of the shift she'd have to work tomorrow, no matter what happened tonight. Of the kind of life that waited for me if I went back to shore empty-handed and still breathing. 16 Mississippi. 17. My chest burned. Time lost meaning in the water. My imagined count started to stretch. Seconds that should have been neat and bite-sized, turning into long smears. I could hear a version of Cody's voice in my head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, but it sounded like he was counting from the bottom of a well. That was when the sound started. At first I thought it was the blood pounding in my ears, a low, faint rushing that didn't match my own heartbeat. But as I held there, fingers locked around bone, it sharpened into something else. A whistle, thin and high, threading through the water. Not loud enough to be come from outside, too clear to be just the movement of liquid. It was like air being pushed through a crack. Except there was no air down here. Not for me. The noise didn't hit my eardrums so much as bloom directly in the center of my skull. It slid in through the spaces behind my eyes, crawled down into my jaw. The skull in my hands vibrated. Not a lot, just a faint hum, a buzzing under the bone, as if something inside it were waking up and stretching for the first time in a long time. The whistle coiled around into fragments that might have been words if I'd known the language. Syllables too soft to separate, too low to really hear, but present in a way that made my teeth ache. Under my palms, the rib cage shuddered, as though a breath were trying to rise in a chest that hadn't helped anyone breathe in years. My own heart was a frantic stutter now, fluttering against my ribs like it wanted out. Underneath it, layered just slightly offbeat, something else thumped. A second rhythm, heavy, slow, wrong. It didn't match me. It didn't match anything. 18 Mississippi, 19. My fingers slipped. It didn't take much. A tiny twitch of my wrist as my body screamed for the surface. A reflexive jerk when something long and slimy brushed the back of my neck. For a single, terrifying instant, my left hand lost its hold on the rib cage. The smooth bone slid out from under my fingertips, turning to nothing but mud and tattered cloth. Panic exploded. If I lost contact, if I drifted even a foot away, I knew I'd never find it again. Not in this blind, pressing dark. I'd have to scrabble across the bottom, touching everything I didn't want to touch, hoping the pond would let me grab it again. My right hand started to slip too, and then something grabbed me. Fingers, thin and firm, closed around my wrist. They weren't soft like the sloughing flesh I'd peeled off the bones. They were hard, cold. Their grip was precise, each digit wrapping around my arm in a pattern that no branch or snag of cloth could mimic. For a heartbeat, it felt like a hand reaching up from inside the cage. It tightened, not enough to break anything, but enough to shock my muscles into stillness. To anchor me, the bones under my other hand seemed to shift, almost imperceptibly, aligning themselves under my grip. It reminded me of someone adjusting their shoulders under your arm when you're trying to help them stand. The second heartbeat, the one that wasn't mine, changed rhythm. It synchronized with the whistle, with the vibration in the skull. For a horrible moment, it felt like the thing in my hands wanted me there. Not as an intruder, as a partner. 20 Mississippi. I held on, mud pressed in around my knees, pond water crushed at my ribs. The pressure in my lungs climbed from burn to streaks of white-hot pain. Each second dragged claws down the inside of my chest. The hand on my wrist didn't let go. Neither did I. 3.2. Breaking the surface, witness to a hand. There's a point when you're underwater where the panic hits a wall and folds into something else. I don't know how long I was down there exactly. My count had smeared out into panic. Somewhere in that blur, Cody's voice finally began to punch through the water, muffled but real. Numbers drifting down like echoes from another world. 53, 54. My lungs were a furnace. Every muscle in my chest spasmed, trying to make me gasp. My fingers were locked around the ribs, the other hand still clamped in that impossible grip on my wrist. 57, 58. The whistle in my skull tightened, pitched higher. The skull between my palms vibrated, faint but unmistakable, as if something inside it was straining toward the surface with me. 59. The hand around my wrist squeezed once, not hard enough to hurt, just enough to make itself known. For a split second, I had the absolute conviction that if Cody never said 60, I'd be down there forever. Kneeling in the dark with that thing, lungs burning, heartbeat offset, listening to whispers that would eventually drown out every thought I'd ever had. 60. The word ripped through the water like a rope. I let go, not just of the ribs, of everything. My legs kicked. My feet tore free of the muck with a sticky, sucking sensation that felt like hands trying to keep me there. Mud rose in great blind clouds around me. The hand on my wrist slid away, fingers trailing, catching once on the ridge of bone under my skin before releasing. I shot upward, or felt like I did. In reality, it was probably more like a desperate, uncoordinated thrash. The water around me turned from black to a lighter shade of dark, the pressure easing fraction by fraction on my ears. My chest exploded. My body decided it was done negotiating and wrenched a breath in on its own, whether there was air or not. For a terrifying half-second, all I got was more water. It burned down my throat into my lungs, colder than the water outside. The taste of algae and metal flooded everything. Then my head broke the surface. The world blew open in sound and light. The pond's skin shattered around my face in a rush of spray and bubbles. Air hit my ears like a slap. Strips of noise peeling away from the muffled underwater roar. Shouts, someone yelling my name, the slap of water against the bank. I sucked in a breath so hard, it felt like my ribs might crack. Half of it was air, half of it was pond. I choked, coughed, bent double in the water as it tried to climb back out of me. Something thick and slimy came up with it, stringing from my lips before falling back with a wet slap. "Jesus, grab him!" Brent's voice, sharp, too close. Hands clamped under my arms, fingers digging into my biceps. They were hot, blazing, compared to the water I'd just come from, and solid. The temperature difference shocked me almost as much as the contact. Brent hauled me toward the bank with a grunt. My knees scraped over submerged rock, then squelched into mud, then hit the rough, damp dirt of the shore. The flashlight beam cut across my face, blinding me for a second, turning the world into white spots and harsh shadows. I collapsed onto my side, coughing, gagging, spitting out water that tasted like it had been lying at the bottom of a gutter for a decade. My chest heaved. Every inhale was a ragged gasp. Every exhale burned. Above me, the night sky spun in a dizzy, grainy dome. The stars were faint, drowned out by the light pollution from town, but they were there. I stared at them like they were proof of something. "There you go, man. Breathe, breathe," someone said. Tyler, I think. His bravado had been stripped down to a thin, jittery thread. "You good? You good?" I tried to answer and just coughed harder. My throat felt like sandpaper. My sinuses burned. My skin, soaked and clinging to cold clothes, prickled in the slight breeze that had picked up. Brent's hand stayed on my shoulder, heavy and hot, anchoring me. The contrast with the cold that had soaked into my bones under the water made me shiver. For a second, nobody else spoke. I became aware of the smaller sounds. Water lapping at the bank in slow, lazy slaps. My own breath, ragged and too loud in my ears. The faint whine of insects starting to creep back into the air, tentative, like they were testing whether it was safe to fill the silence again. Behind all of that, from somewhere just at the edge of my hearing, a soft, hollow sound. "Talk!" I froze. It came again. "Talk, talk." 3 knocks. Light, measured, not random splashes or the crack of reeds. the exact same spacing and tone as the sound I would hear years later from beneath my bed frame at 3:13 a.m. Except this time, it wasn't wood. It sounded like someone was tapping the underside of a boat. There was no boat. Every muscle in my body went tight, my lungs forgetting how to work for a second. I turned my head toward the pond. Small ripples were spreading out from the spot where I'd surfaced, too regular to be from my movement now. The water trembled in neat little circles, as if something just below the surface were rapping its knuckles against a sheet of glass. "Did you?" one of the guys started. "Shut up," Brent snapped. His fingers dug into my shoulder hard enough to bruise. "It's just the water." He stirred it up. His voice didn't match his words. It was too sharp, too thin, like mine when I lied to my mother and we both knew it. I forced myself to sit up. The world swayed for a moment, tilting pond tree sky, then righted itself. Brent's face hovered above me in the flashlight's halo, slick with sweat. His eyes were wide, pupils too big. He looked like someone trying to convince himself this was still a game, and failing. Tyler was behind him, a few feet back, arms crossed over his chest, beer can dangling from one hand. His usual smirk was gone. His mouth was compressed in a tight line. Jaw clenched hard enough, the muscles jumped. He glanced from me to the water and back, like he couldn't decide which was worse to look at. Justin stood near the fallen tree, the flashlight's edge catching the whites of his eyes. Mark was farther back, half turned toward the path, as if ready to bolt. Cody was closest to the water, just off to my right. He was standing very still, hands hanging at his sides, hoodie soaked through with sweat around the collar. The beam hit his face and showed an expression I'd never seen on him before. Not just fear, not just grossed out horror. He was looking at me like I had climbed out of a grave. His eyes flicked down, then up again, as if he were checking that I was really in one piece. "What?" I rasped, my voice coming out shredded. He swallowed. "Your hand," he said quietly. I looked down. The wrist the corpse had grabbed was pale under the pond muck, the blue veins under the skin standing out more sharply than usual. Dark silt clung in a rough ring around it, like a bracelet. Underneath that layer of dirt, a faint mark was blooming, a set of purplish impressions spaced in a pattern that matched fingers. I flexed my hand. Pain flared, dull and deep. "You held?" Brent demanded. "The whole time?" I nodded. My head felt like it wasn't properly attached to my neck. "He was down there forever," Tyler said, voice pitching high on the last word, betraying something his posture was trying to hide. "Thought you'd... He did it." Justin cut in quickly, like he was sticking a bandage over something. "He came back up. That's all that matters." "Yeah," Brent said, too fast. "Yeah, he did it, so..." He turned abruptly to Cody. "Your turn," he said. For a heartbeat, I thought I'd misheard him. The pond's water still roared faintly in my ears. Maybe I'd misinterpreted words, mashed them together. "What?" Cody said. "You counted for him," Brent said. "Fair's fair, now you go. That's how this works." "No," Cody said immediately. The word came out small but sharp, like a broken piece of glass. He took a step back from the bank. Brent followed, closing the distance with 2 strides. "Come on," he said. "He did it. You're gonna make him be the only one? You want to be that guy?" "I'm not going in there," Cody said. His voice cracked in the middle of the sentence, the way it did when he was trying not to cry. "I'm not. I'll puke. I'll pass out. So?" Tyler chimed in, some of his old swagger dripping back in now that the spotlight wasn't on him. He almost did. He's fine. I'm not fine, I croaked. Neither of them heard me. Or if they did, they didn't care. Cody took another step back. His heel slipped slightly in the mud. He windmilled an arm, caught his balance. His glasses had fogged up in the damp. He pushed them up with the heel of his hand. "Guys, I can't swim," he said. "Not like that. Not in that." He waved a hand at the pond, fingers trembling. "You don't have to swim," Brent said. "You just have to go down and hold on." "Listen to yourself," Cody snapped, something in him finally breaking through the fear. "You're talking like a freaking cult leader." The words hung in the air, ugly and too honest. Nobody laughed. Mark shifted, discomfort plain on his face. Justin looked away. Tyler opened his mouth, then shut it again. Brent's jaw worked. For a second, the mask slipped, and I saw something hard and desperate underneath. "It's the deal," he said. "That's how it works. Someone counts, someone holds, and then it's their turn. You don't get to take from the pond without giving back." "What does that even mean?" Cody asked. "You sound insane." "We can just leave it," I managed to get out, throat raw. "We can go, right now." "Oh." No one turned toward me. Cody took another step backward, away from the water, away from Brent. "I'm done," he said. "You got your show. I'm going home." He turned, shoulders squared, like he'd decided that was it. His body language had the brittle finality of someone who'd used up all their fear and found anger underneath. He took one step up the slope. The pond disagreed. Right at the edge, where the packed dirt met the first fringe of wet grass, the surface of the water bulged. It was subtle at first, a small swell, like a bubble rising under very thick plastic. The black sheet of the pond's skin domed outward, pushing up without breaking. Justin said softly. The bulge grew, stretching, distorting the dim reflection of the scrub trees. The water around it trembled, then stilled, as if everything were holding its breath. Something pale pressed up from underneath. The surface split. Not in a spray, not in a dramatic splash. It parted reluctantly, like cling film peeling away from something in a refrigerator. A hand came through. It rose slowly, fingers first. They broke the surface one by one, pale knuckles glistening with pond water. The skin was a waterlogged gray, swollen and sagging away from the joints. Cracks ran along the backs of the fingers, thin and dark, and in a few places the skin had split entirely, gaping wide enough to show a hint of the bone beneath. White, clean, like something polished by teeth. The nails were long, too long, curved at the ends and clouded, like bits of frosted glass jammed into soft flesh. Mud oozed around them, squeezing out from beneath as the fingers flexed. The hand planted itself in the bank. It dug into the mud right at the water's edge, fingers splaying. Wet earth squeezed up between them, thick and black. The knuckles popped faintly as the joints adjusted, a tiny crick, like someone cracking their fingers after a long, long time. Cody froze mid-step. The flashlight swung toward the movement, its beam jerking across tree, grass, my soaked legs, and then slamming into the hand. For a fraction of a second, everything was carved in harsh white. The gray, bloated skin, the jagged edge where one finger was missing its tip, the exposed arc of bone at the side of the wrist where the flesh had torn away completely. The same spot, my brain noted with sick certainty, where that impossible grip had clamped onto my wrist under the water. It looked wrong in the light. Not like a movie prop, not like a Halloween decoration. It looked tired, heavy. The weight of it was wrong. It didn't seem to be reaching. It seemed to be bracing. Every sound cut off. No windshield rattle joke from Tyler. No swallowed curse from Mark. No hissing whisper from Brent. Even the insects stopped again. Their tentative return ripped away like someone had hit mute. The hand held there for a heartbeat. Then two. Then, with the slow, exhausted inevitability of a body sinking back into bed, it slid downward. The fingers loosened their grip. Mud smoothed itself in the gaps as they withdrew. The pale knuckles dipped back under the surface, nails sliding through the black water, leaving thin trails. The pond closed over the wrist, then the back of the hand, then the tips of the fingers. There was no splash, no ripple fanning out. The surface simply resealed itself, like a curtain drawn shut. A second later, it was as if nothing had disturbed it at all. Cody's breath came back into his chest in a sharp, juddering gasp. "Tell me you saw that," he whispered. His voice shook. Mine would have too, if I'd trusted myself to use it. I stared at the place where the hand had been, at the perfectly still water pressed against the muddy bank. The skin on my own wrist throbbed where invisible fingers had dug in moments before. Under my fingertips, when I touched it, I could feel the echo of the grip, a deep ache, like someone had pressed their thumb into a bruise. "Yeah," I said finally, my voice low, scraped raw. I saw it. And for the first time that night, I realized the worst part wasn't that something in the pond had reached for us. It was that, down there in the dark, I had reached back. 3.3. Running away and the passenger in the truck. Cody moved first. "I'm done," he said, but it came out closer to a scream than a statement. He spun on his heel and bolted up the slope, away from the water, away from us. His sneakers slipped on the damp grass, kicking up little sprays of dirt and gravel. A rock shot out from under his foot and pinged off the Silverado's tire with a sharp tink. "Cody!" Brent barked. "Get your ass back!" A low branch reached out above the path. Cody slammed into it chest first, snapped it off with a dry crack, and kept running. The broken piece swung back on its last fibers, leaves rattling weakly. I watched him go, breath still ragged in my own chest. His hoodie flapped behind him, one sleeve half turned inside out. His footsteps hammered the gravel hard enough that I could feel it through my damp socks. The sound of his shoes, the slap of rubber on rock, the scuffle of brakes when he almost lost balance, moved away from us, up the path toward the narrow strip of asphalt, then the world beyond. "God damn it!" Brent snarled. He took a step like he might go after him, boots grinding in the mud, then stopped. His hand lifted uselessly, like he'd meant to grab Cody's arm and missed the moment by a mile. "You just gonna let him run?" Tyler asked, voice pitched low, somewhere between nervous and mocking. "You go chase him then," Brent snapped back. "See how that goes." Tyler shut up. For a few seconds, the only sounds were Cody's footsteps getting smaller, the faint buzz of the flashlight, and my own breathing, still too loud in my ears. Then even the footsteps faded, swallowed by the night. No more breaking branches, no more sliding gravel. Cody was gone. Nobody followed. We all just stood there, in a loose, awkward cluster by the pond, like people who'd been watching a show and suddenly remembered they were part of it. That was... Justin started, then trailed off. "Fine," Brent cut in. "It's fine. He's just chickening out." He said it too quickly, pressing the words flat. "He won't say anything. You saw his face." He was right about that. The look Cody had given the hand, and then me, was not one he'd want to explain to anyone. How do you tell your parents you saw something climb out of a pond that shouldn't have a name? He's gonna tell somebody, Mark muttered. He freaks out. He runs home. He says we made him watch. And then what? Brent turned on him, flashlight beam swinging wild for a second, slicing through reeds and tree trunks. He says a zombie high-fived us and we all agreed to pretend it didn't happen. Come on, man. The way he said zombie made my stomach twist. A word from movies, Halloween decorations, something safe you slap on a thing to keep it from being what it really is. Tyler gave a shaky laugh, too loud. Yeah. Dear Sheriff, the haunted sewer lake grabbed my friend. Please arrest the drainage. They'll lock his scared ass up before they come talk to us. No one laughed with him. The sound fell flat, sank into the mud. I pushed myself up to my feet slowly. My legs felt wrong, too light and too heavy at the same time, like I'd stepped out of an elevator that hadn't quite matched the floor. My clothes clung cold and wet to every inch of my skin. The pond's stink was all over me, soaked into my hoodie, filling my nose every time I breathed. I want to go home, I said. It sounded like a kid thing to say, but I didn't care. My voice came out low and raw, like I'd scraped it against something on the way up. Brent didn't look at me. Yeah, he said after a moment, more to the air than to anyone. We're done. He did it. That's enough for tonight. He clicked the flashlight off. The pond and the bank disappeared in one blink, leaving us in a darkness that felt darker because of the brief, hard light. Shapes lingered in my vision, after images of the hand, the curve of ribs underwater, Cody's back as he ran. For a moment, no one moved. Then the truck's key fob beeped once, a muted chirp, and the Silverado's parking lights flared orange at the top of the path like two tired eyes. We trudged up the slope. Mud tried to keep my socks, sucking at my feet with each step. The damp grass whispered against my ankles. Nobody spoke. Justin's can of beer, abandoned near the bank, rolled slightly as we passed, then settled. The frogs and crickets stayed mostly quiet, offering only a few weak calls, like they were waiting to see if the pond was finished with us. The tailgate thudded when Brent slammed it shut. The truck's suspension creaked when he hauled himself into the driver's seat. The doors opened one by one with small, tired groans. Even those ordinary sounds felt wrong, too loud, too clean after the wet hush of under the water. I climbed into the back again, this time taking the spot right behind the passenger seat. I wanted the window. I wanted an exit. The vinyl seat sucked cold into my soaked jeans. My hoodie squelched against the backrest. The cab filled quickly with the scent of the pond, overriding even the smell of Marlboro and stale beer. It smelled like we'd dragged a piece of that black water in with us, invisible but clinging. Tyler slid into the passenger seat, moving slower than usual. Justin and Mark squeezed in next to me, their shoulders heavy against mine. None of us jostled for space the way teenage boys usually do. There was a carefulness to how we angled our knees, how we set our feet down, like we were trying not to disturb whatever fragile balance was keeping the world normal. Brent turned the key. The engine coughed once, then caught with a low, familiar rumble. The vibration under my feet was a small relief, something solid, mechanical, obeying rules I understood. The headlights snapped on, washing the clearing in stark yellow light. For a second, everything looked almost ordinary. Cattails, mud, the fallen tree with its carved names, the pond. Its surface lay flat and glossy, reflecting the beams back in broken streaks. The place where the hand had come up was indistinguishable from any other patch of black. But in the very center of the water, where no light should have reached, there was a darker circle. Not bigger, not obviously shaped, just deeper. A shadow inside a shadow, like someone had cut a hole in the world and not quite patched it over. Brent put the truck in reverse. Gravel crunched under the tires as we backed up. The headlights swung away from the pond, across the scrub grass, then the path, then the scrub again. The pond slid out of sight. I felt something in my chest ease a notch when it did. Not much, just enough that I remembered how to move my fingers. We bumped and rattled back onto the gravel road. Dust kicked up, billowing in the headlights, making it look like we were driving through smoke. Small stones pinged off the undercarriage. Little plink-plink sounds that normally would have been nothing. Then we hit something that wasn't just gravel. Thunk. It echoed through the floor of the cab, a dull, solid impact right under my feet. Not loud enough to be the frame hitting a rock, not sharp enough to be a branch clipping the exhaust. It felt more like someone had slammed a palm against the truck's underside. Brent's hands tightened on the wheel. I saw the muscles in his forearms jump. No one said anything. We rolled another few feet. Thunk. Same spot, same tone. A second, deliberate knock from beneath the truck, too evenly spaced to be chance. It vibrated through the soles of my wet socks, up into my ankles. Justin shifted beside me, a tiny movement. Tyler exhaled through his nose, too quick, like he'd been holding his breath without realizing it. Thunk. 3 times. The same rhythm as the knocks under my bed years later. The same rhythm I'd heard in the water right after I came up. Brent reached out with his free hand and jabbed at the radio. Country music slammed into the cab at full volume. Some guy sing-yelling about whiskey and heartbreak and Saturday nights. The sudden noise made me flinch, but it did its job. It filled the space, gave us something else to latch onto. Nobody turned it down. We hit the asphalt behind the Dollar General with a little hop, the truck's shocks squeaking before settling. The gravel noise faded into the smoother hum of tires on paved road. The alley behind the store slid past, bare cinder-block walls and dark back doors. We didn't talk as we passed the Walmart lot, mostly empty now, the security lights buzzing high overhead. We didn't talk when we hit the main drag, the traffic lights still blinking red at empty intersections, the nail salon and pawn shop sitting dark behind their barred windows. I stared out my window at the familiar buildings, my familiar town, and for the first time it all looked like a set. A fake street, a painted backdrop in front of something much bigger and much hungrier that had just realized we existed. We hit one of the old potholes near the feed store. The truck jolted. Something in the back rattled. Maybe the cooler, maybe the jack, maybe something else. I made the mistake of glancing into the side mirror. It was a reflex. 1 second I was staring at the boarded-up windows of the old video store. The next, my eyes slid to the rectangle of glass outside the passenger door. For a heartbeat, the mirror framed the truck bed perfectly. Something was crouched there. Not standing, not stretched out. Crouched low, like a person trying to make themselves small in the back of a pickup, arms wrapped around their knees. All I saw clearly was hair, dark, stringy, plastered wet against a bowed head. It hung in ropes, dripping steadily onto the ridged metal of the truck bed, each drop leaving a darker dot that the night ate as fast as it appeared. The shape was wrong in small ways. The shoulders too narrow, the curve of the back too sharp. The proportions matched nothing I wanted to name. The brake lights of a car passing the other way flared red across the mirror for half a second, turning the silhouette into a black cutout against a bloody backdrop. I blinked. The bed was empty, just a scratched metal floor, a couple of old bungee cords, the cooler thumping gently against the side with each bump. Cold washed through me that had nothing to do with my damp clothes. I looked away from the mirror, fixed my eyes on the back of Brent's head, on the faint reflection of the dashboard lights in the windshield. I told myself I was tired, oxygen-starved, freaked out, that my brain was splicing together a dozen horror movies and campfire stories with what I'd just done. The radio changed songs. One ended mid-twang, another picked up with a different chord progression. The DJ's voice cutting in for a second, to joke about late-night lovers and long-haul truckers. I realized my teeth were chattering, just a little. "Cold back there?" Tyler called over his shoulder, too loud, like he needed to hear a human question in the noise. "Yeah," I lied. "Cold." Outside, the town thinned out. Trailers and houses gave way to darker stretches of road, familiar landmarks swallowed by the night. The entrance to our park appeared ahead. The cheap metal sign with its peeling letters, the row of mailboxes like a crooked picket line. Brent turned in, tires crunching on the park's gravel lane. The truck slowed. As we passed under the one working streetlight near the park's center, something in the cab shifted. Not the usual sway of suspension, not the creak of worn seat springs. A soft, localized movement, like weight redistributing in a space that didn't have anywhere new for weight to go. Then, from somewhere low and close, right under my feet, beneath the floor mat, under the thin layer of metal between us and the road, bloop, quiet, wet, the small, round sound of a bubble breaking the surface. Except there was no water here. The floor under my shoes was solid, steel, rusted in places, sure, but dry. I could feel the ridges of it even through the thin rubber soles, the slight vibration of the engine. The sound had come from beneath that, from the space between the truck and the ground, where there was nothing but air and road and... I didn't finish the sentence in my head. I looked down anyway, because of course I did. The way people look over the edge of balconies even when their stomachs flip. All I saw was the dark hump of the transmission tunnel and the worn rubber mat, a few bits of gravel dust sprinkled across it from our shoes. No water, no bubbles, no pale fingers curling up through the gaps. Brent pulled up in front of my trailer. The truck idled, headlights washing over our faded aluminum siding, making the metal look even more tired than usual. The bug zapper buzzed under the neighbor's eaves, a blue glitch in the night. "Well," Brent said. His voice tried for normal and missed. "Congrats, man! You did it!" I didn't ask him what it was. I didn't ask him how many times he'd done it, or why his eyes had gone so flat when I'd questioned the rules, or if he'd ever seen a hand come out of the pond for him. I just nodded, my neck stiff. I opened the door. The hinges squealed. Cool night air rushed in, swirling the pond stink around, thinning it a little. "See you," Justin said, barely above a mumble. "Yeah," Tyler added. Don't drown in your shower or whatever." I stepped down onto the gravel. It shifted under my soaked socks, small stones pressing into my soles. The hum of the engine followed me, a low growl at my back. For a second I stood there with the door open, one hand on the frame, listening. The radio murmured. Someone on air laughed at their own joke. The others rustled in their seats. Under it all, I could feel it. A presence, thin as breath on the back of my neck. Not in the truck, not in the ground, with me, clinging. "Later," I said, and shut the door. The Silverado rolled away, taillights receding down the lane, engine noise shrinking. I watched it until it turned the corner and vanished between the rows of trailers. The park was quiet again, dog barking in the distance, train horn far off, the faint, comforting hum of window units. I stood in front of our door, pond water dripping off my sleeves, clothes heavy and cold, heart hammering in a rhythm that didn't quite feel like mine. There's a feeling you get sometimes, walking into a dark house. That prickle between your shoulder blades that says you're not alone in the room, even when you know logically no one should be there. I felt that at my back, and not just from the truck. I went inside anyway, because that's the thing no one tells you about nights like that. You don't come home alone. You bring whatever you shook hands with, and it rides the whole way back with you, quiet and patient, waiting for the rest of your life to happen. 4.1. Missing. Then found. The funeral home. I woke up to blue and red light sliding across my bedroom wall. For a second, in that gummy, half-awake place, I thought it was the pond again. The dark pressing in, the flashes like lightning underwater. Then my brain clicked into the shape of the room. The cheap wood paneling, the poster peeling at one corner, the hum of our overworked window unit, and I realized it wasn't lightning. It was a police cruiser. The siren was off, but the light bar was still going, painting the inside of the trailer with moving color. I could hear gravel crunching under slow tires, the low rumble of an engine idling nearby. My throat felt raw, like I'd spent the night swallowing sand. Every muscle ached. When I shifted, my clothes clung to me in stiff, damp patches. My hoodie and jeans were draped over the back of the chair by my bed, still dark with dried pond water. The room smelled faintly of algae and metal. For a second, I lay there and told myself I was dreaming. That the truck ride, the hand, the knock under my feet, that was the nightmare. This was just morning, the same as every other, with the usual trailer park noises. Then someone's radio crackled outside. "Unit 4, we're pulling into the park now." I swung my legs out of bed. The floor was cold under my bare feet. I pulled on clean jeans and a t-shirt with hands that didn't feel like mine. When I opened my bedroom door, the smell of coffee hit me, strong and bitter, along with the low murmur of my mother's voice. She was in the tiny kitchen, back to me, one hand braced on the counter, the cordless phone pressed to her ear. She was still wearing her scrubs from the night before, the purple ones with little cartoon hearts, but the top was wrinkled now, her ponytail sagging. "No, I haven't seen him," she was saying. "He and Matt were supposed to hang out? I thought he was at your place." Her eyes cut to me as I stepped into the doorway. For a heartbeat, her face went from tired to annoyed, a flicker of the usual, "you stayed out late and didn't wake me up" expression. Then something in what the other person was saying changed her features. The annoyance drained out, replaced by something tight and pale. "When?" she asked. "Last night? He never came home?" Her free hand found the edge of the counter and gripped it so hard her knuckles went white. Outside, the cruiser idled in the lane. The neighbors had started to gather on their porches. Women in housecoats with their arms folded, men in work shirts unbuttoned over undershirts, kids peeking from behind door frames. They all turned their heads as the blue and red lights washed over them, the whole park blinking along like a slow heartbeat. "Okay," my mom said into the phone. "Okay. If he calls, I'll tell him to." Yeah, you should. I'm so sorry, Denise." She hung up without saying goodbye, which was how I knew it was bad. "Mom?" I said. My voice sounded small. She turned to me fully, taking me in. The clean clothes, the wet hoodie hanging on the chair, the pond smell that hadn't quite washed out of my hair. "Where were you last night?" she asked. It wasn't shouted. She didn't have to raise her voice. The question landed with all the weight it needed just by existing. I swallowed. "Brent's. We watched movies. I crashed there for a while, came back late. You were asleep." It was close enough to the story I'd been told to tell that it slid out automatically. She studied my face. "Cody never came home," she said quietly. "His mom called the police. They're out looking for him." My heart did something strange, stumbled, then pounded harder, louder. For a second, all I could hear was the blood rushing in my ears. I pictured Cody's back as he ran up the path, the branch snapping, the rise and fall of his footsteps, the way they'd faded. "What?" I said, even though I'd heard her perfectly. "He was supposed to be with you," Mom said. "You were at Brent's together, right?" There it was, the script, Brent's voice in my head from the pond bank. "Say we dropped him home at 10, that's it." I forced my lips to move. "Yeah," I said. We were there. We left around 10. He said he was walking home. I thought he got there." My mother closed her eyes for a second, just long enough that I saw the crack in her. When she opened them again, she was already in motion, grabbing her keys off the hook. "I have to go see if they need volunteers," she said, more to herself than to me. "They're doing a search near the creek. You stay here. If Cody shows up, you call me right away. You hear me?" I nodded. My neck felt stiff. She paused long enough to put a hand on my cheek. Her fingers were warm, a jarring contrast to everything in me that felt cold. "You okay?" she asked. "You look pale." "I'm fine," I lied. She kissed my forehead, the way she hadn't done in years, and then she was gone, the front door opening and closing in a rush of sound and light. Through the thin curtain, I watched her step down onto the gravel and head toward the cluster of people at the end of the lane. The cruiser's lights painted her scrubs blue, then red, then blue again. I didn't follow her. Instead, I stood in the little living room and watched the park buzz around me. Neighbors talking in low voices, dogs straining at leashes, the police officer at the edge of the group gesturing toward the road that led out toward the creek. The sound of the cruiser's radio drifted through the glass in snippets. Last seen, wearing gray hoodie, 12 years old. I thought about the hand that had come out of the pond, the way it had braced on the bank, then slid back under, leaving the water smooth and unbothered. I thought about the ring of bruises blooming around my wrist. The town spread out to look for Cody. They started with the places everyone knew kids went when they didn't want to be found. The trails behind the school, the old gravel pit, the construction site by the bypass. Volunteers in reflective vests walked in loose lines, boots and sneakers swishing through tall grass, voices calling his name. "Cody! Cody, honey! You out here?" Their shouts bounced off the trees, came back thinner. Down by the creek that ran behind the park, a search team moved slowly along the banks. The creek wasn't much, more a drainage ditch with aspirations than a river. In summer, it shrank to a narrow stream trickling around exposed rocks and old shopping carts. Men from the volunteer fire department waded in up to their knees, jeans darkening in the cloudy water. They prodded the deeper spots with long poles. A dog from the county K9 unit strained at its harness, nose low, bark sharp and insistent when it hit certain patches of ground. I watched some of it from a distance, standing near the edge of our lot, hands in my pockets. The reflective vests flashed like fireflies. The portable radios they carried crackled with static and clipped words. Nothing on the east side. Check the culvert. We got some tracks here. Could be old. Brent's truck rolled by slowly at one point, past where I stood. He was alone. He didn't look at me. He stared straight ahead, jaw set, one hand locked at the top of the steering wheel hard enough that the tendons showed. The other was on the gear shift. His thumb tapped over and over in a rhythm that made my skin crawl. My phone buzzed in my pocket right after he passed. You remember the story, right? We dropped him off at 10. That's it. I didn't answer. When they found Cody, it wasn't at the pond. They found him in the creek. The news moved through town the way news always does in places like that. Faster than any official statement, carrying details no one should have had yet. Down past the old footbridge, caught on some branches. The dog found him first, poor thing. By the time an officer went around asking us to let the family have their privacy and refrain from speculation, half the park already knew more than they needed to. They said he must have tripped, that he'd probably been cutting through the woods, walking along the bank like kids always did, and that he'd slipped on the wet rocks and hit his head. That the creek, shallow as it was, could still take a person if they landed wrong and nobody was there to haul them back up. No foul play suspected. That phrase again, the town's favorite lullaby. I didn't go to see the spot. I didn't need to. I could picture it well enough. A tangle of branches jutting from the water, trash caught in them. A shoe on the bank maybe, someone's hat, someone's flashlight beam skimming over pale, swollen skin. They didn't show us the part where they pulled him out. What they did show us was the funeral. The funeral home on Main Street had been there since before my mother was born. A 2-story brick building with white columns out front that made it look like a house pretending to be fancier than it was. The sign out front had a carved dove on it, its wings spread in a shape that was supposed to be comforting and just made me think of something trying to get away. Inside, the air was cold enough to make my damp palms sting. The AC units hummed overhead, cycling on and off with a mechanical sigh that never let the room go quiet. The carpets were a pattern of brown and gold that someone somewhere had decided looked respectful. It just made me dizzy if I stared at it too long. Faux wood paneling lined the walls. Artificial flower arrangements sat in heavy vases on every flat surface. Roses that would never bloom, lilies that would never rot, all smelling faintly of dust. Underneath that, thinner but sharper, was another scent. Formaldehyde, I'd learn later. At the time, it was just a tiny chemical bite at the back of my nose, a tang that said, "Everything in here is being held together by force." The main viewing room had rows of wooden chairs set up in 2 neat sections, with a narrow aisle between. A few people were already seated when we walked in. Neighbors from the park, women from church, a couple of Cody's teachers. Their whispers rustled around us like tissue paper. At the front of the room stood the casket. It was an economy model, you could tell. Fake mahogany with 2 shiny handles, the kind of thing funeral homes kept in the back until families who didn't have much money had to make decisions in a hurry. The lid was propped open halfway, displaying the top half of Cody's body. I moved with the stream of people down the aisle. The sounds of the room layered themselves over each other. The whir of the AC, the soft tick, tick, tick of the clock on the wall above the doorway. the quiet creak of chair legs as people shifted their weight. Every time someone stood or sat, the wood spoke, a little eek noise that made me think of the pawn's hand flexing in mud. As we got closer to the casket, the air got colder. Or maybe that was just me. Cody lay inside, dressed in a suit that wasn't his. The jacket didn't quite fit right across the shoulders. The shirt at his throat puckered a little, like someone had struggled with the top button. His hair was combed neatly, glasses gone. They'd done something to his face, to the color, the texture, that made it almost, but not quite, like the kid I'd ridden bikes with and shared controller batteries with in the nursing home break room. His skin was too smooth, too even. The funeral home's makeup had toned down the blotches, flattened the bruises, but they couldn't fake everything. The color was wrong. Not blue, not like the movies. Something between gray and beige, like cheap paint. Like the life had been scraped off and replaced with a guess. His lips were pressed together in a line that wasn't quite a frown, wasn't quite anything. Someone had tried to make him look peaceful. They'd gotten as far as blank. His left hand rested on his chest, fingers curled slightly, nails clean and trimmed. The sleeve of his suit jacket fell just right there, smooth and neat. The right sleeve wasn't right. It was longer for one thing. Pulled down a little farther over the wrist, the cuff pressed tight. The fabric along that arm looked stretched, the seam along the forearm ever so slightly strained, like something underneath was putting pressure outward. It had been swollen, someone had whispered behind me earlier, from the creek. The water does that. His right arm, they say it puffed up real bad. They hadn't let that part show. As I stepped up to the casket, I saw, tucked discreetly against the inside wall on that side, a small white towel folded flat. It soaked up something I didn't want to name, its edges slightly darker than the part in the middle. I realized that was what I'd been smelling under the flowers and chemicals. Not blood, not rot. Just dampness that didn't belong in a room with carpet and upholstered chairs. Mom squeezed my shoulder gently and moved on, leaving me alone at the casket for a moment. Up close, I could see a faint line along Cody's hairline where the makeup didn't quite match, a slight dip in the skin at his temple where the embalmer had done something to fix whatever the creek had done to his skull. I tried not to imagine it. "You okay, hun?" someone behind me murmured. Mrs. Phillips from church, I thought. Her perfume smelled like fake gardenias. You two were close, weren't you? I didn't turn around. I wasn't looking at his face anymore. I was looking at the floor. Right below the casket, on the ugly brown gold carpet, there was a darker spot. Not big, maybe the size of my hand. The fibers there looked clumped, like they'd been damp and then dried, sticking together. While I watched, something clear fell from the underside of the casket. Just one drop. Tach. It hit the carpet right at the edge of the stain, darkening it the tiniest bit more. I told myself it was condensation from the flower vases, or a leak from the AC vent overhead, or anything other than what my brain immediately wanted to connect it to. Pond water, creeping out of hidden seams and joints, finding its way back to the earth, drop by drop. I realized my own hands were sweating. My fingers tingled where the ring of faint bruises circled my wrist. Without really deciding to, I reached out. My hand hovered for a second above Cody's right sleeve, the one that fell too smooth, too conveniently. The fabric looked dry and crisp, but up close I could see a faint darkening along the cuff, like color soaking upward from underneath. Matte. my mother said softly behind me, something like warning in her tone. My voice came out hoarse. I just want to say goodbye. I touched the fabric. The suit jacket was cold. Not room temperature cold, not air-conditioned cold. The kind of cold that had no business being anywhere near a church dress or a collared shirt. The kind that belonged to January nights and deep water. And it was damp, not soaked. Just enough that my fingertips came away feeling like I'd pressed them against a stone wall after a rain. There was a give to it, too. Not the smooth, firm resistance of a normal arm in a sleeve, but something swollen, taut, pressing back. For a heartbeat, nothing else happened. Then I felt it. The barest suggestion of pressure from beneath the layers. Not much, just the slightest tap, like someone testing the thickness of the fabric from the inside. Something that could have been a knuckle brushed the pad of my index finger through the sleeve. Once. My heart lurched against my ribs, and every muscle in my arm screamed to snatch my hand back. I didn't. Not immediately. For that one frozen moment, I held still and let the contact be real. The pressure came again, a whisper of a touch that traced the line of my finger, as if something on the other side were mapping it. It wasn't strong enough to move the sleeve, not enough to make any visible ripple in the cloth, but I felt it, clear as if someone had reached out and tapped me. Then it was gone. The AC unit kicked on overhead with a mechanical whoomp. Air rushed through the vents, fluttering the artificial flowers in their vases. Someone coughed in the back row. A chair creaked. I pulled my hand back. My fingertips were colder than the rest of my skin, like they'd been dipped in ice water for just a second. I looked up at Cody's face. The undertaker had given him a faint smile. The corners of his mouth turned up a little. People always say things at wakes like, "He looks peaceful," or like he's just sleeping. He didn't. He looked like someone who'd had their expression wiped clean and replaced with something else. I stepped away from the casket, back into the aisle, my shoes making almost no sound on the thick carpet. The spot beneath the casket glistened a little more than it had a moment before. On the way back to my seat, I glanced at my wrist. The bruise ring was darker now, the marks resolving into the shape of fingers wrapping around bone. Later, I told myself the damp sleeve was just residue, that the drop on the carpet was a leak, that the slight pressure I'd felt was my imagination, a muscle twitch, a trick of nerves. But standing there in that over-air-conditioned room, listening to the clock tick and the AC hum and the quiet shuffle of mourners' feet, all I could think was this. The pond had let Cody go, but not all of it had stayed behind. 4.2. Silence packed, and the first pattern of luck. We slipped out of the funeral home like we were ditching class instead of walking away from a coffin. The sky over Main Street had gone the color of old dishwater. Clouds hung low and heavy, smeared across the horizon in flat gray layers. The air had that charged feeling it gets right before a summer storm. Humid, thick, a little too warm, like something breathing on the back of your neck. Behind the building, the parking lot was half full. Sedans, an old minivan with a crooked bumper sticker about Jesus, a pickup or two. The asphalt was stained with oil and rainbow patches, cigarette butts collected in the cracks. Someone had propped a cheap folding ashtray near the back door. It overflowed with filters and gray ash, a little graveyard of burned down nerves. Brent's Silverado was parked near the dumpster, right where the alley dipped behind the funeral home and the hardware store next door. The town's idea of an industrial zone was this: a loading dock, a few pallets stacked in the corner, the faint smell of fertilizer and old paint. He was leaning against the truck bed when I came out the side door, hands in his jacket pockets, eyes on the ground. He ditched the suit jacket his mom had made him wear inside and was back in a faded ball cap and a t-shirt, but the knot of the tie was still loose around his neck, hanging like something he'd forgotten to finish taking off. Tyler was there too, cigarette already lit, exhaling smoke toward the low clouds. Justin and Mark flanked them, doing that teenage boy thing where they occupied space without looking like they were actually standing together. I hesitated for a second near the door, listening. Through the thin brick wall, I could hear the funeral home hum. Voices muffled and polite, the AC unit's endless churn, the clock ticking in the viewing room, measuring out seconds Cody wasn't going to use. Brent looked up and spotted me. "Hey," he said, "come here." There was no smile on his face now, no easy, mocking grin. His eyes were flat, serious, the kind of look you give someone when you're about to hand them something sharp and tell them not to drop it. I walked over. The air back here smelled like wet cardboard and cigarette smoke, and the faint chemical tang drifting from the funeral home's exhaust vents. Somewhere in town, thunder grumbled a warning, far enough away that it sounded tired. Brent waited until I was close enough that I could see the small vein ticking in his temple. Then he spoke. "Okay," he said. "We're gonna go over this one more time." He glanced at the others, and they straightened up slightly, like soldiers when the sergeant walks by. "We all hung out at my place," Brent said, in a tone that suggested he'd rehearsed this. "We played video games, watched movies, whatever. At around 10, we left. We dropped Cody off at his road. He walked the rest of the way. That was the last time we saw him, right?" He looked at me when he said the last word, eyebrows raised. The story slid into my mouth like something that had been placed there. "Yeah," I said. "We hung out. We dropped him off. Last time we saw him was 10. Justin nodded. "Same. Same," Mark echoed. Tyler scratched his cheek, flicked ash carelessly toward the dumpster. 10, he said. "We were home before midnight. I was, anyway." Brent's gaze sharpened. "Does anyone mention the pond?" he asked. Silence. He answered his own question for us. "No," he said. "No one mentions the pond. No one mentions Corpse Hold. That's just a dumb story kids tell, remember? We just did what everyone else does on a Friday night. We drove around. We went home. That's it." He said dumb story with the kind of contempt that would have been funny in any other context. "Dude, nobody's gonna ask about the pond," Tyler muttered. "They already decided he fell in the creek." Brent's jaw tightened. "They decided that because nobody gave them a reason to think anything else," he said. "We keep it that way. You start talking about the pond, about rules and hands and whatever the hell we did last night, you don't just screw yourself. You screw all of us. You get everybody in trouble. You get people asking questions they don't need to ask. Trouble." He meant parents, police, the school counselor with her clipboard and soft voice. He meant whispered words like hazing and manslaughter and juvenile detention. But the way he said it carried something else too. That edge of superstition, of lore. You get everyone in trouble, not just with the town. The wind shifted slightly, carrying the smell of rain closer. Tyler lit another cigarette off the end of his first, cupping the flame like a little ritual. After a moment, Justin wandered a few steps away, pretending to check his phone. Mark kicked at a loose rock, watching it skid along the cracked asphalt. The group loosened, but didn't break. The shape we made still felt intentional. I drifted a little toward the truck, near the back wheel. The metal of the bed was still streaked with a faint, grayish residue along the ridges, pond dirt that hadn't quite washed off in last night's imaginary rain. Brent and Tyler moved closer to each other, their voices dropping. I wasn't supposed to hear, but sound carries weird in that kind of space, bouncing off brick and metal and concrete. Their words slipped into the alley air whether they wanted them to or not. "You think it took him 'cause he didn't do it?" Tyler asked, so low I almost thought I'd imagined it. Brent stared at a crack in the pavement, lips pressed tight. When he spoke, it was slow, careful. "He walked away," he said. "You don't walk away. You either hold or you drown." The way he said it made the goosebumps rise on my arms. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't something he'd just come up with. It sounded like he was quoting. Tyler blew smoke out the side of his mouth, eyes unfocused. "That what happened with," he started. Brent cut him off with a sharp look. "Drop it," he said. The others shuffled back toward us, conversation breaking apart and reforming into safer topics. Homework, football. How weird Cody's uncle had looked at the funeral. But the words stuck. "You either hold or you drown." I couldn't tell if he meant physically in the water or something else. Something like, "You either take the bargain all the way or it takes you." Standing there, with the funeral home humming behind us and the clouds sagging low overhead, it was the first time I understood that, to them, corpse hold wasn't just a dare. It was an economy, even trade. A body for a body, a grip for a grip. Cody had stepped out of the circle. Something else had stepped in. Life went on the way it does, even when it shouldn't. School started again. People wrote R.I.P. Cody on the back of their notebooks. Some kids wore Sharpie bracelets on their wrists for a week, then let the ink fade. The teachers did the moment of silence thing on the first day back, all of us standing awkwardly in too bright fluorescence, pretending we weren't thinking about lunch. The town was sad. Then it was busy. Then it was just itself again. That's when the luck started. It didn't arrive all at once, like a lottery check in the mail. It came in drips and small shifts, like the pond seeping up through the floorboards of my life in clear, quiet drops. The first thing was my mom's job. She'd been working nights at the nursing home forever. 3 12-hour shifts a week, sometimes 4 if someone called off. She'd come home in the morning with her hair pulled loose and her face drawn, hands smelling like latex and antiseptic, then sleep through the day with a towel tucked under the bedroom door to block the light. One Thursday, a couple of weeks after the funeral, she came home at 10 in the morning instead of 8. I was sitting at the table, eating cereal that had gone soggy, steeling myself for a math quiz I knew I was going to bomb. She dropped her keys in the dish, rubbed her eyes and said, "You're never going to believe this." Turned out one of the day shift nurses had quit unexpectedly. Family drama, moved out of state, whatever the story was, and they'd needed someone to step into the slot fast. It meant a slight raise, more regular hours, fewer midnight bedpans, and 3 a.m. falls. "They offered it to me first," Mom said, still sounding stunned. "Said I've been there the longest. Said I deserved a turn at normal life." She laughed when she said it, like the phrase tasted weird. I smiled, said, "That's great," hugged her. It was great. It meant she might actually be awake when I got home from school sometimes. It meant dinner at the kitchen table instead of microwaving leftovers in front of the TV. I didn't connect it to anything else. Not then. The next week, I failed my algebra test. Not a little fail. A 20-something% splattered red across the top. I'd misread half the questions, blanked on the formulas for the rest. My stomach sank when the teacher handed it back, and I spent the rest of the day picturing the conversation where Mom would have to sign it. But when grade reports came out, there it was, a solid C in algebra. Not great, not terrible, passing. I cornered Mr. Hargrove after class, heart pounding. I think there's a mistake," I said, holding the printout. I failed that last test." He pushed his glasses up on his nose, frowned down at his gradebook. "Huh," he said. "Weird. Looks like I entered your score wrong." He pointed at the screen on his desk. "Put in a 72 instead of a 27. Must have reversed the digits." "Well, lucky for you." He chuckled, genuinely amused. "Don't worry," he said. "No harm done. Just keep up with the homework." "Lucky for you." I walked out of the classroom feeling like I'd just been handed a hall pass by someone who didn't know what hallway I was planning to walk down. Then there was the fight. Or almost fight. Some guy named Aaron decided one afternoon that I was looking at his girlfriend too long in the hallway. I wasn't, but that didn't matter. He was bigger than me and his day needed a target. He shoved me into a locker, hard enough that the breath whooshed out of my lungs. The world narrowed to that metal door and the sharp pain in my shoulder. I saw his fist coming up in my peripheral vision, knuckles already white. Then his foot slipped. Not on anything obvious. There was no puddle, no trash, no textbook on the floor. His sneaker just slid. Like someone had yanked the tile a fraction of an inch out from under him. His punch went wild, sailing past my ear. His momentum carried him sideways, and he went down hard, smacking his face into the corner of a backpack someone had left on the ground. There was a horrible thunk, and then blood. All over his lip, his teeth, his brand new white t-shirt. By the time a teacher turned the corner, it looked like he was the one causing trouble. He got detention and a trip to the nurse. I got a pass and a "You okay, Matt?" clap on the shoulder. That night, lying in bed, I ran the day back in my head. Mom's promotion, the grade reversal, Aaron's face bouncing off the floor instead of mine. Lucky, lucky, lucky. A word that had always sounded to me like it belonged to other people. My alarm clock glowed 3:12 in its red digital numbers, casting a faint hell light across the posters on my wall. The trailer was quiet. No TV going. Mom snoring softly in the next room. The fridge humming. I rolled onto my side, closed my eyes, tried to let the day file itself away into whatever part of my brain handled survival. That was when the fridge clicked off. It's a small sound. You don't notice it most of the time, only the absence of the hum. But in a trailer at night, when the walls are thin and the world outside is not, that little clunk and sigh can sound enormous. The silence that followed was thick. I could hear the dog 2 lots over bark once in his sleep, the faint whoosh of a car on Route 65, my own breathing. And then, from under my bed, talk. A light, hollow knock. Solid enough to be something hitting wood, soft enough that it could have been written off as a house noise. I stared at the shadow gap between my mattress and the wall. My heart rate ticked up, slow at first, then faster. Toke, same place, same tone, same measured space between. My mind scrambled for rational explanations. The bed frame settling, a pipe bumping, the fridge's compressor doing something weird under the floor. Any of the usual noises I'd grown up with. Except our bed frames were cheap metal. The pipes didn't run under my room. And that sound did something in my chest it had no business doing. Talk. 3 times. Just like in the truck. Just like by the pond. I didn't move. Didn't lean over to look. Didn't breathe for a few seconds. Eventually, the fridge kicked back on with a grunt. The air conditioner in the window cycled, blowing a weak stream of cool air across my blanket. Time crept forward again. I told myself I'd imagined it. The next day, Mom bought a lottery scratch-off at the gas station on the way home from work. One of those cheap ones they keep by the counter for people paying in cash. She scratched it at the kitchen table, laughing about buying a little hope for $1. She won $20. Not enough to change anything, not really. But enough to order pizza instead of cooking. Enough that she grinned and said, "Guess the universe isn't always a jerk." I lay in bed that night, full of pizza and something like dread, waiting. 3:13 a.m. glowed at me from the clock. The fridge hummed, then clicked off. Silence. Toke. This time it sounded less like wood and more like nail on thin metal, like someone tapping from the underside of my mattress frame. I didn't sleep much after that. Once you start looking for patterns, you find them everywhere. Mom's schedule smoothed out. No more surprise double shifts. She got called in once for an extra day, and the nurse she was replacing came in early, apologizing. So Mom got time and a half for doing paperwork and watching TV with a resident. My math grades hovered at barely okay, but every time I really blew it, something intervened. A curve on a test, a forgotten assignment forgiven, a project extended. I found $5 on the ground outside the gas station. An aunt I barely knew sent us a check just because after some distant family reunion. The car that almost ran a red light while I was crossing the street stalled halfway into the intersection, the driver cursing at a dashboard full of warning lights as I hurried past. Small things, tiny nudges, and almost every time, somewhere in the dark around that day, there was a sound. Sometimes it was the knock under the bed. Sometimes it was a soft bloop from the bathroom, like a bubble popping in toilet water that hadn't been flushed in hours. Once it was 3 delicate taps on the trailer's thin wall just above my headboard, too slow and deliberate to be anything brushing against it by accident. Always around 3:13. The first time I mentioned it out loud, I didn't mean to. It was a few months later, early fall. Brent and I were leaning against his truck in the Wendy's parking lot, fries cooling in our hands, the air smelling like grease and cold. He was in a good mood. "Dad's settlement finally came through," he said, tossing a fry into his mouth. "Remember that thing with the back pay? The disability claim?" I nodded. I remembered vague talk about lawyers and doctors and the plant where his dad had worked, forgetting some safety regulation. "They tried to screw him again," Brent said. "Offer some tiny check." Lawyer pushed back. "Next thing you know," he mimed an explosion with his fingers, "they're cutting us a real one. He's paying off the house, and he's looking at new trucks." He jerked his chin toward the Silverado behind us. "Gonna retire this old girl," he said. He looked at me then, eyes crinkling a little. There was a sparkle there that made my stomach twist. "See?" he said. "Told you corpse hold pays out." I laughed, because that was what I was supposed to do. The sound came out thin and wrong. "That why your heart thing came back clean," Tyler called from the driver's side, half inside the cab, messing with the radio. "Didn't your mom say the cardiologist was pleasantly surprised?" Brent shrugged, looking pleased but trying not to show it. "Guess so," he said. "Doc said the murmurs less pronounced, whatever that means." "They said it wasn't supposed to get better, right?" Justin added, popping a fry into his mouth. "Huh, lucky." Lucky. I looked at Brent, at the way he leaned against the truck, like he'd never crawled out of a lake that shouldn't be deep enough to hold a human body. at the way his fingers tapped absently against the bed rail in a rhythm that matched the knocks I heard at night. I thought about Mom's promotion, my reversed math grade, the fight that had tilted in my favor. I thought about the hand that had grabbed my wrist under the water, about Cody running and the pond opening its palm somewhere else. What if it's not luck? I said, before my brain could stop my mouth. Brent's eyes snapped to mine. For a second, the noise of the parking lot faded, the drive-through speaker crackling, the cars on Route 65, the hum of the neon sign buzzing over us. What else would it be? He asked. It wasn't a challenge. It was a test. I didn't answer, because the truth sat heavy in my chest, cold and sure. In our town, we'd always joked that if you played corpse hold and lived, good things happened. New cars, settlements, second chances. Standing there with salt on my fingers and pond stink still ghosting my clothes months later, I realized something I hadn't let myself see before. We weren't the first ones to play. We weren't the first ones to lose someone. And we weren't the first ones to start hearing knocks in the night, right before their lives turned, just a little, toward what everybody else called luck. 4.3. Teenage years. When good things happen to the wrong person. It turned out you could build an entire teenage life on almosts. Almost got caught. Almost got hit. Almost was there when everything went bad. High school slid over me like that. One long string of could-have-been-me moments, all of them somehow bending just a little away at the last second. I scraped by in classes, never honor roll, never straight-up failing. Just that middle lane where teachers forgot your name until you did something wrong, and then they only half remembered it. The first big almost was a party. Some senior's cousin had a house out past the county line, one of those places with a long gravel driveway and no close neighbors. Somebody's older brother bought a keg. Somebody else brought weed. Half the junior and senior class showed up with folding chairs and Bluetooth speakers. I was supposed to be there all night. Brent had picked me up early, truck bed rattling with coolers, tires kicking up dust on the back roads. We'd parked in the grass with everyone else, the yard already a maze of cars and pickup trucks, headlights off, taillights glowing faint red. Around 11, I ducked into the kitchen to get a Sprite. I'd been nursing the same warm beer for an hour and my head was thick. The music in the living room was so loud, it felt like it was vibrating my teeth. People were yelling over it. Someone had already broken a lamp, and the whole thing had shifted from fun to that edge of, this is too much, that comes right before disaster. My phone buzzed. Mom. Text. Hey, can you call me real quick? I sighed, stepped onto the back porch where it was quieter, hit call. She needed me to come home early and help her with something on the computer. Some paperwork, taxes. I don't even remember now. At the time it felt like the worst possible thing, being yanked away just when the night was getting stupid. I argued. She didn't budge. In the end, I told Brent I had to bail, that Mom was being a pain. He rolled his eyes but didn't push it. Dropped me at the entrance to the park around 11:45. Muttering something about not wasting gas going all the way in. I walked the rest of the way home in the thick, damp air, mad and wired. By the time I calmed down, I was in bed, staring at the red digits on my clock. 12:10, 12:42, 1:03. At 3:13 a.m., the fridge clicked off. Talk. Under the bed, just like before. I lay there, staring at the dark space between the mattress and the wall, my heart beating that now familiar double step. The next afternoon at school, everyone was talking at once. The cops had hit the party hard. Noise complaint. Neighbor saw the cars. Whatever the reason, 3 cruisers and a sheriff's truck had pulled up around midnight. Breathalyzers, tickets, parents called. A couple of guys got hauled in for weed. The principal found out. Football players got benched. Names floated through the hallway like smoke. Who'd gotten caught? Who'd managed to take off through the woods? Who'd puked in the bushes while a deputy held their hair back? My name never came up. "Dude, you're lucky," someone said, clapping me on the back. "You left at the perfect time." Lucky, it kept happening. Once there was a fight in the parking lot after school. Some senior decided to settle a week-long argument with his fists, and a crowd gathered around like they always do, phones out, hungry for something to break the monotony. I was in the ring of spectators, pushed forward by the bodies behind me. There's a moment in those situations where the crowd changes, from "this is crazy" to "someone should stop this" to "if a teacher shows up, we're all screwed." I saw the other guy reach down for something. I still don't know if it was a rock or a knife or just to grab the kid's jacket, but his whole posture shifted. The air snapped tight. There was a shout from somewhere in the back. "Coach coming!" The ring dissolved instantly. Kids scattered, stepping on each other's feet, laughing too loud, faces almost but not quite guilty. As I turned to bolt, somebody slammed into me from the side. I would have gone down, right into the middle of the fight, except a hand shot out and grabbed my jacket. Mr. Coates, the chemistry teacher, yanked me backward out of the path of the scuffle without even looking, eyes fixed on the 2 boys at the center. "Enough!" he snapped at them. They froze. He didn't say a word to me, just shoved me gently toward the walkway like he was redirecting traffic. That night, lying in bed, I heard it again. The fridge hummed, clicked off. The quiet stretched. Talk, talk, talk. 3 taps from under the bed, so soft they could have been a kid's fingertips on a hollow door. I didn't look. I never looked. The gas station job came the summer before senior year. It was the kind of job everyone wanted. Not because it paid well, it didn't, but because it had AC and you could sit most of the time. I'd filled out the application half asleep one morning, handwriting messy, fully expecting nothing. They called that afternoon. "We just had someone quit," the manager said. "Can you start tomorrow?" I'd barely been there a month when the armed robbery happened. I wasn't on shift. I was supposed to be. The schedule had my name on the Friday night slot, 4 p.m. to midnight. But another guy, Ryan, had begged me to swap. He had tickets to some concert in Branson. Swapping shifts meant his mom would let him go. "Come on, man," he'd said, leaning across the counter. "You can study in the booth. I'll cover you next time." I didn't have the energy to say no. The robbery went down around 10:30 p.m. 2 guys in ski masks, one of them waving a gun they later found out was real. They shoved Ryan to the floor, kicked him when he moved too slow, opening the register. He left that night with a concussion, a cracked rib, and a new flinch every time the door chime went off. When I visited him at home, his face was a map of yellowing bruises. He tried to laugh it off, make a joke about taking one for the team when the manager upgraded the cameras afterward, but his eyes never quite landed on mine. "You're lucky you swapped," his mom said, voice tight. "Could have been you. Could have been you." That phrase followed me around like a ghost. I started paying attention to who the bad things landed on. The English teacher who'd given me an extra credit assignment out of pity. "I know the move's been hard on you, Matt. Here's a chance to boost your grade." Got rear-ended on the highway that weekend. Whiplash. A totaled car. She came back to school with a neck brace and a permanent stiffness in the way she turned her head. The kid who had my locker the year before slipped during a canoe trip and broke his wrist. The girl who had a crush on me freshman year ended up in the hospital with appendicitis the same week I finally worked up the nerve to talk to her, only to find out she'd changed schools. None of it was dramatic enough to make the news for long. Just the usual trickle of bad luck that runs under every town. Except when I stepped back and looked at the pattern, it was like watching someone tilt a pinball machine. The silver ball, misfortune, danger, whatever you want to call it, would start toward me. Then, at the last possible second, something would bump it sideways, toward someone else. The noises at night got worse. 3:13 a.m. turned into something like an appointment. Sometimes it was the knock. Those 3 soft, measured taps under the bed frame. So precise I could have counted them in my sleep. Sometimes it was a creak in the wall right behind my headboard. Wood warping in a slow, complaining moan that stopped exactly when the clock flipped from 3:13 to 3:14. Sometimes it was water. I'd wake to the sound of a drip. Slow, regular, the kind of sound that drives you insane over time. Drip. Pause. Drip. I'd lie there, skin crawling, trying to figure out where it was coming from. The bathroom faucet? The kitchen sink? The AC unit? If I turned on the lamp, the sound stopped. Every time. I got into the habit of lying perfectly still, staring into the dark, feeling my heart pound against my ribs while the invisible drip kept time with it. There was something about not moving that felt like agreement, like this was the cost of what I was getting, that I had to lie there and listen while the house whispered back to the pond. The guilt came first, then the other thing. Because as much as I hated it, the knocks, the water, the way my wrist ached on cold mornings, I couldn't pretend I didn't notice how things kept landing for me. I passed my driver's test on the first try, even though I rolled through 1 stop sign, so obviously the instructor should have failed me. He just sighed, marked it as a warning, and told me to be more careful. Mom's old sedan kept limping along, even after the mechanic said the transmission was on its last legs. It only finally died after I'd already saved enough from the gas station to help with a down payment on something used but reliable. And then there was the truck. Senior year, right before graduation, Brent tossed me his keys in the high school parking lot. I almost didn't catch them. The key ring hit my palm with a solid smack, heavier than it looked. "What's this?" I asked. He shrugged, trying to play it cool. "Dad's getting the new one this weekend," he said. "We can't have 3 vehicles sitting in the driveway. Mom says it's a liability." He rolled his eyes. "So, I figure you've logged enough miles in that seat. Might as well make it official." "You're giving me your truck?" I asked, dumb. "Don't make it weird," he said. "Just, yeah, take care of her. Change the oil. Don't crash it." His hand was still half extended from the throw. That's when I noticed his wrist. There was a mark there, half hidden under the elastic of his hoodie cuff. Not a bruise. Older than that. A pale ring circling the bone, like a scar from a rope burn that had healed badly. If you looked closer, and of course I did, you could see the shape resolved into something more specific. 4 faint ovals on top, 1 on the underside, the pattern of fingers. My own wrist ached in sympathy. "You okay?" I asked, nodding toward it before I could stop myself. He followed my gaze. His face shuddered for a second, the easy grin flickering. "Old thing," he said quickly, tugging the sleeve down. "You want the truck or not?" Behind him, Tyler honked from his own car, leaning out the window. Come on, lovers. Some of us have places to be. Brent rolled his eyes, but his smile didn't quite reach them. Corpse hold pays out, he said again, softer this time. Don't forget that. I didn't. I drove that truck like it was my ticket out of town. Worked extra shifts at the gas station. Took Mom to Walmart so she didn't have to wait on the bus. Drove out to the overlook past the state line just to sit on the hood and smoke gas station cigarettes I pretended I liked, watching the sunset bleed out over the hills. The knocks followed. Sometimes they seemed to come from the truck itself. 3 soft taps from the underside right as the radio cut out for a second, only to come back with a new song about winning and losing and God's mysterious plan. One night, late senior year, I stayed up too long in front of the TV. It was one of those nights where sleep felt like something dangerous, where lying down and closing my eyes meant opening the door to whatever waited at 3:13. So I stayed in the living room, slumped on the sagging couch, letting cheap sitcoms and infomercials wash over me. Mom had gone to bed hours ago. The only light came from the TV and the sliver of street lamp sneaking through the blinds. The air smelled like old popcorn and fake lemon cleaner. Somewhere past midnight, the programming shifted. Sitcom reruns gave way to local news reruns. Same anchors, slightly rumpled, voices softer. I was half asleep, eyes half closed, mind drifting. Tragedy in neighboring Greene County tonight, the anchor was saying. Authorities say a 17-year-old boy drowned in a retention pond behind a strip mall. My eyes snapped open. The footage on the screen showed a familiar kind of place. A muddy, man-made pond ringed with thin trees and tall grass. Orange crime scene tape fluttering in the background. Emergency lights strobed in the distance. Men in reflective vests moved slowly along the bank. They showed a photo of the kid, a yearbook picture probably. Smiling, tie crooked, eyes too bright. Friends say he was last seen near the water around midnight. Foul play is not suspected. A tragic accident. The words blurred together. Different town. Different pond. Same look on the faces of the people in the background. Those hollow, shocked stares I'd seen in the funeral home. I fumbled for the remote, heart pounding, and hit the power button. The TV went black with a tiny electric click. For a second, the room was lit only by the faint glow of the cable box and the digital clock on the DVD player. My reflection looked back at me from the screen. Me on the couch, hunched forward, hair a mess, eyes wide. The cheap lamp in the corner behind me. The coffee table in front of me with its ring stains and crumpled receipts. And something else. Under the coffee table, partly in shadow, where only the angle of the screen caught it, there was a second face. Not beside mine, below it. It was upside down, as if someone were lying on their back on the floor, head toward the TV, body stretched out under the sofa I was sitting on. Water slicked the hair back from its forehead, making dark strands cling to the skull shape. The eye sockets were black pits, so deep the screen's glow didn't seem to reach the bottom. The skin, where there was any, was the color of dishwater and tight against the bones. A bead of water hung from its chin, frozen in the reflection. I blinked. The screen was just black glass, my own pale face, the dim shape of the room. No extra eyes, no wet shadow. Under the coffee table, in real space, the darkness was solid, unbroken. I didn't move my feet for a long time. I sat there with my heels planted firmly on the cushion, toes not daring to reach down, listening to the house around me breathe. At 3:13 a.m., somewhere in the trailer, maybe in the walls, maybe under the floor, maybe under the couch cushions, took. Just once. A single knuckle on the underside of my life. By then, I knew better than to call it luck. 5.1. New city, same hour. I told myself things would be different once I left. That's the script, right? You graduate, you pack up whatever fits in the back of your car or somebody's truck, and you drive out of town with the radio up, thinking you're leaving all the ghosts behind on the exit sign. I picked a city 2 hours south. Big enough to have a skyline if you squinted, small enough that people still recognized each other at Walmart. There was a river, a minor league ballpark, a strip of chain restaurants out by the interstate. It smelled like exhaust and fryer grease and hot asphalt. I got a job at a distribution center on the edge of town. Not glamorous, not the kind of thing you brag about on social media, but it was steady and it paid more than the gas station had. Big gray box of a building with no windows, surrounded by a sea of trailers and loading docks. Sodium lights buzzing all night like tired bees. I took the night shift because it paid 50 cents more an hour. Nights at the warehouse have their own soundscape. Forklifts beep, beep, beep as they reverse, backing out of aisles with stacks of boxed up whatever wobbling on their forks. Pallet jacks rattle over the concrete, wheels hitting every crack. The PA system chirps every so often with a bored voice. Manager to receiving? Manager to receiving, echoing through the rafters. The air smells like cardboard and shrink wrap and sweat. There's a faint ozone tang from the conveyor belts and scanners. Fluorescent lights hum overhead, making everyone look a little sicker than they are. My job was basic. Unload pallets from incoming trailers, break them down, sort boxes onto the right belts. Day shift did the paperwork and argued with drivers. Night shift did the grunt work while most of the city slept. It was easy to disappear there. Punch in, put on the safety vest, scan your badge, move boxes for 8 hours, go home. Nobody cared who you were as long as your numbers were good. I rented a little one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of a building that had seen better decades. Off-white siding, crooked mailboxes, a parking lot where the lines had mostly faded. The stairwell always smelled like someone's dinner layered over someone else's weed. My unit faced the back, where you could see the dumpsters and the railroad tracks if you leaned over the balcony far enough. The walls were thin. The guy on one side liked classic rock and played it loud enough that I learned entire albums whether I wanted to or not. The couple on the other side watched cable news until 2 in the morning. The anchor's voice a constant low murmur through the drywall. My bedroom was a rectangle with beige carpet and a single window that looked out on a strip of cracked asphalt and a struggling maple tree. I put my bed against the wall, same as at home. Old habits. For the first few weeks, I let myself believe I'd outrun it. Work, eat, sleep, do it again. The knocks, the drips, the creeping sense that I'd agreed to something I didn't understand. Those belonged to the trailer, to the pond, to the version of me that slept under that old ceiling fan. The first near death in the warehouse snapped that illusion in half. It was a Tuesday night, the kind that feels like it exists outside the calendar. We were short-staffed. 2 guys had called in sick, another had quit without notice, so the rest of us were covering their aisles. I was working in the tall rack section. Imagine metal shelves 3 stories high, stacked with pallets of boxed product, paper towels, cereal, TVS, held in place with shrink wrap and optimism. The aisles were just wide enough for a forklift to pass. You learn to keep your head on a swivel there. I was on foot, scanning barcodes on a pallet near the end of one aisle. The handheld scanner beeped with each successful read. Beep, beep, beep. mixing with the background chorus of forklifts and conveyors. Up above, 20 feet over my head, a loaded pallet sat slightly crooked on a steel beam. I noticed it the way you notice a crooked picture frame and think, someone should fix that, and then don't. The forklift operator 3 aisles over hit the brakes too hard. I didn't see it. I felt it, the faint tremor in the floor, the subtle shiver in the uprights around me. The whole rack system was one connected skeleton. If you rattled part of it hard enough, the shake traveled. Something groaned overhead, metal against metal. I looked up. The crooked pallet shifted. Not much. Just enough that the shrink wrap stretched, threads of plastic whitening under the strain. "Hey!" I started to yell, to nobody in particular. Then gravity made its decision. The pallet tipped. It didn't fall gracefully. It lurched, catching once on the beam, then tumbling outward. The boxes on top slid first, breaking free and tumbling in slow, horrifying arcs. The rest of the load followed a heartbeat later. There's a special sound that happens when 1,000 pounds of boxed merchandise lets go of the only thing holding it up. A deep, ripping roar of cardboard tearing, the scream of steel as the pallet scrapes against the rack, the thunder of weight accelerating toward concrete. Somebody shouted my name. I didn't move. I'd like to tell you I dove, that I rolled, that my survival instinct kicked in and I sprinted out of the way. But all I did was stare, frozen, as a wall of corrugated cardboard and plastic wrap and shrink-wrapped product came roaring toward me. Time did that trick it does in bad car accidents. Everything stretched. I could see individual details, the red logo on a falling box of laundry detergent, the way the stretch wrap snapped midair and curled back on itself, the exact pattern of rust on the underside of the pallet as it rotated. Somewhere in the screaming metal and my own heartbeat, something else threaded through. 3 sharp reports, not from above, from below. Talk, 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 right through the soles of my boots. The entire rack shuddered. The falling pallet hit the face of the shelf below it at just the right angle. Instead of plummeting straight down onto my head, it arrested, wedged between 2 crossbeams with a screech that cut through the whole warehouse. Boxes flew. A few smashed into the ground around me, bursting open in explosions of packaging and cheap plastic. One clipped my shoulder, sending a hot lance of pain down my arm. But the main load, the thing that would have crushed me, flattened me against the concrete, stopped. The bottom edge of the pallet hovered inches above my head. I could see the rough wood, splintered and jagged, close enough that I could have reached up and touched it. Dust sifted down from the beams, sprinkling my hair and eyelashes. My knees unlocked all at once. I stumbled backward, slipping on shredded cardboard, landing hard on my ass. My scanner skittered away, clattering against a column. The warehouse went weirdly quiet for a second. Then the noise came rushing back in. Jesus Christ! Kill the aisle power! Matt, you okay? You okay? Hands grabbed me under my arms, hauling me backward out of the damage zone. Somebody hit the emergency stop on the nearest conveyor. Its steady whir died with a clunk. I sat there on the cold concrete, chest heaving, looking up at the suspended pallet. It shouldn't have stayed. By all the physics I understood, it should have come straight down. The angle was wrong, the beams too narrow. But there it was, jammed just so between 2 uplights, like an invisible hand had caught it and shoved it sideways at the last second. "You're lucky, man," one of the guys said, his voice still shaking. "You'd have been paced." Lucky. We filed reports. A supervisor took photos. The safety manager came down from his office, pale and sweating, making notes about load distribution and proper stacking, like better paperwork could fix gravity. Later, in the break room, people told the story over vending machine coffee and bruised sandwiches. Missed him by inches. Saw the whole thing from aisle 9. If that beam hadn't caught. They shook their heads and clapped my shoulder and called me Miracle Boy for the rest of the week. I laughed along with them, because the alternative was letting them see how my hands were still trembling when I opened my locker. That night, I went back to the apartment, microwaved something that tasted like cardboard, and lay on my mattress, staring at the ceiling. The city hummed around me, sirens in the distance, a train horn moaning somewhere beyond the tracks, rock music leaking through the wall from next door, the TV anchor's voice a low drone through the other wall. My digital clock glowed from the milk crate I was using as a nightstand. 3:11, 3:12. The fridge in the kitchen rattled, cycling. 3:13. The building held its breath. From the heating duct at the foot of my bed, 3 small sounds. Talk, talk, talk. Not loud, not angry, just punctual. Like someone knocking on the inside of a vent from a space that shouldn't be big enough to hold anything larger than a mouse. I stared at the grate. It was screwed into the wall, paint bubbling slightly around the edges from old moisture. The dark slats showed nothing behind them but shadow. Old building, I whispered to myself, voice dry. Pipes, ducts, expansion, just a thing houses do. The knock under the bed back home had been easy to blame on settling wood, on bad flooring, on the thin bones of a trailer. Here, in this apartment, I had new excuses. Heating, cooling, neighbors. A floorboard creaked above my head as someone walked to their bathroom. A toilet flushed in another unit. A car alarm chirped once outside, then shut up. I didn't move. The next week, it moved. Not the noise itself, the location. I'd just gotten home from another shift, the one where Lee from receiving had almost crushed his own foot under a pallet jack, and only the last-second jerk of the handle had saved him. The guys in the break room had said the same word they always did. Lucky. I showered, ate, zoned out in front of a stupid show until my eyes burned, then crawled into bed. 3:13. The knock didn't come from the vent. It came from behind the refrigerator. 3 soft, hollow taps. The kind you get when you hit metal from the back. The fridge hummed. Stopped. Hummed again. A slow drip followed, like water hitting a pan. Except when I checked in the morning, there was no leak, no puddle. Just the same old dusty tile and a couple of crumbs that had escaped the broom. You start to notice patterns even when you don't want to. Warehouse incident? Knock the night before, almost getting sideswiped by a delivery truck in the parking lot. Knock from the wall behind the couch the previous morning, right as the news guy was saying, another close call on I-40. I kept my mouth shut about it at work. They chalked the pallet thing up to bad stacking and a freak blessing. They installed extra safety ties on the higher racks. We all watched a training video about gravity and center of mass that made everything look clean and simple. A week after the accident, safety had us gather in the tiny office to look at the footage. Just so everyone understands what we're dealing with, the manager said, caffeinated and nervous, clicking a mouse. This is why we follow procedure. The screen showed grainy black and white from the overhead camera in my aisle. There I was, little reflective vest glowing, scanning barcodes. There was the pallet above, slightly askew. We watched it shake, tip, fall, The camera stuttered for a split second as the palette hit the beams. Just one frame of interference, like the signal had hiccuped. Just enough to throw a flicker across the screen. In that flicker, something stood where I'd been. Small, human-shaped, shoulders narrow, head tilted slightly up as if looking at the descending weight, the size of a kid. The hair was longer than mine, hanging in dark strings like it was wet. The face was nothing but a blur, eyes lost in the static. Then the glitch vanished. The palette was suddenly jammed sideways, boxes exploding outward. In the next frame, I was on my ass, scrambling backward. "See?" the manager said, oblivious. "Look at that angle. Damn lucky it caught like that." He rewound and played it again. This time, the glitch barely registered, just a smear of white noise. "Cheap cameras," one of the guys snorted. "We gotta get IT to fix that." Everyone laughed. I didn't. My stomach had dropped straight through the floor, into the concrete and further still, down to the bottom of a drainage pond 2 hours north. Because for that one warped frame, that little shape in my place wasn't just somebody. It was exactly the height Cody had been the night he ran up that grassy bank and didn't come back. On the drive home, the radio played a song I hadn't heard since high school. Some throwaway country track about being saved by an angel on a factory floor. I turned it off. In the quiet cab of the truck, the engine noise low and steady, I swear I heard it. Just 3 small taps from somewhere under my feet, coming right up through the pedals. Talk, 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 new city, new job, new bed, same hour, same knock. Whatever I'd shaken hands with in that pond hadn't been interested in zip codes. 5.2. Trying to build a normal life. If this was a movie, this is where the music would soften and things would start looking up. New city, steady job. No more trailers, no more small-town pity. Night shift meant my days were my own, at least on paper. I had a bank account that occasionally had more than 3 digits in it. I had a truck that started most mornings. And then there was Jessica. I met her in the break room at the distribution center, sometime around 2 in the morning, which is when people's masks start to slip and the caffeine wears off enough that you see who they really are. She worked in receiving, clipboard, steel-toed boots, ponytail pulled through the back of a faded ball cap with the company logo. She had a laugh that cut clean through the fluorescent hum, bright and sharp, and a way of leaning over the break room table like everything you said was actually interesting. The first real conversation we had was over a vending machine coffee that tasted like burned plastic. She was sitting alone, earbuds in, eyes closed. I recognized the logo on her phone screen. Some true crime podcast, familiar cover art of a black and white crime scene photo with a minimalist font over it. "You into that?" I asked, nodding at it just to say something. She pulled one earbud out. "Into what?" she said. "Missing people," I said. "Dead people. People doing weird stuff to other people." Her mouth twitched. "I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds bad," she said. "But yeah, the stories, the way it all connects, the patterns, you?" I shrugged. "I grew up in a town where the juiciest thing that happened was someone's cousin shoplifting beef jerky," I said. "True crime feels like proof the world actually does anything." She laughed, the sound bright in the depressing little room. We started taking our breaks together after that. Turns out she liked the same horror channels on YouTube that I did. The ones where some guy with a tired voice reads emails about weird encounters in back roads and diners and apartments that sound a lot like yours. She liked the ones where the horror was small and specific. A voice on a scanner. A door that opens by itself at 3:17 every night. A pond behind a strip mall. We went from talking in the break room to lingering in the parking lot after our shift ended, breath fogging in the early morning air, leaning against our respective cars. The first time we went out on purpose, not just drifting out of the building at the same time, was to the drive-in. It sat on the edge of town, 3 massive screens facing a gravel lot, speakers on poles that hadn't worked in years. You tuned the movie soundtrack in on your own radio now. It was a double feature. Some new superhero thing and a horror movie where the monster lived in people's phone cameras. We backed the truck into a spot, dropped the tailgate, laid out a blanket. The smell of popcorn and hot dogs from the concession stand drifted over on the summer breeze. Kids ran around in their pajamas, while parents yelled half-heartedly at them not to get too close to other people's cars. Jessica lay on her side, propped up on one elbow, watching the screen with an intent frown. "You ever had anything like that happen?" she asked, nodding at a scene where the main guy scrolled past an image on his phone and something behind him moved. "No," I said. "Nothing that photogenic." She smiled, but her eyes stayed on my face a little too long, like she was waiting for more. We went to Denny's after the second feature, because that's what you do at 3 in the morning when you don't want the night to be over, but you can feel it dying. The place was mostly empty, a trucker at the counter stirring coffee, a couple of drunk college kids giggling too loud in a booth, old fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, casting everything in a tired yellow. We sat in a sticky booth, eating greasy eggs and pancakes that tasted like sugar and regret. She told me about her childhood. Military dad, too many schools, a brother who'd gone no contact with the family and never explained why. I told her an edited version of mine. Small town, crappy trailer, a friend who drowned. I didn't tell her about the pond. Not then. At some point, we just kept going. She started coming home with me after our shifts. At first, it was just to crash on the couch for a couple of hours before she went back to her place on the other side of town. Then she left a toothbrush in my bathroom. Then a change of clothes. Then a half-empty bottle of shampoo on the edge of my tub. By the time fall rolled around, she was staying most weekends and a couple of nights in between. Her shoes by the door next to mine. Her coffee mugs in my sink. For a while, it felt almost normal. We'd get off at 6 a.m., stop for gas station breakfast burritos, then go back to my apartment, draw the blackout curtains, and watch trashy horror movies until we fell asleep. She'd curl up on my chest, feet tucked under my leg, the sound of her breathing evening out as the day brightened outside. The knocks never stopped. They just waited. They let me have a few weeks where I could pretend this was what my life would be now. Shift, sleep, movies, sex, repeat. No pond, no bones, no deals. Then one night, the horror came in through the TV. We were sitting on the couch, plates on the coffee table, laptop open to a YouTube channel we both followed. The one with the narrator who sounds like he's been awake for 30 years. He was doing a themed episode, Games You Should Never Play. I was only half listening, drowsy and full. "Ever done that Bloody Mary thing?" Jessica asked, leaning her head on my shoulder, voice muffled against my t-shirt. Bathroom mirror, candle, say her name 3 times. Bathroom in our trailer didn't have a door that closed all the way, I said. Felt rude to invite a ghost into that situation. She snorted. On the screen, the narrator's voice shifted. "This next one is about a pond," he said. "Locals say if you go in at night and hold on to what's at the bottom for a full minute." I sat up. The hairs on the back of my neck rose one by one. The story he told wasn't exactly mine. Different state, different number of kids, different rules. In this version, The prize was finding out when you would die. Not good things happen to you, but the bones of it were too close. A man-made pond behind a store, a dare, a body at the bottom. I felt cold creep in under my skin, like pond water soaking through cotton. "You okay?" Jessica asked, lifting her head. "Yeah," I said, "just tired." She tilted her head, studying me, but let it go, nestling back into me as the video moved on to something about a cursed elevator. We went to bed around midnight, pulled the blinds, turned on the box fan, let the city sounds fade into white noise. Jessica curled up on her side, hand resting on my chest. Her hair smelled like cheap shampoo and coffee. I actually slept until 3:13. I didn't wake up because of the clock. I woke up because Jessica moved. She jolted upright, hand tightening on my shirt. For a second, I thought she was having a nightmare. Her eyes were open, though, wide and fixed on the dark space at the foot of the bed. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. My heart was already pounding. "Hear what?" I whispered back, even though I knew. "Under the bed," she said. It sounded like fingernails on metal. The room was dark, only a faint gray glow seeping around the edges of the blinds from the parking lot lights outside. The fan hummed. The fridge in the next room cycled. "Probably the neighbors," I said. "Pipes, heating, this building." "Matt." Her voice cut me off, sharper now. "Your bed is on the floor. There's no frame." She was right. When I'd moved in, I'd just thrown the mattress and box spring straight onto the carpet. No metal slats, no wooden legs, just fabric and padding and the floor underneath. But I had heard it too. A thin, scraping tap, like a nail drawn lightly across something hollow. Talk, talk, talk. Except this time, it had crawled across the underside of the mattress, starting near my feet and moving toward where Jessica's legs were. I swallowed. "Maybe it's the vent," I said. "The duct, like the metal shifting when..." She swung her legs up, folding them under her like the floor might suddenly give way. "It sounded like it was right under me," she said. We sat there, both of us frozen, listening. Nothing. The fan. A car door outside. Somewhere down the hall, someone's TV. After a few minutes, she sagged, forcing a laugh. "Your place is haunted," she said. "You know that?" "Yeah," I said. "I've noticed." She gave me a look that said we weren't done with that conversation, then lay back down eventually, one hand still resting lightly on my arm as if to anchor herself. Sleep didn't come as easily after that. Things escalated. A week later, my phone rang at 3:13 a.m. It was on the nightstand next to me, screen face down, plugged into the charger. We'd fallen asleep with the TV on low, some rerun crime show painting the walls in faint blue light. Jessica was pressed against my back, her breath warm on my neck. The vibration started first, a little buzz on the wood, then the ring. I frowned in my half-sleep, reached over, flipped the phone. "Unknown caller," the screen said. No number, no city, just the words in blocky white letters. I shouldn't have answered. Of course I did. "Hello?" I said, voice thick with sleep. At first, there was nothing. Just a hiss of white noise, like someone had pocket-dialed me from a tunnel. Then the hiss deepened, turned wetter. It sounded like water moving in a confined space. Not waves, not a faucet running. More like something thick bubbling up from under. The noise had weight to it. Every burble seemed to press against my eardrum, cold and heavy. A faint whisper threaded through it. Too far away to make out the words, too close for comfort. It reminded me of being under the pond, skull in my hands, that thin whistle curling directly into my head. "Who is this?" I asked, sitting up a little. Jessica stirred behind me. The noise on the line rose like whatever was making it had just gotten closer to the phone. For a heartbeat, in the static and gurgling, I could have sworn I heard my name. Matt. Stretched, distorted, coming from a throat full of water. Jessica pushed herself up, hair mussed, eyes squinting in the TV light. "Who is it?" she mumbled. I held the phone out so she could hear. The sound on the line changed. For the first time, there was a clear, distinct noise. Talk. Not in my apartment, not under the bed, not in the wall. Through the tiny speaker, 3 faint knocks, as if someone were tapping on the microphone with a wet finger. Talk, talk, talk. Jessica's eyes went wide. "Okay, nope," she said, and snatched the phone out of my hand. She stabbed at the screen, ending the call, then tossed it back onto the nightstand like it might bite her. "What the hell?" she said, voice tight. "Your friends have a messed up sense of humor." "It wasn't," I started. "Who else knows your number?" she demanded. "You give out your number at work? Is this some hazing thing?" The phone buzzed again. Unknown caller. She slapped it face down, unplugged it, and shoved it under her pillow. "Screw that," she muttered. I didn't tell her that none of my friends knew the pond like I did, that I'd changed my number when I moved, that no one from back home called me at all. She started having nightmares after that. At first, she brushed them off. Just stress, she said. Long shifts, too much caffeine, too many murder podcasts before bed. But patterns don't care what you call them. One morning, she sat at my tiny kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug of coffee like it was the only warm thing in the world. The light coming in through the blinds was that flat gray that means it's technically day, but the sun couldn't be bothered. "I had the dream again," she said. "What dream?" I asked, even though I already knew. "The one where I'm in your bed," she said slowly. "Except I'm awake. I can't move, but I can see the room, you, everything. And I can feel something under the mattress. Not like a monster grabbing me or whatever. More like hands, flat, pushing up." She swallowed, eyes fixed on a crack in the laminate. "It's like someone's under there," she said. "Trying to lift the whole bed, not hard enough to throw us off, just testing the weight." I thought about the way the pallet had jammed above my head in the warehouse, like something had given it a little nudge. About the times my mattress had felt higher than it should, for just a second, before settling. "Maybe you're just dreaming about the knocks," I said. "We've had a lot of..." She shook her head. "In the dream, there's no sound," she said. "Just pressure, like fingers spread out, holding me up." That was the morning she got rear-ended. She called me from the shoulder of the freeway, voice shaking. "I'm okay," she said. "I'm okay. Some idiot on their phone just clipped my bumper, pushed me into the guardrail. No one was seriously hurt. The other driver's airbag went off. Jessica's didn't. A couple of bruises, a sore neck. The car, though, was wrecked. The insurance company took one look at the damage and decided it was cheaper to total it than fix it. The payout was less than she'd hoped. Paperwork piled up, rental car fees, missed shifts while she did the calls and forms and waiting. "You're lucky you're okay," the cop on the scene had told her. Could have been a lot worse. Lucky. She didn't sleep at my place much after that. Not all at once. Not in a dramatic storm out. Just less. Excuses piled up. Early shift, long day. I think I'll just head home tonight. My back hurts. Her toothbrush stayed in my bathroom, her shampoo in my shower, but they started to look more like forgotten items than permanent fixtures. The last night we spent together in that apartment was quiet. No knocks, no phone calls, just the TV on low, some forgettable show playing to fill the space between us. She turned to me at some point, face pale in the screen's light. "I don't think I can keep doing this," she said, voice steady but soft. "Doing what?" I asked, even though I already knew. "Sleeping here," she said. "Being here." She looked down at her hands, twisting the cheap ring on her finger. "Your place always sounds like there's something in the walls, Matt," she said. "Not mice, not neighbors, just something. I can't shake it. I go home and it's quiet. I sleep. I come here and I wake up at 3 in the morning feeling like something's waiting for me to move so it can move too." I wanted to tell her she was imagining it. I wanted to tell her she was right. Instead, I said nothing. Because in the silence that followed her words, in the thin drywall and the vents and the spaces between floor joists, I could hear it too. A presence, soft and patient, pressing its ear to the pipes, fingers flat against the studs. Listening. We broke up a week later. No big fight, no cheating. Just a conversation in a parking lot under a flickering streetlight. The kind where both people stare at their shoes and say things like, "It's not you," and "I just need to figure myself out." She hugged me before she got into her borrowed car. "You're a good guy," she said into my shoulder. "You just come with extra noise." She drove away. The apartment was quieter without her, for a while. Then, one night, I woke up to the sound of something moving inside the wall behind my head. Not rats, not pipes. A slow, deliberate drag, like fingers taking their time. And at 3:13, right on schedule, 3 soft knocks from inside the drywall, directly under where Jessica's head had rested all those nights. Talk, talk, talk. Trying to build a normal life, it turned out, just meant giving it new surfaces to knock on. 5.3. Luck with a body count. Some people talk about being blessed when good things happen. If you stack my life on a chart from age 13 onward, there's a different phrase that fits better. Every time something good landed in my lap, somebody else hit the ground. The flu season that wiped out half the warehouse skipped me completely. It started with one guy on day shift. Lee from receiving showed up pale and sweating, coughed his way through a morning, and then went home early. 2 days later, he was in the hospital. Fever, pneumonia, the whole thing. Then it spread. Night shift lost 3 guys in a week. Not dead, just knocked flat. The break room emptied out. Schedules got scrambled. Supervisors called us heroes in emails for even showing up. I kept waiting for the cough, the sore throat, the aching joints. Nothing. My nose ran for half a day. I sneezed twice. That was it. I loaded trucks. I stocked shelves. I watched guys my age drag themselves out after half a shift, faces gray, and I kept moving boxes like my body hadn't gotten the memo. Some people just have iron immune systems, Jessica said once, back before she left, when everyone at work was swapping horror stories about fevers. My grandma never got sick a day in her life. Yeah, I said. Lucky me. What I didn't tell her was what the apartment had sounded like the nights before everyone started dropping. 3 nights in a row, I woke up at 3:13 to the sound of water. Not the soft, polite drip I'd heard before. This was relentless, impatient, like a faucet left on just barely enough to drive you insane. Drip, 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 drip. Bathroom, I thought at first. I padded across the carpet in the dark, bare feet picking up old crumbs and that slight grit you can never fully get rid of in cheap apartments. The bathroom tile was cold. I flipped the light. Dry, sink, dry, tub, dry, toilet tank. No condensation, no leak. I even lifted the lid on the back like I knew what to look for. The sound kept going, not louder, not quieter, just steady. Exactly in time with my heartbeat. I followed it down the hall. Living room, kitchen, the little laundry closet with the ancient stacked unit that rattled like a dying animal whenever it hit the spin cycle. Every pipe, every joint, every possible source of water. Fine. The drip wore on. I stood in the middle of my living room, light off now, breathing harder than I should have been, listening. After a while, I realized the sound wasn't located anywhere. It was just around, like it was coming from inside the walls and the ceiling and the floor all at once. A slow seep of noise that had nothing to do with plumbing. At 3:14, it stopped. The fridge kicked on. A car rolled through the lot outside. Someone upstairs coughed. A week later, half my coworkers were home with fevers and pounding heads, and I was picking up their overtime. Perfectly fine. Lucky. Then there was the scratch-off. It was a nothing moment. A Tuesday between paycheck and rent. The kind of day where the numbers in your bank account hover in that dangerous zone between barely okay and don't look. I stopped at the gas station on the corner after work, more out of habit than anything. The fluorescent lights inside were too bright, buzzing like mosquitoes. The coffee smelled burnt. The guy behind the counter looked like he'd been awake for days. I bought a cheap breakfast sandwich and a bottle of orange juice, more because I felt like I should be healthy than any real desire. On my way out, my foot bumped the small trash can by the door. A wad of receipts and wrappers spilled out, along with a flutter of unscratched lottery tickets. Someone had tossed them by accident, I thought. Or maybe they were losers, crumpled in frustration. One card lay face up on the floor, the kind where you match 3 symbols to win. A little smear of gray at the top where someone had started to scratch, then quit. I picked it up. "You want that?" the cashier asked, barely glancing up. "Somebody dropped it," I said. He shrugged. "If it's in the trash, it's fair game, man." I slipped it into my pocket, telling myself I'd throw it away properly outside. I forgot. That night, after I showered and microwaved dinner and stared at my phone long enough to feel stupid, I found the ticket in my jeans. I scratched it on the kitchen counter with a butter knife, more to give my hands something to do than anything. 1 symbol. 2. 3. I checked the back 3 times before it sank in. $5,000. Not life-changing money, not quit-your-job money, but enough to pay off the lingering credit card debt from moving, enough to put something in savings for the first time in my life. Enough that I sat down in one of my mismatched kitchen chairs because my knees went weak. The little validation code checked out. The guy at the gas station high-fived me when I went back 2 days later to start the claim process. "See?" he said. "Told you, man. Trash is treasure." He said it like a joke. I laughed like it was one. I didn't tell him about the night before I picked up the card. At 3:13 a.m. that morning, I woke up to the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. Soft, bare, not the heavy stomp of work boots or the shuffle of flip-flops. These were lighter, smaller. A child's tread, almost, but wrong somehow. Too slow, too careful. Thump, pause, thump. The carpet in the hall was cheap and worn, but I could hear the slight exhale of compressed fibers with each step. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I held my breath, silence. Then 3 crisp knocks. Not on wood, not on my door, but on the thin drywall just beside it. Toc, 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 right at head height. I grabbed my phone with a sweaty hand and opened the camera app, thumb shaking over the button. I could have looked through the peephole, but something in me refused. The idea of pressing my eye up to that gap and seeing someone, or something, looking back made my stomach lurch. Instead, I opened the building's security app. Old landlord, but not that old. He'd sprung for cheap internet cameras at each end of the 3rd floor hallway. Grainy video, bad night vision, always a few seconds delayed. I rewound the feed to 3:13. Nothing. The hall lay empty. The doors were all closed, the exit sign bleeding red into the static. No one walked. No one knocked. On the audio track, muted but still there, I could hear them. Thump, thump, toc, toc, toc. The camera watched an empty hallway, while the sound of invisible feet and unseen knuckles echoed under the fluorescent buzz. I told myself the angle just didn't catch them, that someone had walked close to the wall, out of frame, that the mic was picking up something else entirely. Apartment buildings make noise, I reminded myself. Old wood, old pipes. The next day, I bent down to pick up a stranger's trash and found a ticket worth more than I made in a month. Lucky. Then my supervisor's heart quit in front of us. He was a big guy, mid-50s, the kind of man who lived off vending machine snacks and energy drinks, who wore his safety vest open like he resented having to put it on at all. He'd worked the warehouse since before I knew how to spell warehouse. It was a regular night. Pallets moving, forklifts weaving through the aisles, the PA occasionally crackling with some announcement no one really listened to. He was in the middle of giving us crap about our numbers in the loading dock. "You can't just let the freight sit in staging, guys. It kills the grid," he was saying, jabbing a finger at the whiteboard. Corporate looks at these charts. They don't see that Joe had to deal with a busted pallet or Matt here had to cover 2 aisles. They just see red. He stopped. His face went still in a way that had nothing to do with anger. One hand went to his chest. His mouth opened like he was about to make another joke or just swear. No sound came out. He dropped. Not dramatically, just folded. Knees buckled, body crashing sideways onto the concrete. His head hit the floor with a crack that made my teeth ache. For a second, nobody moved. Then everything happened at once. "Call 911. Roll him on his side. Get the AED." We did chest compressions until the paramedics took over. They shocked him twice on the loading dock, his shirt cut open, his skin a color I never want to see on a breathing person again. They got his heart beating. He never came back to the warehouse. We found out a week later that he'd officially retired for health reasons. Rumor said the doctor told him one more scare like that and he was done. 2 weeks after that, they called me into the office. "We've been looking at your performance numbers," the manager said, smiling that tight corporate smile. "Steady, reliable. You know the floor, you know the team. We'd like to move you up to lead. With a bump in pay, of course." I heard myself say, "Thank you." My brain was stuck on the moment in the break room 3 nights before his heart attack, when I'd poured myself a glass of water from the fountain and it had come out cloudy, smelling faintly of algae. When I'd stood there at 3:13 a.m. staring at the little ripples in the cup, listening to something drip somewhere inside the walls. That drip had kept time with my pulse. The knocks, the water, the smell, they all started to layer over each other. Mornings I was miraculously spared, from the flu were preceded by nights that smelled like moss and old leaves, even though there wasn't a leak anywhere in my apartment. The times I avoided accidents, I'd wake up to the taste of pond water in my mouth, thick and metallic, as if I'd been sucking on river stones in my sleep. I started opening windows in January just to chase the smell out. It never lasted long, just a minute. 2. Just enough to let me know it was still there, under the paint and carpet and drywall. I did what people do when they're scared and trying to pretend they're not. I went online. There's a kind of forum for everything. This one was for people who couldn't sleep. Insomniacs, night shift workers, people who woke up at the same time every night for no reason. The posts were half venting, half superstition. Why do I always wake at 3 o'clock? Anyone else here humming in their walls? Shadow people or sleep paralysis? One thread caught my eye. Title: Anyone else wake up at 3:13 to knocking? The timestamp said it had been posted 2 hours earlier. The username was something generic, throwaway numbers and letters. The avatar was just a default gray silhouette. I clicked. The original post was long, rambling, a little incoherent, the way people get when they type at 3 in the morning with shaky hands. They talked about a lake, not a pond. They said reservoir somewhere in Ohio or maybe Texas. The details blurred as I read. A dare, a game, a stupid challenge with a group of friends. The rules were different. Swim out to the buoy, dive down, touch something soft at the bottom, hold it, don't let go, 1 full minute, no coming up for air. Hold or drown. They didn't use the words corpse hold. They had their own name for it, body game, or something equally dumb. But the core was there, underwater, hands on something that used to be a person. They described the feel of slimy cloth, the catch of fingers on bone, the way a skull feels when your thumbs find the eye sockets without meaning to. The writer talked about coming up gasping, their friends laughing, the night moving on like they hadn't just shaken hands with something they didn't understand. And then it turned. They wrote about waking up at 3:13 3 nights in a row, knocking under the bed, drips in the bathroom, the sudden smell of stagnant water in an apartment that hadn't seen rain in weeks. Feels like I brought something home, they wrote. Anyone else had this? Please tell me I'm not crazy. The comments were the usual mix at first. Jokes, sleep paralysis explanations. You probably have a leak. Get your pipes checked. Demons LOL. Then one reply near the bottom snagged my eyes. User, OldBones77. Comment, we called it something different where I grew up. Corpse hold. If you really did it, you should move. Doesn't help, but at least you'll know you tried. Corpse hold. Seeing the words there, from someone who wasn't me, on a screen that didn't belong to my head, made my skin crawl. I clicked the username on the original post, sent them a direct message before I could talk myself out of it. Hey, raid your thread. Think something similar happened to me years ago. Can we talk? They responded 20 minutes later. Yeah, please, I feel insane. We messaged back and forth for days. They told me about their crew, different names, same roles, the confident one, the scared one, the kid who said yes because he was tired of being the punchline. They described the first time they heard the knock, the way their luck had started to tilt. Our car almost got hit last week, they wrote. The other guy's brakes failed. He skidded right past us, missed us by inches, smashed into the car behind. No one died, but they'd won a work raffle, gotten a promotion after someone higher up decided to resign. Their grandma's operation had mysteriously gone better than expected. The pattern was still forming. It feels like I'm cashing checks I didn't write, they said. I told them about the pond, about Cody, the creek, the funeral home carpet, about the warehouse. I left out the exact town name, the company, anything that could anchor this to a place. Somewhere in the middle of our back and forth, I stopped reading their words as coincidence and started seeing them as proof. I wasn't alone. I wasn't crazy. Or, if I was crazy, I was at least crazy in a way that lined up with someone else's nightmare. Then, one day, they stopped replying. I sent a message, another, a third. The little delivered check marks never turned into red. I went back to the thread. Content not available. I refreshed, checked my connection, logged out and back in. Nothing. The user profile was gone too. User not found, like the site had coughed once and deleted them. People get banned all the time, I told myself. Mods delete threads. Maybe they'd freak themselves out and nuke their account. Maybe it was nothing. That night, I lay in bed watching the red numbers of my clock climb. 3:10, 3:11, 3:12. The building settled around me. A pipe clicked. A car alarm whooped once outside and then cut off. 3:13. I tensed, waiting for the familiar underbed knock, the vent tap, the drip. It came from somewhere new, not under me, not beside me, behind me, right in the wall at the head of the bed, inches from my skull. Talk. A pause long enough to feel intentional. Talk. My teeth vibrated with it. Talk. 3 neat little knocks, spaced like punctuation. It sounded unmistakably like knuckles on drywall, the hollow, slightly papery echo of someone knocking on the other side of a cheap interior wall. I turned, slow, staring at the painted surface. The wall I was facing separated my apartment from the one next door, the one they'd emptied a month ago. Relocation, renovation, whatever the landlord had called it. The windows on that side were dark, no cars in that spot, no lights under the door, no one in there. I knew that the same way you know your own heartbeat. I'd watched the previous tenant move out in 3 sweaty trips. I'd watched the maintenance guys haul out the last of the furniture. I'd seen the door propped open with a paint can for 2 days while they did whatever half-assed repairs they could afford. Empty. The hand on the other side, if that's what it was, wasn't attached to a lease. I lay there staring at the blank surface, every nerve tuned to the space just behind it. The drywall seemed to breathe. The silence on the other side was thick, like someone holding their breath, ear pressed flat to the studs. The smell came next. Faint at first, threading in through the vents and cracks and outlets. Not gas, not mold, not anything a plumber could fix. Mud, algae, the tang of wet leaves rotting in still water. The ghost of that pond 2 hours north, seeping through a wall in a dry third-floor apartment in a different zip code. Somewhere on a server farm I'd never see, the thread with the other person's story had been wiped away. The account had vanished. Their words had been deleted. The knocks hadn't. They'd just found a new way to say, "I know where you are." 6.1. The trip back home. The accident that finally broke something loose in me didn't happen to me. That, I guess, is the point. His name was Miguel. We'd worked together on nights for almost 3 years. Same fluorescent graveyard, same steel-toed boots and reflective vests, same bad coffee. He had a laugh you could pick out over forklifts and conveyor belts, high and sharp, and a habit of singing along under his breath to whatever was on the tinny break room radio. We weren't best friends. We didn't hang out on our days off. But we'd been in the trenches together long enough that his face was part of what I thought of as normal. The night he died, I was supposed to be there. We'd both been scheduled for the same shift in the loading bay, the one that runs from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., the one everyone hates because it straddles 2 days and ruins both. We'd joked about it the week before, bitching in the locker room. Then, the afternoon of, my phone buzzed. Text from my supervisor. "Hey Matt, you mind swapping to tomorrow night? We need someone to train a new hire then. I can comp you an extra hour." I stared at the message for a minute. There was no reason to say yes. I'd already arranged my sleep around that shift. I had no plans. It was just one of those little forks in the road you don't realize is a fork until much later. "Sure," I typed back. "No problem." I took a nap instead of going in, ate a frozen dinner, watched a couple of episodes of some show I barely remember now. Went to bed feeling weirdly restless, like my body knew it was supposed to be lifting boxes and my muscles didn't know what to do with the empty time. My phone rang at 1:46 a.m. Work. I answered on the second ring, heart already climbing. The voice on the other end wasn't my supervisor. It was someone from HR, toned tight and over-careful, like they were talking around a hole. "There's been an incident," they said. "We wanted to let the team know before rumors start. There was an accident with a forklift and one of the racks. Miguel was involved." "Is he okay?" I asked, even though, deep down, I knew they wouldn't be calling me for okay. A pause. "He didn't make it," they said. The words didn't land. Not at first. They just floated there, meaningless syllables buzzing against my ear. "What happened?" I asked, stupidly. They told me what they knew. A forklift in the high bay aisles, a blind corner, a miscommunication on the radio. Miguel stepped into the path at the wrong moment. I'd heard the numbers before, weight of the forklift, speed, the math of what happens when bone meets machinery, but never with a name I recognized attached. They spared me the details. They didn't have to. My brain supplied its own. "It should have been me," I said when I hung up to the empty apartment. "If I'd been there, I would have been working that section. We traded aisles, we shared pallets, we stepped into each other's spaces 10 times a night without thinking." The thing that had missed me that night didn't miss him. I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling like gravity had been nudged just a degree or two off. I didn't cry. I didn't throw anything. I just lay there, listening to the hum of the fridge, the distant rush of cars on the highway, the thudding of my own heartbeat, and thought about how many times that coin had flipped one way for me and another for someone standing right next to me. At 3:13 a.m., the apartment moved. That's the only way I can describe it. The knocks didn't come as polite little taps that night. No subtle toe on floorboard, no finger on drywall. 3 hits. Boom! The mattress jumped under me, as if someone had just slammed both fists into the underside of the bed. Boom! The window rattled in its frame. Dust sifted down from somewhere inside the wall. Boom! The whole bed shifted an inch across the carpet, leaving a faint groove behind one leg. My teeth clacked together. A picture frame I'd never bothered to hang fell over on the dresser with a flat smack. It wasn't an earthquake. I've been in one of those. They roll. They sway. They come from everywhere at once. This was focused. 3 blows, upward, right under where my spine had been pressed into the mattress. My breath steamed in the cold air. I hadn't turned the heat up high enough to justify how chilled I suddenly felt. "Okay," I said out loud, voice shaking. "Okay, I get it." I'd been telling myself for years that maybe it was coincidence. Maybe the knocks and the drips and the luck were just me stringing random events into a story, because that's what human brains do. The slammed bed at 3:13, on the night a man died in my place, took what was left of that illusion and snapped it clean in half. The idea hit me like a physical thing. Go back. Not to the warehouse. Not to Miguel's family. Not to HR or a grief counselor or any of the reasonable places a functional adult would take that kind of thought. Back to the pond. The phrase rose up from somewhere deep. The same place the word corpse hold lived, etched into bone. Go back. Make it stop. Or at least find out if it ever would. 2 days later, I was on the interstate heading north. The truck's engine humming under my feet like a tame animal. It felt wrong to just clock out and leave. To tell my supervisor, yeah, I just need a few days. And here, take all the time you need, man. We're all shaken up. But if I stayed, I wasn't sure I'd ever move again. The apartment felt crowded with things I couldn't see. The walls pulsed at night with quiet, patient expectation. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw a pallet hanging inches above my head, a forklift's shadow, a boy running up a muddy bank. The highway stretched out ahead of me, a gray ribbon cutting through fields and low hills. Exit signs ticked past. Small towns, state parks, fast food clusters. Sometime in the early afternoon, the big green sign appeared. Welcome to Arkansas's the natural state. I hadn't seen it in years. My chest tightened like someone had pulled a belt one notch tighter around my ribs. The rest stop just over the line was exactly like every rest stop on every interstate. Low concrete building, 2 bright blue and white signs, vending machines humming in a row. Inside, it smelled like chlorine and coffee. The bathroom had that particular rest area echo, tile amplifying every flush and hand dryer roar. The sinks were too forceful, spraying cold water that splashed up onto my shirt. I stood there, looking at my reflection in the smeared mirror. Older. Lines at the corners of my eyes. The faint shadow of a bruise ring around my wrist that never quite faded. I could see the truck reflected behind me through the glass of the door, sitting out there in the lot with the other cars from other places, none of them knowing what was riding in my passenger seat. In the lobby, a local radio station played from a ceiling speaker. And in other news, a minor fender bender on Route 3 tied up traffic for an hour this morning. No serious injuries reported. Chance of heavy storms rolling in this weekend, so keep an eye on those clouds, folks. The voices had that soft, familiar drawl that used to be my background noise. Hearing it felt like stepping back into an old skin I'd outgrown. The closer I got to town, the more the world narrowed. Fast food chains gave way to long stretches of nothing broken by gas stations, with 2 pumps and hand-painted signs. The trees got denser, pine and scrub crowding up to the shoulders of the road. The sky thickened, clouds stacking in layers, light going diffuse. Home, or whatever was left of it. The town hadn't changed, and it had. The Dollar General was still there on the edge of the main drag, yellow sign buzzing faintly, parking lot half full of dusty cars. The gravel road that ran behind it looked narrower than I remembered, weeds and scrub having crept in from the sides. Somewhere back there, behind the tangle of new growth, the pond waited. The trailer park looked tired. It had always been a little busted, but now the busted had calcified into something more permanent. A couple of units were nothing more than blackened hulks, charred frames and melted siding, caution tape long since snap-torn and fluttering in the wind. Others sat empty, doors boarded over, windows gaping like missing teeth. The one we'd lived in, Lot 14, had a different car out front now, a different set of plastic chairs on the concrete slab. Someone had painted over the rust, but the shape of our old porch light was the same. I didn't stop. Main Street was still Main Street. The funeral home with its fake fancy columns. The bank. The thrift store that never seemed to close. The diner had a new sign. Different font, different name. But the big round clock on the wall inside, visible through the front windows, was the same one that had ticked above my head when I'd listened to two old men whisper about the pond. It read 3:16. A storm warning crawled across the bottom of the local news, playing on the TV over the counter. Feels like old times, I muttered, and turned off onto the side street that would take me past the high school, out toward the newer subdivisions, and eventually to the small house I'd been told belonged to Brent now. He answered the door slower than I expected. There was a pause after the doorbell chime, long enough that I wondered if I had the wrong place, if he'd moved, if this was all a mistake. Then the deadbolt clicked. The door swung inward. For a second, all I saw was the outline. Same height, same broad shoulders, same way of filling a doorway like he owned it and everything behind it. Then my eyes adjusted. Brent had gotten old in the way people do when their bodies have been given more years than their parts were designed for. We're the same age, more or less, late 30s. But he looked 10 years ahead of me. He was thinner than I remembered, like someone had drawn him in and then erased the edges. His skin had a yellowish tint under the porch light, a waxy undertone that made me think of cheap funeral home makeup. His hair had thinned and receded, the ball cap he wore sitting a little lower on his forehead, as if trying to hide it. He coughed before he spoke, a rough, wet sound that seemed to scrape something out of his chest. "Well, I'll be damned," he said, voice a little raspier but unmistakable. Matt. He smelled like menthol cigarettes, whiskey, and cough syrup, the holy trinity of men who drink their evenings instead of living them. "Hey," I said, suddenly unsure how to stand, what to do with my hands. "You got old." He barked a laugh and immediately winced, pressing a hand to his ribs. "Yeah, well, some of us had a head start," he said. "Come in, man. Don't stand out there like a Jehovah's Witness." The house was nicer than anything I'd ever pictured him in. Not fancy, this was still small-town Arkansas, but solid. Beige carpet, neutral walls, a big sectional couch that looked like it had come from one of those furniture stores on the highway. A flat-screen TV took up most of one wall, paused on a football game. On the coffee table, a half-empty bottle of whiskey, a glass with a melted ice cube, an inhaler, and a prescription pill bottle with his name on it. On the key hook by the door hung a set of keys with a shiny new truck fob attached. "Doing pretty good for yourself," I said, nodding toward it. He grinned, the old spark there for a second. "Yeah, well," he said, "business is decent. Buddy of mine got me into some contracting stuff. Houses, roofing. It's the South. Storm's gotta knock something down, right? We just help put it back up." He coughed again, deeper this time, and reached for the inhaler on the table, taking a quick hit like he'd done it 1,000 times. "And doctors say I ought to quit smoking," he said, voice lighter after the medication. "But then they say a lot of things." I watched him sink back into the couch, the way his shoulders curved inward when he thought nobody was looking. He caught me staring. "What?" he said. "Nothing," I said. "Just been a while." "Yeah," he agreed. "You took off. Can't blame you. Town like this'll eat you if you let it." He reached for his glass, fingers wrapping around it with a slight tremor. As he lifted it, his sleeve rode up. I saw his wrist. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, a shadow, a vein. Then my brain recognized the shape. Not a bruise, not fresh. A pale depression circling the bone, like something had pressed in once, hard enough to leave a permanent groove. The skin around it was slightly discolored, a faint bluish tint that hadn't faded with time. If you looked at it from above, you could see the pattern. 4 ovals on top, 1 below, finger marks, sunk into flesh and bone, just like mine, maybe deeper. His eyes followed my gaze. For a heartbeat, the room went very still. The TV muttered in the background, some commentator talking about yards and flags and penalties, but it felt like the noise was coming from another house entirely. Brent smiled, not the easy, cocky grin he'd worn at 17. This one was thinner, harder, like it had been cut into him with something sharp. "Guess some of us got more than we bargained for, huh?" he said. He raised his glass slightly, like a toast. My own wrist throbbed in response, phantom fingers tightening. The knocks that had followed me for years weren't just mine, I realized. They'd been dividing their time. 6.2. Digging for the old story. If you want to know what a town really is, you don't ask the people who live in it. You ask the paper, not the current one. That's just bake sales and arrests and high school scores. You go where the inks had time to sink into the page, where names get small and blurry and half forgotten, but never quite gone. In our town, that meant the library. It sat 1 block off Main Street, a low brick building that smelled exactly like it had when I was 13. Dust, old paper, and that faint, sour note of cheap carpet that's seen too many winters. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, slightly out of sync, so there was always a shimmer at the edge of your vision. The woman at the front desk looked up as I came in. She was new to me, 40s, cardigan, reading glasses hanging on a chain, but she had the same expression every small-town librarian gets eventually. Half suspicion, half relief that someone's here who isn't just using the computers to print something. "Can I help you?" she asked. "Maybe," I said. "I'm looking for old local papers, accidents, drownings, stuff like that." Her eyebrows went up a fraction. "Genealogy?" she said. "Something like that," I lied. She pointed past the stacks, toward a side room. "Back wall," she said. "Microfilm and the old bound copies. Holler if you need help with the machine. It's touchy." The microfiche machine sat in its own little alcove like a sulking robot from the 70s. Beige plastic, thick screen, a control panel of yellowing buttons that responded with stubborn clicks. Next to it, metal drawers held rolls of film, each one labeled in fading marker with years and volume numbers. I started with Kenny. He'd been the first name that mattered to me. The kid people whispered about when we were 12, the one whose mother nobody looked directly at in the grocery store. It didn't take long. Local paper, 1990s, spring, small headline, no photo. Local boy drowns in creek. 2 paragraphs. Kenneth Kenny H., an age 13, of town name, drowned Saturday evening in a drainage creek behind the Dollar General. It was all there, compressed into a couple of inches of column. Tragic accident, slipped on wet rocks, no foul play suspected. No mention of the pond, no mention of the game. I scrolled further back. Summer. Teen drowns in county holding pond. This one had a photo, a grainy black and white shot of the pond when it was still new, surface smooth and featureless, the grass around it still more dirt than green. A white sheet lay on the bank, lumpy in a way everyone pretends not to see. Men in uniform stood nearby, hats off, heads down. 15-year-old James P. was found. same language, same phrases. Tragic accident. No foul play. Family asks for privacy. Further back. Man found dead in old well. Not the pond. Not yet. The grainy photo showed a different landscape. No Dollar General, no gravel road, just a rough-cut field and a circle of stone. The well was lined with stacked rocks, dark in the center. Men in hats stood around it, faces shadowed by the brim. A rope hung down into the black. John H., 43, local farmhand, was discovered. Cause of death under investigation. I sat back, rubbing my eyes. The microfiche made everything look like a ghost already. Faces and letters blown up and blurred, light behind them making them feel insubstantial. But the pattern was solid. Water, always water, creek, pond, well, different containers, same hole. I switched from microfilm to the bound volumes on the shelf. The old papers were stacked like bricks, their covers cracked and soft. When I opened them, a puff of air rushed out. Ink, dust, something older underneath. Between the drownings, there were other stories. 1956. 2 boys found with unexplained injuries near the old well. Cuts and bruises that didn't line up with falling. No charges pressed. 1962. A short piece about a rain ceremony some kids had held. Throwing coins and other objects into the county well in a misguided attempt at Indian magic. The writer sniffing at them from 60 years away. 1973. Report of local vandals dumping a goat carcass into the same well, polluting the water table, and earning stern words from the county board. Every few years, the same spot surfaced, like a body that refused to stay down. Then, in the late 70s, there was a brief notice about county work to fill and seal disused well on outer lot near Route 3 in preparation for drainage pond construction. The language was clinical. Seal. Decommission. Repurpose. They never said bury. I left the papers open on the table and walked back out into the main room. The librarian watched me approach, curiosity winning out over restraint. "Find what you were looking for?" she asked. "Not sure yet," I said. "You remember anything about, the old well they filled in? Out by where the pond is now?" She pursed her lips. "That was before my time," she said. "But if you want stories, you should go to the diner. Ask Walter. He's been around since God was a boy." She gave a small smile. "He'll either talk your ear off or tell you to mind your business. 50-50 shot." The diner had changed names since I was a kid, but it hadn't changed soul. Same neon sign in the window, buzzing pink against the afternoon gloom. Same bell on the door, ding ding, as I pushed it open. Same smell of coffee, grease, and something sweet browning on a grill. The clock on the wall over the register was the same one, its hands creeping toward 3 o'clock, second hand ticking with quiet insistence. Walter was still there. I didn't know his name when I was a kid. He was just the guy in the corner booth, the one who always wore the same flannel shirt and cap, who always had a black coffee in front of him and a newspaper folded just so. Time had shrunk him. His shoulders were narrower, his hands more knotted with age, but the booth seemed built around him now, cushions molded to his shape. I slid into the seat across from him without asking permission. He looked up from his cup, cloudy blue eyes narrowing. "You're not a salesman," he said, voice rough as gravel. "So either you're lost or you're here for gossip." "Something like that," I said. "You mind if I ask you about the old well? Out past where the Dollar General is now?" He snorted softly. "County pond's ass crack?" he said. "Yeah, I mind. But you're gonna ask anyway, so..." He took a sip of coffee. The spoon in the cup clinked against the porcelain, a small, steady sound. Behind the counter, the radio played an old country song, something about trains and leaving. The door chimed every few minutes as someone came in or out, letting in a breath of wet air. The sky outside had gone that bruised purple that meant rain was coming. It wasn't always a pond, Walter said. You probably know that much. I've seen the old pictures, I said. He nodded. Back before the dollar store and all that? He said. It was just a field, and in that field, there was a hole. He stirred his coffee, even though there was nothing in it. Folks called it a well, because that's what you call a hole with water in it, he went on. But it wasn't like the pretty ones you see in postcards. No bucket, no little roof. Just stone and dark and a rope if you brought one. He glanced at me, checking whether I was still listening. I was. When I was a boy, my granddaddy told me there'd been something there before the well, he said. Before the county came in and lined it with stone. He didn't know what, or he pretended he didn't. Said the land was thin in that spot. He shrugged. Old man talk. The spoon kept circling. Clink, clink, clink. People threw things down there, he said. Coins, flowers, food, couple of cats if you believed the mean kids. You needed rain. You tossed in a little something. You wanted good harvest. You tossed in something more. Funny how what people are willing to give up changes when crops fail. He looked past me, out the window, like he was watching a scene overlay the present. Then the county decided they didn't like having an open hazard out there, he said. Kids falling in, drunks, so they sealed it. He made air quotes with two gnarled fingers, dumped a bunch of fill dirt, poured concrete over the top, dug out around it to make a proper drainage pond to keep the road from flooding, made it nice and official. Did it work? I asked. He raised his eyebrows. You tell me, he said. How many folks you know went missing or turned up wet out there since? The radio popped as the song changed. The new one had more steel guitar in it, twanging under the murmur of voices. As Walter talked, I swore I heard something under the floor. Not loud, not obvious. A faint, wet gurgle, like someone had poured a cup of water into a drain under the linoleum. It bubbled once, twice, then faded. I shifted my feet. The tile was solid. The noise had no direction. People say things, Walter went on, about offerings, about bargains, old stuff, before the church got here, before the courthouse. You want something, you give something. You don't always get to choose whether the thing given has a name. He looked at me again, sharp this time. You kids made games out of it, he said. That's what kids do. You think you're just daring each other. Pond's just a place to drink beer and grab girls, but the hole doesn't care what you call it. He took another sip, then set the cup down with a decisive clack. That's all I know, he said, or all I'll say over coffee anyway. The bell on the door rang as someone left. A waitress passed by, the smell of fries trailing her. The radio DJ said something about traffic and storms. Underneath it all, just for a second, I heard it again. Gurgle, like the floor itself had a throat. Back at the library, I went hunting for pictures. Old yearbooks, local history binders, anything that might show the before. In a dusty binder labeled Historical, 1950 to 1975, tucked between clippings about the new post office and a parade nobody remembered, I found it. A black and white photograph, glossy surface gone matte with age, corners rounded. A baseball team, local boys in uniforms that didn't match. some wearing hats, some not, standing in a ragged line near the edge of a field. Behind them, a stone circle, the well half visible, its shadow a dark smear on the ground. To one side of the group, slightly apart, stood a cluster of older teens, shirts untucked, hair longer than their parents probably liked. They were positioned just enough off-center that they might have been an accident, might have been the real subject. My eyes snagged on one face, tall, lean, dark hair slicked back, a posture that was both relaxed and coiled, like he could lean against the world and have it hold. The picture was from the 1970s, if the haircuts and the dates stamped on the border were right. But I'd seen that face before, or one like it, in another photo, in another decade. In the back of the library, there was a framed display, proud past, bright future, with a collage of images from different years, parades, harvest festivals, church picnics. One of the photos showed the pond, closer to how I remembered it, water higher, trees older. In that one, a group of teenagers stood on the bank. Different clothes, different era, same posture, same half smile, same angle of the jaw. And there he was again. Older maybe, or just lit differently. But something in my gut said no. He wasn't aging right, not with the others around him. When kids stand in a line, you can see the grades, the awkward ones, the ones who hit growth spurts early, the ones whose faces haven't caught up with their bodies. In both photos, the others shifted from year to year, haircuts changing, styles moving. He stayed the same. I took the 1970s baseball photo to the front desk. "Can I make a copy of this?" I asked. The librarian nodded, taking it carefully. "Be gentle," she said. "Those originals are older than you." On the back of the photo, in blue ink, someone had written, "Thanks for watching over us, J.H." The handwriting slanted, confident. The initials stuck in my mind as the copier warmed up with a whine. J.H. It bothers you, things like that. They dig hooks into your thoughts, tugging every time you see the same letters again. It wasn't until I went back to the microfiche that I saw it. Local news. Small headline on the bottom of page 3. Local man missing. John H., 43, failed to return from an evening walk near Route 3. Last seen near the old drainage pond. Search continues. There was a photo with it. Grainy, cropped from something else. But even through the fuzz, the shape of the face was familiar. Same jaw, same eyes, same hint of a smirk that never quite made it to his mouth. J.H., thanks for watching over us. It read like a joke now. Or a thank you note to someone who'd taken a job none of them really understood. I sat there in the faded chair, the microfiche machine humming faintly, and felt the skin on my arms prickle because a thought had been forming in the back of my mind since I'd seen that first photo, and now it pushed forward, full and ugly. What if the pond didn't just take people? What if it kept one? What if every generation or so, someone stopped being the boy on the bank or the man on the edge and became the thing in the water? The watcher, the hand that grabbed your wrist and made sure you didn't let go. The one who made sure the bargain stayed balanced. And what if, the night I went under and felt fingers close around my arm, I hadn't just touched some random corpse? What if I'd shaken hands with the last man who'd written thanks on a photograph, right before he disappeared? The knocks I'd heard ever since suddenly had a new shape. Not just sound, not just payment, a reminder. One person gets pulled down, another gets pushed up. Someone watches from the dark in between, and sooner or later, every watcher must get tired. Point 3. Night. At the pond. It doesn't need the water anymore. By the time I drove back out to the Dollar General, the sky had already started closing its fist. Low clouds pressed down over the town, thick and dark, pulsing now and then with distant heat lightning. The kind that doesn't give you thunder right away. Just a silent flash that turns the world into a negative for a second. The Dollar General lot was nearly empty. 2 cars, 1 pickup. The glow from the windows spilled out yellow and sickly onto the cracked asphalt, buzzing with gnats and moths. Beyond the back corner of the building, the gravel track that ran behind the store looked like it always had. Rutted, packed down by just enough traffic to stay a road, just forgotten enough to feel like you were using something you weren't supposed to. I parked on the side, killed the engine, and sat there for a minute with my hands on the wheel. You can talk yourself out of anything if you give yourself enough time. I didn't. I popped the glove box and took out the old flashlight I kept there. Heavy, metal, with chipped paint and a rattle when you shook it. Its beam was thin and yellow when I clicked it on, but it cut through the dark well enough. In the dented metal tray under it, folded and refolded so many times the paper had gone soft, was my lottery claim form. The last physical reminder of that scratch-off. I slipped it into my jacket pocket. On my key ring, alongside the apartment key and the warehouse locker key, hung the chipped fob for my first inherited truck. The one Brent had given me, the one that had carried me away from this town. I tugged it free, metal ring biting my fingers, and slid it into my other pocket. Then I got out. The gravel made that familiar crunch under my boots as I walked past the dumpsters and into the dark behind the store. The air changed with each step. Less fried food, more mud, more trees. The further I got from the sodium lights, the louder the insects seemed. Crickets, cicadas, the low, thrumming buzz of night things. The beam of my flashlight jittered over tall grass, beer cans, a shattered pallet someone had dumped back here. It caught the gleam of a discarded shopping cart on its side, half swallowed by weeds. As I moved closer to where the land dipped, the soundscape began to thin. The cricket's rhythm faltered. The buzzing grew patchy, like a song losing time. Another few steps, and it all just cut. One moment the night was full. The next, it was hollow. I stopped. The only sounds now were my own breathing and the faint, dull hiss of wind moving through cattails. I eased forward until the ground under my boots went soft. There it was. The pond. In my memory, it had always seemed bigger. Standing there now, it looked small, almost harmless. Just a shallow bowl of black water sunk into the earth, ringed with reeds and scrub trees, its surface so still it might have been solid. The flashlight beam slid over it and back, the light skimming off the skin of the water without breaking it. In the distance, the Dollar General's sign glowed through the trees, a dirty yellow rectangle. The smell hit me all at once, stagnant, thick, the stench of water that had been sitting too long in the same hole, soaking through dead leaves and old roots. There was an underlying sweetness to it, the kind you get when something has been rotting in one place long enough to forget what fresh ever was. I walked down the slope until I hit the line where the grass ended and the mud began. This was where we'd stood. The drop-off was still there. A foot or two of gradual incline, then a sharp cut where kids' bare feet and slipping boots had eroded the bank into a lip. The water lapped at it in tiny, almost invisible movements, like the pond was breathing through its teeth. Lightning flickered somewhere beyond the town, turning the surface a flat sheet of white for a heartbeat. I took a breath that tasted like old pennies and swamp. "I know you're there," I said. My voice sounded wrong in the open space, too loud and too small at the same time, bouncing off the surface of the water and coming back thinner. A frog croaked somewhere near the opposite bank, then stopped. "All this time," I went on, throat tight, "you've been knocking. I've been answering, or pretending I wasn't." The words felt ridiculous, like I was arguing with a storm drain. But as soon as I spoke, something shifted. The water didn't move, not yet. The trees didn't rustle. The sky didn't crack. Inside my chest, though, something lined up. Like a key turning in a lock it was never supposed to fit. "I got what I wanted," I said. "I got out. I got spared. I got to walk away from things that landed on other people." I didn't say anything when Cody's mom cried over a creek. I didn't tell anybody what we did. I kept my mouth shut when the knocks started, and I took the money and the promotions and the close calls, and I told myself it was just luck. Wind brushed the back of my neck, damp and cold. I swallowed. "What do you want from me?" I asked. The pond answered with silence. Not nothing. Silence like a held breath. My hand shook as I dug into my pocket. The lottery form was soft from handling, corners rounded. The numbers and the faded logo stared back at me, meaningless shapes. The state seal. My name. I tore it once, then again, until I had a handful of damp paper scraps. With my other hand, I pulled out the truck key fob. The plastic was worn shiny where my thumb had rested 1,000 times. The little logo on it was almost rubbed off. "I don't know if this means anything to you," I said, "or if this is just me talking to myself in the dark. But these are yours. They always were." I tossed the torn lottery form out over the water. The pieces fluttered in the flashlight beam and then hit the surface without splash, just melded into it, vanishing like they'd fallen into oil. Then I stepped closer to the very edge of the drop-off, feeling the mud give a little under my boots, and threw the key fob as far as I could. It spun end over end, a brief arc of dull plastic, then disappeared into the black with a hollow bloop that sounded too deep for such a small object. The water barely rippled. For a long moment, nothing changed. I stood there, breathing hard, feeling stupid and scared and exposed, like I'd just emptied my pockets in front of a stranger and they'd turned away. Then the pond exhaled. It started in the middle, a small circle, no bigger than a dinner plate, where the surface dimpled inward, as if something beneath it had pressed a finger against the underside. The circle widened. Concentric rings spread outward, slow and steady, reaching for the edges. There was no wind. No rock had been thrown. The disturbance was coming from below, pushing and pushing until the whole surface trembled. The smell intensified, moving past rot into something metallic, sharp, the taste of old blood on a bitten tongue. A sound rose with it. Not loud, not at first, a whisper, like someone murmuring under blankets on the other side of a closed door. It wasn't in English, not exactly. Just fragments, shapes of words, syllables too stretched to belong to any language I knew. As the ripple hit the bank in front of me, the whisper multiplied. It wasn't one voice. It was many, layered over each other. Some higher, some lower, all slightly out of sync. An overlapping tide of breath and syllable, too faint to pick apart, too many to ignore. I should have run then. Instead, I watched. The first hand broke the surface near the middle of the pond. At first I thought it was a branch, some half-submerged limb finally working loose. Then the fingers flexed. It was a hand, human-shaped. Wrong. The skin, what was left of it, hung in pale strips, waterlogged and torn. Patches of bone showed through where the flesh had slipped away entirely, white gleam catching the flashlight beam. The fingers were too long, or maybe just stretched, joints swollen, knuckles knotted. It reached up toward nothing, then caught on an invisible line beneath the surface and dragged itself forward. Another hand pushed up beside it, smaller, child-sized. Darker skin, nails ragged and cracked. 2 of the fingers were missing, only nubs of bone marking where they had been. Then another, and another. They emerged all around the pond, fingers groping, palms pressing against the underside of the water like it was glass. Some were intact enough to almost pass for living, if you ignored the grayish tint and the way the skin sloughed. Others were mostly bone, phalanges glistening with algae and stringy weed. The whispers rose, shaping themselves into something closer to words, but never fully forming. My flashlight shook in my hand, beam skittering over the pale knuckles and dark gaps. The hands crawled. That's the only way to describe it. They didn't just wave or grasp blindly. They moved with intent, feeling along the unseen slope of the bottom, pulling themselves toward the bank. Each time one found purchase, it dug in, fingers sinking into mud that was too deep, too soft. Near my feet, where the drop-off began, the water bulged. A hand burst up, close enough that cold droplets hit my jeans. This one was larger, adult-sized. The skin on the back was split open, a white sliver of bone visible through the tear. The nails were long and opaque, like something that had grown without being cut for years. It smacked against the bank, fingers splaying, grabbing at the wet dirt. Another lightning flash strobed the world in white. In that frozen moment, I saw the hand clearly, every wrinkle, every split. I saw the faint crescent scars where nails had once bitten into its wrist. I saw the groove in the bone that matched the one on mine. When the sky went dark again, the hand was closer. It brushed my boot. Cold shot up through the sole, a numbing frost that wrapped around my toes and climbed my ankle. The weight of the touch was wrong, too heavy, like something much larger was attached, using this one point of contact to test me. The nails scraped against the rubber, a harsh, quiet scritch that made my teeth ache. The fingers curled, trying to get a better grip on me. Behind me, the ground moved. A second hand shot out of the dirt at the top of the bank, where I just stepped moments before. Not from the water, from the earth. Mud cracked open like a scab, and pale fingers punched through, clawing at the grass, closing around my other ankle. The shock of cold, there was worse. No sneaker rubber to blunt it this time, just denim and skin. The grip was strong, impossibly strong, crushing right around the bone. I yelled, a raw sound that barely made it past my own ears, and lurched backward. The hand in the water yanked. The one behind me pulled. For a second, I was stretched between them, off balance, soles slipping in wet mud. The flashlight flew from my hand, tumbling into the grass, beams swinging wild. The pond, the trees, the scudding clouds all jerked in dizzy arcs of light. The whispers rose to a roar inside my head, voices overlapping, all of them humming on the wordless edge of laughter or sobbing. I couldn't tell which. I kicked. Not gracefully, not like a movie hero, just a panicked animal jerk of my leg, throwing my weight sideways, wrenching my ankle in the process. The hand in the dirt lost its grip first, fingers sliding off my boot, nails raking through my jeans, leaving 5 burning lines along my calf. For an instant, one wet fingertip caught the bare skin just above my sock, and I felt that cold sink in, marking me. The hand in the water lunged, grabbing at empty air as I stumbled free of the drop-off and fell hard onto my side farther up the bank. Mud smeared my jacket. Rocks dug into my ribs. My breath tore in and out in little gasps as I scrambled on all fours, slipping, pushing myself backward away from the edge like a startled crab. Down below, hands slapped and clawed at the bank. Some slid back into the pond. Some slapped blindly at the now empty spot where my boots had been. One managed to hook its fingers into the grass and pull itself higher before the weight attached to it dragged it back down with a wet, sucking sound. I rolled onto my knees and stumbled to my feet, half running, half climbing the rest of the slope. Branches whipped my face. Thorns caught my sleeves. I didn't stop until I was back on the gravel, chest burning, heart hammering so hard it felt like it might bruise my ribs from the inside. I turned back. For a moment, all I saw was the pond. A dark, oblong eye sunk into the land, surface smoothing out again, ripples fading. Then my flashlight, lying cockeyed in the grass where it had fallen, lit something else. A trail. Starting at the lip of the drop-off, right where my boots had been when the first hand touched me. A dark, wet streak ran up the bank. Not mud, not shadow. Wetness. As if something very soaked had dragged itself up from the water's edge, pausing where I'd stood, then continuing on. The streak glistened in the beam as it climbed, up the slope, across the grass, over the gravel road. It stopped a few feet from where I stood, and then it didn't. The last few inches of the trail faded into nothing midair, as if whatever had been making it had kept going without a body to carry its weight any further. The air in front of me felt colder, thinner, like standing in front of a refrigerator with the door open, invisible spill of cold air licking at my skin. Behind me, down at the pond, the water lay perfectly still. No more hands, no more ripples. Just a black, waiting circle, as innocent as any retention pond behind any store in any nothing town. Lightning flickered again, far away, somewhere, in the dark between that flash and the next breath. I heard it. Not from the pond, not from the ground, from the empty air in front of me at about the height of my chest. Toc, toc, toc. 3 neat knocks right where my front door would be if I were lying in my bed, staring at the ceiling. I backed away, one step, then another, until the gravel under my boots turned back to the cracked asphalt behind the store, and the yellow wash of the Dollar General's lights touched my jacket. The pond stayed where it was. The wet trail at my feet didn't. It had already soaked in, disappearing into the same ground we all walked on. That was the moment it finally settled, heavy and permanent, in the spot under my ribs where denial used to live. The pond was just the front door. I'd been letting it into my life every night for years. 7.1. Writing this down. Tonight's knocks. If this ever ends up in a video, someone is going to read these words in a voice calmer than I feel right now. You can call me Matt. I'm in a 1-bedroom apartment 3 states away from the pond, sitting at a cheap Walmart desk with my laptop open, and the only light in the room is this screen and the green LED on the power strip by my feet. The microwave clock in the kitchen says 2:41 a.m. The TV is off. The blinds are closed. The fridge hums in tired bursts. The HVAC kicks in and wheezes for a minute, then gives up like it remembered how much the electric bill is. And I am writing this down because I don't know what else to do. I found your channel the way everybody finds everything now. Algorithm, insomnia, one story rolling into another at 4 in the morning. People send you their "this really happened to me" emails, and you raid them into a decent microphone, and strangers listen to them while they drive, or fold laundry, or lie awake in beds that don't sound like mine. I've been one of those strangers for years. The difference is, I've never written in before. I've always listened and thought, at least my life isn't that bad. At least the knocks are just mine. Tonight, I'm not so sure. My keyboard clacks louder than it should in the quiet. The laptop fan whirs. Every time I hit backspace, there's a tiny plastic tick that seems almost as loud as the knocks I'm trying not to think about. Yeah, the knocks. You already know the timeline if someone's reading this to you. The pond, Cody, the creek, the funeral home carpet, the warehouse accidents, the promotions, the lottery ticket from the trash, the numbers that swung my way and the bodies that fell in the other column. I've stacked all of that as neatly as I can in paragraphs behind this one. Right now is different. Right now is live. I pause as I type that, listening. Behind me, the wall is just drywall and paint. Off-white, a little scuffed where the chair has bumped it too many times. On the other side is another apartment that's between tenants again. The landlord bragged about renovations last week, which I'm pretty sure meant a guy with a bucket of spackle and a roller. It shouldn't make any noise. Talk. There it is. Not loud, not dramatic. Just a single knuckle-on-plaster sound exactly at the center of my back, like someone gently rapped right where my spine would be if you could see through the chair. I stop typing. The cursor on the screen blinks, blinking, blinking. I don't turn around. You learn not to after a while. You learn the knocks are less like a come see and more like a remember. Another few seconds of air conditioner hum. The building settles, a faint creak in the ceiling. Somewhere down the hall, a toilet flushes. A car door slams in the parking lot below, muffled by distance and insulation. I start typing again. I'm not writing this because I want help. There's nothing anyone can really do. No priest, no plumber, no man on YouTube with a good mic and a comment section full of amateur demonologists. I know that now. I'm writing this because if I've been part of this pattern all along, maybe the least I can do is diagram it for someone before it moves on. Maybe that someone is you. Maybe you're in your car on a night shift break right now, phone face down on the passenger seat, this story playing through your speakers while the parking lot lights buzz. Maybe you're in bed, on your side, one ear buried in the pillow, one ear open to the room. Maybe you're in an office somewhere, fluorescent lights humming, screens glowing, listening to some guy with my voice confess to all the times he didn't die. The microwave clock clicks over. 2:42 a.m. I can see it from where I sit if I lean a little, its blue digits reflecting faintly in the black microwave door, hovering like a tiny neon ghost over my sink. I keep typing. Every once in a while, as my fingers move, the words on the screen smeared by years and events, something jerks me out of the flow. The creak of the chair, and suddenly I'm not in this apartment. I'm in a folding metal chair in the funeral home, staring at the way the carpet under Cody's coffin had gone darker in one spot. The tap of a key, and I'm hearing a different tap, metal on metal, as the pallet above me in the warehouse shuddered, stopped, didn't crush me. The soft, distant gurgle of the fridge, and I'm back in the diner, listening to Walter talk about offerings while something under the floor sounded like water searching for cracks. The ponds and wells and pipes and veins all blur together if I think too hard about it. So I try not to. I stick to the facts my fingers can drag onto the page. There's a noise from the bathroom. It's tiny, almost shy. A light, hollow clink, like something hard touching the bottom of an empty tub. I close my eyes for a second. and breathe in through my nose, out through my mouth. The bathroom is 10 feet to my right. The tiles are cracked. The tub is older than I am. The shower curtain is one of those cheap plastic ones that clings to your legs when the water's too hot. The faucet drips sometimes if I don't twist it hard enough, but I checked it before I sat down tonight. No drip. Clink. It comes again. Imagine taking a wet finger bone and letting it drop gently onto white porcelain. Not thrown, not dropped from height, just placed, with enough force to make a sound. I turn my head just enough to see the doorway. The bathroom is dark. The hallway light throws a faint rectangle across the floor, not far enough to touch the tub. Everything beyond is black. Not now, I say quietly. I'm not sure who I'm talking to. I go back to the screen. The little preview window in the corner of my laptop is on, because the last time I updated my email client, it decided I needed to see my own face while I typed. I've never figured out how to turn it off. So there I am, in miniature. Washed out, blue-tinged, the room behind me a blur. I don't look at it much. Nobody likes seeing themselves that much in real time. Tonight I do. Because as I'm typing about the bathroom, something down there in the lower right catches my eye. My bed is behind me, pressed up against the wall, just in frame. Beige comforter, piled pillow, the usual. Underneath, there's just shadow. No bed frame, no metal slats, just mattress and box spring on the floor. A low rectangle. The shadow under it has always been dark in the preview. It's a camera thing, small sensor, bad dynamic range. But tonight, it looks thicker, like the darkness has weight. At first, I think it's just my eyes, tired, overlaying shapes. Then the shape shifts. Not much, just a suggestion. A darker patch inside the dark, like something edging forward an inch, then stopping. I force myself to keep typing, because the alternative is turning around, and I already know how that story ends in every video I've ever watched. I'm not going to check, I type, and then say it out loud, just in case something under there thinks I've forgotten. That's kind of the point. The keys keep clacking. If you've made it this far listening, you probably think I'm building towards some big revelation. Some moment where I say, here's how to break the deal, here's the ritual, here's the line you don't cross. I wish. All I have are details, like the way the knocks have changed since I went back to the pond. Before, they were mostly under me or behind me. Pipes, floors, ducts. Now they're closer to eye level. Doors, walls, the hollow space right above my heart when I wake up on my back and can't move for a second. Or the way water behaves around me. The shower will run clear for 10 minutes, and then, for one breath, smell like algae before going back to normal. Ice in my glass of tap water will sometimes clink in a rhythm that has nothing to do with melting. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps. Like it's trying out old patterns in a new medium. The phone stays out of the bedroom now. I learned that after the last unknown caller. I keep it on the kitchen counter when I sleep, screen face down. It buzzes sometimes at 3:13, just once, like a missed notification with no icon. I don't look until morning. Tonight, as I'm typing, I hear it. A small, insect-like vibration on laminate. I don't move. The microwave clock ticks over. 2:58 a.m. I've got 15 minutes before the hour I'm most afraid of, and I'm spending them giving this thing more shape than it's ever had in my head. Typing its story out of the walls and into a document on a cheap laptop, addressed to a horror channel host who probably gets 100 unhinged emails a week. Behind me, in the webcam preview, the darkness under the bed pulses. Not forward this time. Up. like something is testing the bottom of the mattress with the flat of its hand, feeling where my weight will be in a little while when I lie down and close my eyes. My fingers hover over the keys. There's a part of me that wants to slam the laptop shut, grab my keys, and drive until I hit ocean or desert or anything that doesn't hold standing water. I've already tried that. States change. Zip codes change. Pipes and drains and retention ponds don't. So I keep writing. I tell you about the way Miguel's safety vest looked under the warehouse lights. The way Cody's mother's shoulders shook at the funeral home. The way the lottery clerk's face lit up when he realized he was handing me a check that probably should have gone to someone who wasn't carrying a piece of their own private curse around their wrist. I tell you about the photo of the man at the well who didn't age right, and the note on the back thanking him for watching over us. I can't tell you whether I'm next in that line, because that's not how this feels. It doesn't feel like it wants me dead. It feels like it wants me awake. The HVAC kicks off. The fridge hum dies. For a second, the apartment is perfectly silent. Talk. From the inside of the wall right beside the webcam. In the preview, a hairline crack appears in the paint, so faint I can't tell if it's been there all along. The microwave clock in the kitchen clicks again. 2:59 a.m. I take a breath and keep my hands on the keys. If you're listening to this, it means I hit send, which also means, at some point after 3:13, I decided I'd rather have this story out of my head and in yours than locked up in here with the knocks. Lucky you. 7.2. Explaining the pattern to you. This is the part where I try to make it sound like there are rules. Not because I think rules will save you, but because if I just say something in the dark likes me and I don't know why, you'll click away. People need a pattern, a system, a flow chart to pretend they can avoid ending up where I am. So here's mine. From where I'm sitting, 20 plus years after the first time my hands wrapped around ribcage at the bottom of a man-made pond, corpse hold works like this. It needs at least 2 people every time it gets played. One who holds, one who doesn't. The one who holds stays alive, I mean. Stays on the side of the dirt where you can still complain about your job and pay rent and drink gas station coffee at 3 in the morning. The one who doesn't, because they refuse, or they panic, or they run, gets taken care of some other way. Maybe it's the creek behind the store. Maybe it's a reservoir an exit away. Maybe it's a bathtub or a ditch or a flooded basement. Water is just a delivery system. The holder gets paid. Not all at once. Not with a big lottery win and a mansion and a yacht. That would be too obvious. It pays out in small, believable increments. You keep your job when other people get laid off. You walk away from accidents that crumple other people's cars. You catch promotions and good timing and near misses that stack up until people start calling you weirdly lucky. That's the surface. Underneath, you get the rest. The knocks, the water in the walls, the feeling that you are never really alone anymore, no matter how quiet your apartment is. And eventually, if I'm reading the old stories right, if I'm reading that photograph right, there's something else. A change of position. At some point, the watcher in the water stops being whoever it was before and becomes whoever just survived long enough with their hands on the bones. I don't know when that kicks in. I don't know what triggers it. Age. Number of close calls. Number of people who go under while you stay dry. Maybe it's just when you finally understand that you've been part of the mechanism all along. Maybe writing this down is my audition. I've found pieces of the same pattern, scattered across places I've never been. The kid in Ohio or Texas who DM'd me on that forum talking about their own stupid nighttime game in a reservoir. Different name, different rules, same structure. Go under, touch something that used to be a person. Hold on, don't let go. Don't come up early or it'll go bad for you. They started hearing knocks at 3:13, started having very specific good luck. Then their account disappeared, and the thread vanished like it had never existed. The microfiche at the library, with its neat little columns and tiny obituaries, lining up drownings over decades, kids, teens, grown men, always in the same patch of land, even when the container changed from well to pond. The black and white photo of the team by the well, with a man who didn't age properly standing just off to the side, his initials on the back of the picture. The missing person article with the same initials decades later, last seen near the new pond. The comment on the Insomnia forum from Old Bones 77, calling it corpse hold, like he was naming an old friend. None of that on its own would convince you of anything. Together, it starts to make a shape. I know how this sounds. If I were you, sitting in your car in some Walmart parking lot with the engine idling, listening to a stranger talk about ponds and knocks, I'd probably be rolling my eyes hard enough to risk permanent damage. I'd be thinking, this is a neat story, or this is an ARG, or dude's just really committed to the bit. You should be skeptical. You should assume I'm exaggerating, misremembering, pattern-seeking. So let's talk about things that don't need belief. Let's talk about your house at 3 in the morning. You know the moment I mean. Every place has one. The hour where the noise drops out and all the machinery of your life takes 5. The fridge that used to hum suddenly comes to a stop. The heater that's been cycling all night goes quiet. The traffic outside fades from a constant wash to individual cars, then to nothing. If you live near a freeway, even that distant hiss dies down, like somebody turned the world down a couple clicks. Maybe you're awake to hear it because you work nights, or because your bladder hates you, or because your brain likes to replay the worst things you've ever done whenever you lie down. You get up, pad through your place, maybe grab a glass of water, maybe check your phone. In that kind of silence, even your own heartbeat sounds loud. Your breathing has weight. The click of a light switch feels like firing a gun. You've probably had a moment, at least once, where you stopped and listened to how quiet your place can get. Now imagine this. You're lying on your bed, on your back, staring at the ceiling, or on your side, the way most of us end up. Your phone screen is dark. The TV is off. The only light in the room is whatever slides in under your curtains from the street. The fridge shuts up. The heater cycles off. The building takes a breath and holds it. And in that exact pocket of nothing, you hear a single knock from under your bed. Not the neighbors slamming a door, not a truck hitting a pothole outside, not a chair in the apartment above. A measured, hollow, knuckle-on-wood sound directly below where your ribs are. Talk. You feel it more than you hear it. A little push against the mattress. A suggestion of something solid that shouldn't be there. Tell me in that moment, you wouldn't believe in anything if it meant you didn't have to lean over and lift the edge of the frame and look. That's the leverage this thing uses. It doesn't need you to understand it. It doesn't need worship or candles or Latin. It just needs you to know it's there, to recognize it when it knocks and think, even for a second. Oh, that's where I'm going with this. Corpse hold, whatever you call it, isn't a childhood dare you age out of. It's a system, a circuit. The pond is just one outlet on a board full of them. You step into it when you're 13 and stupid and poor and desperate to prove you're not the kind of kid who runs. You take the grip it offers because everyone's watching, and there's money on the shore, and sometimes all you can see is the way your mom's face looks when she opens another overdue bill. You let it hook into you. For years afterward, it uses you as a kind of antenna. It routes luck through you, shunts accidents around you, threads you through disasters like a needle through cloth. You get to live, to leave, to sit in anonymous apartments in medium-sized cities and think you've outrun the story. You haven't. You've been carrying it forward. Every time I've told this tale to someone, it's gotten louder. When I finally said enough words out loud to Jessica that she could see the shape of it, that yes, the knocks weren't just the pipes, that yes, the phone call really had sounded like water, the knocks started waking her up too. Her dreams filled with hands under the mattress. She got tapped by the same near-miss pattern before she got out, repaid with a totaled car and a permanent flinch whenever she hears something drip. When I traded messages with the Reservoir Kid online, writing out the details of the dare, the timing of the knocks, the exact static noise on the line, the activity ramped up hard. More knocks, new places, the wall behind my head, the floor under the couch, the inside of the bathroom door. Then that thread disappeared, like the system had swallowed the evidence along with the user. Now I'm telling you, I'd love to say this is me breaking the loop, going public, turning the lights on, giving the monster nowhere to hide. The truth is, I do not know if this is a warning or an invitation. Maybe it's both. Maybe the thing in the water or the walls or the pipes or whatever medium it's using these days likes being narrated. Maybe being turned into a story is just another way of traveling. Not in the world, but in people. You hear something described vividly enough, and your brain does the rest. You picture the hand under the pond, fingers slipping into the gaps between ribs. You picture the wrist with the grooves pressed into the bone. You picture the wet mark on the carpet stopping right at the side of the bed. You give it a place in your head. These are thoughts I wish I hadn't had, by the way. Because here's something I haven't said yet, and I'm only admitting it now because I promised myself I'd quit lying in this document. Every time I go into detail, it reacts. Tonight, while I've been telling you about patterns and rules and the way your house sounds at 3 a.m., the knocks have been experimenting. The first one was the wall behind my chair. That's old behavior. The second was the bathroom. That bone-on porcelain tap like a dropped ring in an empty tub. The third I just heard a few minutes ago, while I was writing about those seconds of silence in your place. It came from above me, not the ceiling joists shifting, not someone dropping something in the apartment upstairs. A distinct rap right in the middle of that plaster, directly over where I sit. Toke. Like it was testing the idea. Oh, you're talking about under the bed again? About the fridge stopping and the heater dying and the knocks filling the gap? Let's see how that plays on a different surface. I wish I could tell you how to duck the pattern. Don't swim in ponds. Don't take dares. Don't answer unknown caller at 3:13. Turn your phone off. Move somewhere dry. All of that is good advice in general, honestly. But the older I get, the more this feels less like something I did once, and more like something that got in and has been growing to fill the space it was given. Like mold in a wall, like water behind a failed seal, like a story that keeps getting told because it works. You're listening to me explain rules that may not matter. What might matter more in the very near future is this. Sometime in the next week or month or year, you're going to have a night where you wake up for no good reason around 3 in the morning. You'll check your phone. 3:08, 3:11, 3:13. Somewhere in that ugly trough. The house or the apartment or the dorm or the cab of your truck will be very still. No fridge hum, no heater, no passing cars. Just you and the thin sound of your own breathing. You'll remember this story. Not all of it, just pieces. Pond, lucky, hands, knocks, and then some very ordinary noise will happen. A pipe will click. The ice in your glass will crack. The upstairs neighbor will drop something. Your old, overworked fridge will kick back on with a hollow thump. If you're anything like me, there will be one long, frozen second where your brain doesn't know which column to put that sound in. Normal or knock. In that second, you'll believe me. You might laugh it off afterward. You might post about it, turn it into a joke. You might never tell anybody. But I will have gotten what I wanted. You and I will be on the same page for at least one heartbeat in the dead center of the night. And whatever's been using me as a relay will know your house's layout a little better than it did before. 7.3. The knock on your side. The first time I glance at the clock, I convince myself it still means something. 3:11 a.m. The blue digits on the microwave stare at me from across the dark kitchen, reflected in the black glass of the door like a tiny neon wound. The colon between the numbers blinks on, off, keeping time with a rhythm that has nothing to do with my heart. I tell myself there's still space between that and what's coming. My fingers are starting to ache. I've been typing long enough that the letters blur if I stare at them too long. The laptop's plastic shell is warm under my wrists. There's a ring of condensation on the cheap particle board desk, where my glass of water has sat untouched for an hour, the liquid inside barely disturbed. Behind me, the bed sits where it always does in the webcam preview. Mattress on box spring, pressed against the wall. Comforter a little rumpled from when I sat on it earlier, trying to decide whether to write this at all. The shadow underneath it hasn't moved. I keep going. The building around me has settled into that late-night stillness I tried to describe to you. The upstairs neighbor is either asleep or gone. No footsteps, no muffled TV. The heater is off. The fridge has that low, tentative hum it gets right before it shuts down for a cycle, like a man clearing his throat before saying something ugly. I look at the clock again without meaning to. 3:12. It's only 60 seconds, but it feels like watching a cliff edge crumble one grain at a time. The clock's relay clicks softly as the minute rolls over. It's a tiny sound, but in the quiet of the apartment, it hits like a starting gun. My ribcage tightens. Some part of me, the same primitive chunk of brain that used to tell my lungs to burn when I was under that pond, starts counting down all on its own. Not out loud, just a sensation, like numbers dropping inside my skull. The cursor on the screen keeps blinking. I'm running out of room to pretend this is just a story and not a live feed of my own stupid decision-making. I keep typing anyway. If this is going to do anything, it has to have an ending. Things like this don't like loose threads. I hear the fridge shut off. The hum dies mid-breath. The silence that follows isn't pure. There's always some noise in any space. Wires, wind, the distant rush of a road. But everything noticeable drops out. The apartment suddenly feels bigger and smaller at the same time, like the walls stepped back while the air crawled in close. 3:13. The numbers change like an accusation. There's no build, no creak, no warning. The first knock comes from directly under my bed. It's not deafening. It doesn't need to be. It's a solid, hollow thud, as if someone lying on their back beneath the frame just lifted their hand and rapped once on the underside of the mattress. Talk. The sound travels through the floor, up the legs of the bed, through the springs. I feel it in my own spine even though I'm sitting across the room. A sympathetic echo, bone answering bone. Before the last vibration fades, the second knock hits. This one comes from the closet. The sliding door is half open, a dark gap visible in the edge of my vision. Inside, shirts and jackets hang on a cheap metal rod, hangers nested together. The knock hits the back wall of the closet. A sharp, quick impact, and the hangers jump, plastic scraping metal, whispering together in a thin, nervous rattle. Talk. My throat goes dry. The word processor window in front of me swims for a second, text sliding out of alignment. The third knock isn't on a surface at all. It comes from below. Not the floorboards, there aren't any, just concrete under the thin carpet. This is deeper, more distant, like someone tapped on the bottom of the building itself. The glass on the desk trembles. A tiny ring of concentric ripples spreads out from the center, soft waves tapping gently against the sides of the cup. The water doesn't slosh like it would in an earthquake. It shivers, reacting to something precise, like a tuning fork held just so. Talk. I feel that one in my teeth. My chest tightens so hard my fingers stutter on the keys. For a moment, I'm back under the pond, lungs screaming, hands locked around cold ribs while something beats out a rhythm that isn't my heart in the bones under my palms. I drag myself back into the chair, into the present, into the dirty blue light of the tenant-grade apartment where a grown man is trying to finish an email instead of screaming. I type. If the guy reading this to you left in the knocking sounds my mic is picking up, you might be hearing them too, right now. I'm not wearing headphones, but I can imagine the audio. My voice, thin and a little shaky, room noise under it, and then those three sounds. One below, one beside, one buried in the building's bones. It hits me then that I might not be the only microphone in the room. Because in the lower right corner of my screen, the webcam preview is still running. Up until now, I've treated it like a mirror I try not to look into. A little box showing my own hunched shoulders, the back of my head, the bed behind me, the door, the closet. Now, with my eyes already refocusing to the middle distance, it grabs me. The shadow under the bed is not a simple block anymore. It's shaped. The darkness there has edges, a pale line, another. The suggestion of negative space where it ought to just be black. For the first time since I started this, I turn in my chair. Not all the way, just enough to see the bed in real space and on the screen at the same time. In the room, it looks the same as always. Bad lighting, flat, unremarkable. My eyes don't adjust fast enough to get details under it. Shadows are just shadows. In the preview, the laptop has already done the work. The grainy camera, straining to make sense of the low light, has pulled more out of the dark than my own eyes can. Under the bed, right at the edge of the shadow, is a face, not upright, not peeking out. It's lying on its side, pressed almost flat to the floor, as if someone is on their stomach under there with their head turned toward the room. Skin too pale in the screen's blue glow. Hair slicked back, dark and wet, clinging to the forehead. Eye sockets dark, but not empty. The eyes are open. In the tiny preview window, on the cheap plastic frame of the laptop, those eyes are looking straight into the camera lens, which, if you haven't put it together yet, means they're looking straight at you. There's a moment where every instinct I have, old and new, screams at me to move, to stand up, to grab the laptop and throw it, to flip the bed, to yank it aside, To swing something heavy into that space and prove that there's nothing there but dust and lost socks and my own weakness. I don't. Because this whole thing started with me reacting exactly how it wanted. 13, water up my nose, hands grabbing the first thing they found because everyone was watching, and I didn't want to be the kid who surfaced early. I held on then. Now I don't give it that. I spin back to the keyboard. I'm not going to check, I say, and my voice cracks in the middle. That's kind of the point. On the screen, the face under the bed doesn't move. It doesn't wink or grin or crawl out. It just is. Present. Waiting. Like a recorded image on a bad camera, the room creaks once over my head. A car passes outside, tires hissing on wet pavement. For a second, everything almost feels normal again. The microwave clock clicks. 3:13 still glares across the open doorway. I type faster. No prayers, no bargains, no last-minute apologies. I've done all that in my head already. It's like screaming underwater. The sound stays close and goes nowhere. What I can do is finish this. I don't tell you it's going to be okay. I don't tell you to burn sage or find a priest or pour salt around your bed. I've spent too many years pretending there's some magic phrase that resets all of this. There isn't. There's just you and your house and the time on whatever clock you trust most in the dark. I look back at the screen. My reflection in the glossy black around the words is barely there. A ghost on a ghost. The cursor blinks at the end of the sentence I've just written, waiting. My hands shake as I tap out the last lines. I just watched my clock flip from 3:12 to 3:13. Something just knocked on the wall behind my head. If, sometime in the next few nights, at exactly 3:13 a.m., something knocks from under your bed, or your couch, or the trunk in your hallway, I really hope it's your pipes. Because if it isn't, then maybe you've been holding on to something you should have left at the bottom a long time ago.